But I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is hump day. That's right. It's Wednesday. It's hump day, ladies and gentlemen. It's 11 a.m. on the dot. May 6th. Wednesday, May 6th, 2026. We're live. And I hope everyone's having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. It's another suit day. You already know what's up. It's how it is, baby. Dressed up like he's at the Met Gala. Dude, this is who I am. I'm a suit guy. Get used to it. Get used to it. Get with the program. We're dapper now. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, folks, we're live. We're alive. I got punched at a cop at the land sale. He swung at my friend and hit me instead. Damn. I hope you're all right, chatter. But you look like a Persian used car salesman. Great. Yeah. The dapper yapper. Yeah. We support your suit hyperfixation. Thank you. You need to get some gold tie clips, big bro. Maybe. All right. So I got the blast off memes, Druku. Thank you. But we're live. We're alive. This is part of the broadcast. Coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. 67 degrees and sunny here in Los Angeles, California. Stolen Tongva land. But that's where we're at. My 86-year-old grandmother found her talk with Zach Godlansky interesting and said she was glad there are people trying to sort things out. That's such a funny grandparent thing to say. Anyway. Can you address the slander against Turks? Wow. They don't want to see a Turk shine, bro. That's what it is. Schengen was voted most overrated NBA, most overrated player in the NBA by other players. Yeah, bro. They hate to see a Turk shine. That's what it is. Honestly, that's straight up what it is. That's what it is. Can you please watch the talks about the correlation between autism and leftist politics? No, I will not be watching that. Sorry. In any case, folks, it's part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hasanabi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, that's what I'm gonna do. Guy has only one hook shot from the right hand, nothing else. No slander for the Turkish goat. But yeah, in any case, folks. We're live. We're alive. Personal news-wise, what has happened in my world, in the world of Hasanabi Piker, between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button, so help me God. I watched a bunch of Invincible. That's what I did. What is this? BD, they really want you back? The Heliante? Okay, I don't know what this is. But yeah. I'm sold on Steyer. Literally every other candidate is bought or paid for by corporations. This is the one time where being a billionaire means you're not beholden to corporate interests. Your collar and tie combos may need a little more attention to detail. What do you mean? Anyway, listen. I watched Invincible last night. Okay, and it was pretty good. It was very good. I don't know why I stopped. I think I stopped season 2 because like it started off in that alternate universe. Season 2 started off in the alternate universe, and I didn't like that, and I just stopped watching it. And I realize now that I shouldn't have done that. Oh my God, shitty animation is so good. Okay, calm down. Anime purists, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it from you. But yeah, Invincible season 3 was better. Okay, well, I'm on season 2 right now, and I'm halfway through, and I kind of like it. So, in any case, that's all I did. Hanging out with the fam, watching a little bit of Invincible. Woke up early, did a bunch of phone calls, scheduled some guests on the stream. We'll be having Evan Hill from Washington Post. He is a forensic architecture guy. Well, technically, he's an OSINT guy who does some online forensics, chatters. We're going to try something new today. We're going to just let these guys just scream in the chat. I don't give a fuck if my chat logs are permanent. Lemon Fayal. I came to say fuck this animal abuser. Brother, I don't know who duped you or how hard they duped you, but that dog back there, the one that's sleeping, she lives a better life than you. Okay? I don't know if it's because you're like, oh, you're an ideological opponent of mine, and it's a much easier way to fucking say, to falsely claim that you're a dog abuser, or if you genuinely think that I am a dog abuser. I don't know, but let me tell you something, okay? Yes, I'm famous. Oh, that's all this was? Okay. All right. What's the whiteboard for? Oh, Professor John cosplay. Yeah. But yeah, let's try something new today. I'm just going to let this shit slide. Left-wing streamer on some Democrats' bad side is turning his attention to California. This is such a funny way to describe me, but fuck it, I'll take it. Melissa Barrera. Oh yeah, I saw this. I love her. She's goated. I've tried to get her on the broadcast. I don't know if she's down. Yeah, Dr. Jihad. Dr. Jihad cosplay. Anyway, I was hoping to be tutored in racism by Professor Jihad. One day I'll show you. My Wired interview's out. Hasan Piker, self-described Ayatollah of woke, wants AI to die. Yeah, I issued a fatwa on AI. Okay? That's true. One Korea is dead. I saw, but let's be real. If they want it dead, then it's dead. You know? If Best Korea doesn't want to reunify, it is what it is. Anyway, where was I? Okay, so personal news was, yeah, I did some phone calls, some stuff like that. I was asked to do this Kathy Hochul phone bank thing, and of course I was down to do it. As always, much love to the DSA New York comrades. You know, they're great. They're doing great work out there. Someone's got to do it. Someone's got to freaking do it. Lifting lately? Yes, I am. What is this? Yo, I just saw a poster in my San Francisco neighborhood for an anti-Hasan Piker protest. Wait, what? Did you snap a photo of it? I don't think I'm this serious of a person. I don't think like Israel supporters have organized a protest What is this? Found in SF. Brags about paying for sex. Feminist rhetoric, different reality. Hasan Piker bragged on stream about paying for sex at a Berlin brothel while calling himself a feminist ally. Actions speak louder than rhetoric. Feminism isn't performative. Oh no, they tapped into the swerfs, bro. Swerfs are the craziest. Fix your collar. Fix the back of your collar and suit, please. Wait, what? It's fine. What the fuck are you talking about? Oh no, they tapped into the swerves. It's like Pod Save the World Boys mentioned you work out with one of their coworkers named Jordan. Yeah, it's true. I do. I used to train in the same facility. I think maybe it's a joke about the tweet. This is like, he said rape allegations don't matter. Hasan Piker publicly dismissed sexual violence, calling them rape hallucinations. We believe survivors. We demand better. Oh, this is, yeah. So the Israel defenders, insane lore, your IRL friends are your biggest ops.
Guys, to say it tastes like a Turkish delight. Not at all. That's exactly how I describe Hasan's penis flavor.
Dude, come on. We can't be doing jokes right now. Like, we can't be doing jokes right now. I don't know what you guys... I think there is no org named in these flyers. This is just one crazy person, probably. I think some of you guys have to understand that, like, there's time for jokes, there's time for no jokes, okay? Like, what the fuck? I'm finding new versions of this. She spoke out. His audience piled on. In 2022, a black woman critic was met with a wave of coordinated harassment after she spoke about Hasan Piker on stream as a documented pattern. What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? Bro, are these people okay? America deserved 9/11, dude. Fuck it. I'm saying it. They need new dirt on you, King. This shit is ancient. Can you do some actual bad shit to make it more interesting? Dude, you piss off. It's so funny that, like, Israel defenders are basically like the most schizo politics people out there, where they just dial in. Like, they have no chill. Okay, there's no, like, there's not even an investment into making themselves seem like they're normal. They're just like, I am not okay. I'm an insane person. Like, I've never met someone who's made it their life's mission to defend Israel come across like even a remotely normal person. They have no investment in this whatsoever, where they're just like, I am the most insane person you have ever fucking encountered in your life. I'm going to make it literally everybody else's problem. Like, it's kind of funny. It's kind of funny to see how hard they go. So is this a counter protest against your event with Shoykot? I don't get it. Yeah. I'm in SF. I'll rip those signs off for you. Fuck those haters. I mean, watch your fingers. Sometimes these people, the real freaks, will put, they'll put what is it called? Like razor blades underneath the posters. Yeah. So if you're gonna do something like that, make sure that's an old Nazi tactic. Okay. So yeah, be careful. I'm not saying these guys will go that far, but you also have to be careful. Anyway, but thanks for teaching me about Dave's Hot Chicken. Finally had some. Holy shit. Today is Luigi Mangioni's birthday. Yeah, Dan Stalkman wrote an article. I know, I covered it yesterday briefly. It's like disgusting. Abdullah Sayed and the Decline of the Senate. Guy who's literally a fucking Rhodes Scholar, double doctorate, okay, worked in public health, and abolished 300,000 Michiganders like medical debt. That guy is not good enough for that guy is not good enough for the Senate. Like, he's the best. He's too good for the Senate, if anything. And of course he's Muslim, so Dan Stalkman, who has no qualifications, barely literate, Dan Stalkman gets to write a fucking article for Israel's favorite newspaper, the Free Press, disparaging him. We'll talk about Ted Turner in a second. But in any case, 50 bones. Beula Jr., thank you for the 50 bones. Yeah, we got a lot going on today. We're going to get into all of that and more. Let's blast off real quick. Straight pause for the ceasefire. California governor debate. Dems W in special elections. Trump expensive W in Indiana. Oil plunges. Market surge. DSA call to demand Kathy Hochul tax the rich later. Talking to Evan Hill of WAPO on extensive U.S. base damage in Gulf. Anyway, get in now. Ted Turner, a.k.a. Jane Fonda Fumbler. I didn't know that. He's lived a storied life. I will say, in some ways, I do feel how do I say this? I feel a little bit simpatico to someone like Ted Turner. I feel like maybe I'm silly, but they don't make him like that anymore. You know, there is no like current modern day media equivalent of a guy like Ted Turner, which is kind of lame when you think about it. Like, I know you are silly, lol. No. It's just like, I know he's not like the best. Obviously, he's like a very, very unbelievably, unfathomably wealthy guy. But he also was like, you know, he was straight up a fucking like media demon who had unique interests, eclectic interests, who actually pursued said eclectic interests. Whereas like nowadays you have the equivalence of this is like what? There's none. There's nothing. Yeah. And I'll go through some of the things that he said in the past for you guys to understand. Maybe I feel a little sympathetic because I'm a media guy who you guys think is unfathomably wealthy, nowhere near like Ted Turner wealth, obviously, but I too am a media guy who has made controversial remarks for the time period that technically wasn't wrong, but he was, they demanded he apologize, right? And of course, I'm talking about him saying Israel's doing terrorism in 2002, and even hitting the Mahmoud Mamdani. The Mahmoud Mamdani line of the Palestinians are doing suicide bombs because they have nothing else. Israel is, on the other hand, one of the strongest militaries in the region. I would go so far as to say they are the ones who are doing terrorism. Who's to say it's just the Palestinians doing terrorism? You know, stuff like that. Maybe that's what it is. It's hard for me not to feel a sense of sympathy for the founder of CNN a little bit, because it's just, he's the last of a bygone era. You think about like Anthony Bourdain. This actually ties into Anthony Bourdain as well. Okay. There aren't guys like this anymore. There aren't people who are well-read, intellectual, have like unique interests, have some political perspectives that go outside of the confines of whatever the fucking neoliberal State Department interests are. You know what I mean? Like, this doesn't happen anymore. I can't think of like an equivalent here. Like, you got fucking Peter Thiel, you got Palmer Luckey, you got Elon Musk. These guys all suck. Okay. This doesn't like, I don't I'm not trying to say that it's good that, you got, billionaire philanthropists or whatever. I'm just saying that even on the billionaire philanthropist side, there's a diminishment of the quality. Okay. Like, where are the interesting super wealthy guys? Like, Gaben is the only guy I can think of that is unfathomably wealthy and has his own like unique interests and pursues them, right? Like, Mark Cuban is not anywhere near as interesting as like Ted Turner was, right? Nowhere near as interesting. I mean, I guess we have the Roy Singham guy. He's not even a billionaire, but Roy Singham is an example of this, like the PSL guy, the guy who funds like all that stuff from China. Yeah, Valve Gaben. Gaben is an interesting, eclectic billionaire kind of guy. I mean, he is. I don't know. Anyway, let's continue.
He changed the world.
Known as the Mouth of the South and Captain Outrageous, Ted Turner built a media empire that changed cable news forever.
I didn't have any upper limits to how far we could go.
Champion, philanthropist, environmentalist.
I don't know how to quit. It's not in my genes.
But growing up wasn't easy for Ted. Born in Cincinnati, Ohio in 1938, his parents sent him to boarding school when he was just 4 years old.
I didn't like boarding school. I wanted to be home.
Ted's
so sad.
little sister, whom he adored, died of lupus at 17. About 2 years later, Ted dropped out of Brown University. He'd been studying classics until his father cut off the money.
He thought I was wasting my time.
So he went to work for his dad's billboard company. But tragedy struck again when
Nothing boomers do impress me because they were basically living on easy mode. Chatter, this is not a regular boomer. He was also unbelievably wealthy. Like, he comes from a wealthy family. It's not like, it's not like he came from like a broken home, and he was like very broke growing up or anything. He just, he comes from a very wealthy background on top of everything else. It's just like, look, do you want to know why I like Ted Turner? I'll tell you why. One, obviously Jane Fonda, kind of cool. Okay. If you're at that level and you're like, and you go after a babe like Jane Fonda, I'm going to give you a little bit of respect. Okay. That's number one. Number two, let's read some of his controversial comments. Turner once called observers of Ash Wednesday Jesus freaks, though he apologized and dubbed opponents of abortion bozos. In 1999, Turner made a joke about Polish mine detectors. Ted Turner himself is Polish, by the way. When asked about Pope John Paul II, after a harsh response from the Polish deputy foreign minister, Radek Sikorski, Turner apologized. That story is actually very funny. They were like, what would you say to the Pope if you met him? And he said, I would point to my foot and go, have you ever seen a Polish mine detector? And I would just point down to my foot. That's the joke he made. Obviously, the Polish got very mad. Do you kind of understand why I have a little bit more sympathy for this guy, regardless of him being an evil billionaire media demon? Do you see? Like, he has all of my interests, and he has stepped on similar landmines over and over again. Okay, from Polish jokes to shitting on the ultra Christian to this part, which is very good as well. In 2002, Turner accused Israel of terror. The Palestinians are fighting with human suicide bombers. That's all they have. The Israelis, they've got one of the most powerful military machines in the world. The Palestinians have nothing. So who are the terrorists? I would make a case that both sides are involved in terrorism. He then, of course, had to apologize for that remark in 2011. And about the 9/11 hijackers, he said, I forget what he said about the 9/11 hijackers, but he said something like that. He said something about the 9/11 hijackers as well. And he said, look, I'm a very good thinker, but sometimes grab the wrong word. I mean, I don't type my speeches and then sit up there and read them off the teleprompter. You know, I wing it. Also in 2008, Turner asserted that on PBS's Charlie Rose that if steps are not taken to address global warming, most people would die and the rest of us will be cannibals. Turner also said in the interview that he advocated Americans having no more than 2 children. In 2010, he stated that the People's Republic of China's one-child policy should be implemented. Oh, Turner calls attackers brave but a little nuts. Oh. Hey, yo! I mean, come on, dude. This is what I mean when I say they don't make him like this no more. Like, think about fucking Tom Steyer, okay? Think about Tom Steyer and the way that he talks, the way he carries himself. Like, he's the closest equivalent here, like an eclectic billionaire who's like deeply invested in doing shit outside of what billionaires do nowadays. Like, we don't have guys like this, okay? We don't have guys like this anymore. So I do feel a little fucking, Yeah, he also mentioned Bush and praised Fidel Castro. Of course, terrorists are brave, Ted. What are heroes? Ted Turner has crammed his foot into his mouth once again, this time calling the Twin Tower terrorists brave, comparing President Bush to Roman dictator Julius Caesar. Stunning an audience of students at Brown University Monday night, the man known as the Mouth from the South and Captain Outrageous also commended Cuban dictator Fidel Castro. Do you understand? Do you fucking understand what I mean when I say he's just... I wish we had more guys like this. Ted Turner's not Polish? I thought he was. Am I wrong? Was he a WASP through and through? I thought, where did I get that idea? I might be wrong. Turner is an English name. Half these guys don't have use their real fucking last names, bro. He was Turkish. Anyway. Not to mention that he was a wrestling guy who once owned his own promotion. Yeah. So, do you understand why I feel a little bit sympathetic to this guy, though? Do you get it? His name is Robert Edward Turner III. I think he was as waspy as they come. I don't know where I got he was a Polish idea from. Are you debating Van Jones? Great question. I'm supposed to, but he stopped responding to me in the DMs. So I don't know. I want to, but fire writing, Chatter, this is not this is a classic. Okay? This person didn't come up with that on his own. Okay? This is a real fucking Zhou Enlai statement between the Chinese premier Zhou Enlai and Soviet leader Nikita Khrushchev. I'll show you the OG in a second. New virus incoming. What the fuck? What is happening? What the fuck? What? New virus? Hantavirus? What is it? The hantavirus kills you too effectively for it to become a full-blown pandemic? Is the kind of jaded analysis I look for from a virologist. What the fuck is hantavirus? Anyway, this was the this is from the California debate last night.
No, I have said that billionaires like me should pay more taxes and the big corporations should pay more taxes.
Excuse me,
and
you
that's
literally
why,
said...
if this proposition is on the ballot in November, I'll vote for it. But going forward, we do need to go further. This is a one-time tax, and it also doesn't spread the money across the government the way everything else does. And specifically, it doesn't go to education and teachers and students, which is a critical need in the state of California. The tax I'm proposing to close a corporate real estate tax loophole is more money, and it's spread throughout
I have not. I have not gotten-
balanced two budgets.
Congressman.
I'm confused. Do you support the billionaire's tax that is going to be on the ballot in November?
Yeah. We watched this happen in real time, right? I'm the daughter of farmers, she said. You're a billionaire. We have nothing in common. Perhaps we do, murmured her New Yorker antagonist. What? Blustered Porter. We are, responded Steyer, both traitors to our class. So the original here, the original is a Khrushchev Zhou Enlai conversation, okay, where that's what Zhou Enlai says to Nikita Khrushchev, right? This is also about how Khrushchev betrayed, it's at the time it was one of the issues that the Chinese had with the Soviets was that they had betrayed the Marxist-Leninist fundamentals, and they were no longer beholden to the original principles of Lenin. This is like in the de-Stalinization period, if I remember correctly, and China did not like that. However, regardless of my criticism of Khrushchev, I've also I also still maintain the position that he was a fucking lion, as you guys know, for bringing nukes to Cuba and allowing Cuban development to flourish in the aftermath of the Cuban Revolution. And the USSR did do a bunch of unbelievably cool things internationally during the Khrushchev period. So, every leader, everyone makes mistakes, but then they also have their moments, right? You gotta look at the positives, you gotta look at the negatives. So everybody has those days. This was I saw this Van Jones thing. That's why you grade politicians on a curve. How would you grade Tom Steyer? I mean, I have no way to make an assessment on what he's going to be like right now, but in his current race, he is the best option. I have said that. You got to stop settling, my man. We leftists should only accept people who have never made a single mistake. Okay, well, obviously I myself have made many. So, yeah, I don't know how we got here. We were talking about Ted Turner, and I want to get back to that first. But yeah, so Ted Turner glazed a little bit, even though he's fucking billionaire media demon responsible for CNN. He was kind of cool.
His father killed himself.
He went against everything that he taught me, to be courageous and hang in there.
Ted took over the family business and coped with the loss by working even harder.
He said,
there's a crazy fucking wording to use there.
Set your goals so high that you can't achieve them in your lifetime.
When Ted wasn't working, he turned to the sport he loved, sailing.
We gotta go fast as we can here.
And won the sport's top race, the America's Cup.
I had worked very hard. It took me a number of years to become a champion.
He put that same drive into expanding the business. In 1970, Ted bought a struggling TV station.
It was a broken down UHF television station in Atlanta. He was going to transform UHF television into...
He was also a stud. Like, he was hot. Bro, Mr. USA 2025 just replied to the Yale student speech you reposted. I'm Republican, but this is fire. Lamau. Wait, what is it? Which one is it? It's the other girl who was talking about capitalism, right? And American imperialism. Mr. USA 2025? Who the fuck is Mr. USA 2025?
This new world of satellite television.
Ted renamed the station WTBS, and it became the country's first superstation.
What Ted made happen.
Check logs for quick hantavirus recap. Guys, I'm not going to fucking get into the hantavirus recap right now. Oh my God. Some of you are seemingly unbelievably excited at the prospect of talking about yet another fucking virus developing. Okay. We are not going to do that right now. Please stop spamming hantavirus related shit. Okay. We will get there eventually. Okay. Stop.
Was just as important as the internet.
Hantavirus is serious stuff. It's going to be bad. Please read about it. I'm going to get to it, man. I'm just not doing that right now. That's my fucking point. Jesus Christ.
Revolution of the 90s and 2000s.
But starting out, Ted needed content. He bought the Atlanta Braves and broadcast their games nationwide.
The Atlanta Braves.
The Braves became America's team.
When we bought them in 1976, they were terrible.
By 1995, Ted and his team were World Series champs. As he built the superstation, he set his sights even higher on a 24-hour news channel.
I worked till 7 o'clock, and when I got home, the news was over. So I missed television news completely, and I figured there were lots of people like me.
People did look upon that as a foolish idea that was destined for failure, but they underestimated Ted Turner.
Most of the leaders of the world thought Ted was nuts.
We sign on June 1, and barring satellite problems in the future, we won't be signing off until the world ends. We'll be on, we will cover it live.
As based as he is, 24/7 news caused irreparable damage to our society. Yeah, 100%. Yes, CNN has been at the forefront of the brain poison that is American televised media, for sure. Yeah, it's terrible, but he's not based. No, he had his moments. Come on, bro. He literally fucking said Fidel Castro was dope. He literally said the 9/11 hijackers were brave, but a little crazy. That's what he said. Come on, man. Are you fucking kidding me? He said, he said they want to hate on a hustler like you. Yeah, he gave us Adult Swim, Toonami, very important for me specifically. Yeah, he's the Robert Oppenheimer of brain poison and 24/7 news in some ways, but he also had some cool ass moments.
I dedicate the news channel for America, the cable news network.
Take 11, Mike Keel.
CNN aired its first broadcast on June 1st, 1980.
Good evening, I'm David Walker.
And I'm Lois Hart. Now here's the news.
It took 5 years to turn a profit.
I lived for 20 years in my office.
He was one of us. I mean, he would be in his house coat down having breakfast in the Hard News Cafe.
And we'll get better by the end of the week.
Critics called it chicken noodle news. But the Gulf War would give CNN the respect it deserved.
You're going to hear the bombs now. They are hitting the center of this city.
It was the first time a war was broadcast live on television, and it was only on CNN.
I still believe that was the greatest scoop in the history of journalism.
You can see her there.
Ted didn't care as much about ratings as he did about being the most trusted name in news.
Ted also cared about the world. Over a 10-year period, he donated
Who gives a fuck about Ted Turner law? I mean, I do. And also, I mean, he's a very impactful guy. It's kind of funny to just be like, who gives a fuck about this guy? But like, I mean, he invented CNN, dude. What are you talking about? Like, we hate it, sure. It's understandable, but why though? Not trying to be antagonistic, but seriously wondering, like, what's this guy's impact? Guys, he is the guy, the inceptor of the modern 24/7 news cycle. Are you guys fucking rage baiting me? What is happening? Read a book. Oh my God. Someone read a book, any book. Pick up any book right now. It might be a dictionary. It doesn't fucking matter. It might be a coloring book. It might be Kash Patel's book about the plot against the king. Just start reading. Oh my God. What the fuck is going on? I picked up Hillbilly Elegy. It's fine. Just read something.
$1 billion to the United Nations.
I'm no poorer than I was 9 months ago, and the world is a lot better off.
And he expanded his empire, launching networks like TNT and Turner Classic Movies. In his personal life, Ted was married and divorced twice with 5 children before he finally met his match, Jane Fonda.
She agreed to have dinner with me. For me, it was love at first sight.
I can't ever forget the reasons that made me fall in love with him. I've never met any human being that thinks the way Ted does.
Ted was a visionary, a titan, even Time Magazine's Man of the Year. But in 1996, he sold his networks to Time Warner. He got almost $8 billion.
I said, Ted, if you sell, you will no longer be captain of your own ship.
Ted Turner. Ted.
5 years later, Time Warner merged with AOL, and Ted was out.
Ted used the description, I've been fired. Ted got shafted, and it hurt.
It was more than just a company to me. It was a way of life.
Yeah, but what did he do? I'm gonna die. Bro invented CNN, okay? Like, baited? Okay.
He lost his empire and the love of his life. After 10 years of marriage, he and Jane parted ways.
But you love her still?
Yeah.
To this very day?
To this very day.
He fumbled the biggest baddie, Jane Fonda. Anyway, that's a big L. Big L for Ted. Big W for Ted, also big L for Ted.
But Ted never gave up. His final act, saving the planet. He created the UN Foundation and the Nuclear Threat Initiative. On his Montana ranch, he made it his mission to save the bison.
Hi. Well, you never go home, do you?
I know.
And he opened restaurants to ensure their survival.
Ted's love of the outdoors has made him perhaps the #1 environmentalist that I've ever known.
Before his 80th birthday, Ted revealed he had Lewy body dementia, a progressive disease. He spent his final years treasuring private moments, his ranch, and his family.
He wants to know that when he goes out, it will be with the love of his children and grandchildren.
You can never take away what he created and what he did.
We have never seen a man quite like Ted Turner before on this planet. And I don't think we'll ever see another one like him again.
There's the amazing American success story, the businessman, the visionary, the revolutionary who created really a media revolution. And you know, every single thing that followed him, anything in the 24/7 genre started with Ted Turner. Everything was a copy, if I dare say so myself, and not the best copies. He was the original, and he made us all proud, and he made us all hope.
If you want to consider it like the inciting incident to the creation of Fox News, you could potentially make that argument. But like, yeah, he's the guy who created the 24/7 news broadcast, right? CNN. And then obviously Rupert Murdoch is, in my opinion, a far worse media demon billionaire who is unfortunately still very much alive. But no, he didn't create Fox News. He created CNN. Okay, he created CNN. He is the guy who created the 24/7 news network. Okay, on cable television, he's the one who created that. Okay, before him, this did not exist. They didn't have like 24/7 news cycle. Fox copied his model and turned it into opinion editorials rather than the way that CNN was operating, which was supposed to be the way that CNN was operating at its inception was, unbiased, straight, objective reporting. Obviously, there's no such thing as unbiased reporting. Let's be real, but they did a good deal of State Department propaganda, as mainstream media is supposed to do, as mainstream media is tasked with doing. However, the way I thought PBS was unbiased, the Piker Broadcasting Service, the People's Broadcasting Service, is unbiased. It's the most unbiased that you can get. Just kidding. I'm just more open about my biases. So, yeah, CNN was the only one doing 24/7 reporting until the U.S. did the invasion of Iraq. But yeah, in some ways, he is like a Robert Oppenheimer style figure, if you want to look at like the bastardization of media or whatever. But and they were destructive in their Afghanistan, Iraq coverage. Yes, guys, this is not a defense. This is not a defense of like CNN in general. Okay. This is not a defense of CNN as an institution. I'm just telling you why he was an impactful person in media history, both in the United States of America and also around the motherfucking globe. Okay? That's it. Because people were like, what's up? What's up with this guy? Like, why are you covering this? So I'm explaining it to you. Okay? Ted Turner had a dinosaur named after him after he donated the fossils. Ted Turner had a dinosaur named after him, Sierraceratops turneri, after he donated the fossils found on his land to a museum. As far as billionaires go, he was well respected among paleontologists. Yeah, I'm not saying he's a great guy or anything like that. I'm just saying that he is an impactful figure in media history. But also, I do feel a little bit sympathetic to who he is, because he also had a lot of classic moments where he put his foot in his mouth, where he would say things that I think were objectively true, and then everyone would yell at him, including things about he's a 9/11 guy himself. He's also called Israel a terrorist state in 2002. That was what I was trying to fucking explain. He's defended Fidel Castro. So, like, what I'm saying is there is an enshittification that has taken place. This is just the reality under capitalism. It's not just the products that you consume and enjoy that are getting worse year over year. It's not the services that you take advantage of that are getting worse year over year. It's the fucking the class of the super wealthy guys who were eccentric that have also gotten significantly worse. Okay? That was the point that I was trying to make. Is Trump trying to retcon Ted Turner here? President Trump on the passing of Ted Turner. Ted Turner, one of the greats of all time, just died. He founded CNN, sold it, and was personally devastated by the deal because the new ownership took CNN, his baby, and destroyed it. It became woke and everything that he is not all about. Maybe the new buyers, wonderful people, will be able to bring it back to its former credibility and glory. Regardless, dude, he would kill himself, okay? Like, if he didn't have advanced dementia at his old age and recognized what was taking place with CNN post the initial merger that already was devastating for him, he probably would have just killed himself, okay? Yeah, sure. I'm sure he would have. I'm sure he would love the thing that he founded turning into a fucking flesh puppet for Donald Trump and the state of Israel. Like, definitely very exciting. Yeah, he's rolling in his undug grave currently. Regardless, however, one of the greats of broadcast history and a friend of mine, whenever I needed him, he was there, always willing to fight for a good cause, President Donald J. Trump. I mean, yeah. Turner calls 9/11 attackers brave, but a little nuts. I mean, that lives in my mind permanently. So, yeah, he was a little crazy. He was definitely a little crazy, a little interesting guy. But you know,
and
obviously they're not going to fucking mention any of that shit on CNN.
Or strive for his vision of a better world, whether it was in news or whether it was in the philanthropy. He was the first of the modern day philanthropists after the Carnegies and the Mellons and the Rockefellers of their generation.
Wanted to let you know I was watching Mersheimer on the Good Judge Napolitano show yesterday, and as an insult, he called the Trump administration a bunch of pikers. He hit the word hard too. Maybe that's why he's not coming on the show. That's crazy. Papa Mersh heard my name and was like, what am I, a piker? I'm not going on this guy's show. He also loves saying that's the $64,000 question. He's so fucking old. It's so awesome. Like that is that is a like the $64,000 question, okay, was a game show from 1955, okay? That's why it's hilarious. Every time he goes, and that's the $64,000 question, I'm like, there is not a human being on the planet that knows what you are referencing, okay? They're not alive. They're all dead. You're the last guy. You and Judge Napolitano are the only two fucking people that know what this reference is, okay? This is like the first game show. Oh, it's so funny. He's such a boomer. I love the guy. All right, let's continue.
As Wolf just pointed out, when he gave $1 billion to the UN Foundation, and then Bill Gates, and then Warren Buffett, and then Michael Bloomberg, and all the others joined in to follow in that incredibly noble pursuit. He was big, huge on climate, and that's a global issue, obviously. He was way ahead of the curve on climate and climate mitigation. And I remember asking him in one of my last interviews with him, what would you say to the young people who look up to you and who want to make their own first $1 billion? How would you suggest they do that now? And he said, climate, green technology, the green economy.
Boo. Ugh.
He was so sure, and he was always so absolutely right. And as Wolf was saying, you know, he was somebody who believed in breaking down the barriers between peoples and between nations. I remember when I was still, you know, in 1980s in New York, and I was climbing up the ranks. I started in September 1983 in Atlanta. And I remember when he banned the word foreign, and I was absolutely devastated. I wanted to be a foreign correspondent like Edward R. Murrow and all those people. And he brought the word international. And it wasn't just a little thing. It was because he didn't want to drive, you know, a wedge into people by calling them foreign. And he didn't want to have separation. Imagine that kind of leader and what we're left with right now when everything's about, you know, weaponization of identities and beliefs and all the rest of it. He was exactly the opposite. When he took CNN International in 1985, what he did was not just be the first ever global
No, I'm saying boo because he's like, oh, you can make money off of, if you want to make $1 billion, it's like, or if you're a billionaire, you can work on the climate agenda. It's just like, I don't want to hear, I don't want to hear that he's a billionaire. I know he is, okay? But it's just, you know, it makes me cringe.
TV 24/7 behemoth network, but he also chipped down the walls of state and authoritarian regulated media. So all these nations where the people could only see what they were fed by their authoritarian leaders, and I'm now talking about that part of the world, you know, he gave them something else. He opened their eyes to the rest of the world. And I thought that was absolutely fundamental. And he said to us when we were in the Gulf War, he said, look, I'm not going to force anybody to be in Baghdad, which of course was the enemy capital. For
You're a multi-millionaire, buddy. His lifestyle was probably similar to yours. Yeah, no, definitely. Yeah, no, I live exactly like a bill. Yeah. Yeah, and no, famously, $1 billion is very close to my level of wealth and fortune. That's not exactly, but compared to a normal person, no, that's, what are you talking? A billionaire is so rich that a multimillionaire is closer to a homeless person than they are to a billionaire. That's not how the math works. You're just wrong. Open the schools. Objectively. What the fuck are you talking about? Crazy how you're acting like $1 billion is 1,000 millions. Yeah. What is $1 billion, dude? Like 1,000 of these millions? Like what? And that's just one of those billions. He had more than one of those billions. He made $8 billion off of just the first initial sale of CNN. 8,000 of them. What are you talking about? Yeah, 11 days versus 32 years, okay?
United States. We had been reporting in Saudi Arabia and around, and we also had distinguished ourselves as CNN, the reporters there in Baghdad. But when it came to the war, you had the president, you had the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, you had all these people call Tom Johnson, our president, and say, you better get your people out of Baghdad because it's going to be real.
Obviously, I agree with you, but their point is probably when it comes to lifestyle, beyond a certain point, being a multi-billionaire isn't even that much more luxurious. It's just a bragging rights thing. No, it literally, there is levels to this shit. We just don't even know how to fathom the levels to this shit. So no, it's objective. The only reason why we think that way is because people that are at that level, with the exception of like Elon Musk, know better and shut the fuck up about it. Okay? It's not even remotely close. Okay? There is absolutely varying layers of wealth. Like these people purchase mega yachts and shit, and it doesn't even put a dent in their overall finances. Like they purchase mega yachts worth more than whatever I will make for my entire lifetime, and they don't even think about that purchase. That purchase doesn't even, they purchase that with the like, for them, the amount of wealth they have is so unfathomable that a mega yacht that they purchase is like me purchasing a fucking slice of pizza with my current level of finances. And that mega yacht is worth more than I will ever be worth for the rest of my fucking life. Okay? They're purchasing a mega yacht like they're door dashing. That is the level of finances that they're operating on. It's just not even close. There's two reasons why we can't comprehend it, where it's like it's just so unfathomably wealthy. Like the number difference is so vast, so large that we just can't comprehend it at all in our minds. That's how big it is. But then also on top of that, it's just oftentimes these purchases are not done in broad daylight. So you have to Google it. You have to look at it. You have to search to see what they're up to.
They had a Navy with 159 ships, and now every ship is blown to pieces and lying at the bottom of the water. They had an Air Force, lots of planes, and they don't have any planes. They don't have any anti-aircraft. They don't have any radar left. Their missiles are mostly decimated. They have some. They have probably 19%, but not a lot by comparison to what they had. And their leaders are all dead. So I think we won. Now it's only a question of, look.
Bro, Hasanabi doesn't even have boat money for LA. What do you mean boat money? Bro, I live in a fucking normal mid-size home that people have called a multi-million-dollar mega mansion because it's like where it is. And I bought it with a fucking 30-year mortgage. Like, people make it seem like I just, you know.
To go a big step further. But
anyway, I'm not even going to get into my fucking finances. It's just such a dumb conversation to have.
Very good talks over the last 24 hours. It's very possible that we'll make a deal. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good to see you. What are the status of these talks? Said they're very good. Just give some insight as to where we are with them at this point.
And we've had some good talks before, as you know.
Right.
And all of a sudden, the next day, they're like, they forgot what happened. You know, they're proud. Like
Ted Turner had a more similar lifestyle to you. Sure, he had more land, but ate at local diners he owned and didn't have a mega yacht, but a small sailboat. Dude, you're fucking nuts.
You get hit by somebody else that looks
Stop
like
justifying
them.
yourself over your wealth over and over again. Oh my God, I hate this conversation so
Great
much.
pride. These people have great pride. The others do too. Enemies have great pride. We went into Venezuela. Smart people, great people, a really strong military. We won it very quickly, and we have a fantastic. It's been a great thing for Venezuela. The people are really happy. They're dancing in the streets because they have a lot of money coming in through the big oil companies that are all moving in. I was with ExxonMobil last night. The chairman was here, and we were talking about Venezuela, along with a lot of them. Chevron. They were all here last night. They all want to go there and elsewhere. We just hit a new high in the stock market. The stock market's the highest it's ever been. And I expected that the market would be down 20-25%. I was willing to do that to get rid of a crazy country. Crazy. The people, look, you know, you talk about regime change. Their first level leaders are dead. Their second level leaders are dead. Some of their third level leaders are dead. I call that regime change. But I thought we'd be down maybe 20%, and we're up. The stock market's higher now than when we started this war. And I thought oil prices would go to $200, $250. It's at $100 now. And I think you're surprised, and I'm surprised. But even if it went to 200,
cool, it was $77 to fill my tank. Yeah, but don't you feel patriotic? Don't you feel patriotic and good that Israel gets to do the Greater Israel Project unimpeded? Shouldn't you feel good about that?
An excursion down.
Are you anti-Semitic?
Because we can't let them have a nuclear.
I'm alerting the authorities to your location.
This is very simple. Iran cannot have a nuclear.
Yeah, no, keep complaining, chatter.
As tough as they are, we want to keep them alive.
See if we'll allow that kind of anti-Semitism to manifest in this country.
And they've agreed to that, among other things. Yep.
Mr. President, you've had some recent back and forth with Pope Leo. I understand Secretary of State Marco Rubio is going to meet with the Pope tomorrow. What message do you hope he delivers to the Holy Father?
Well, I can tell you this, that as far as the Pope is concerned, it's very simple. Whether I make him happy or I don't make him happy, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. And he seemed to be saying that they can. And I say they cannot. Because if that happened, the entire world would be hostage, and we're not going to let that happen. That's my only message.
Complaining about gas prices is anti-Semitic, unpatriotic, un-American.
We'll see you guys on June 14th.
Don't ever do it. Don't ever think about it. Don't ever think about doing it.
A lot more.
I would never.
Of all the events on the South Lawn, why this event?
I think it's going to be the biggest event we've ever had at the White House. I mean, the White House doesn't really do athletic events for the most part. And these are all the greatest champions in the world. They're the greatest fighters in the world. You can tell by looking at them. These are the greatest fighters in the world. How do you think if you went into heavy training? Do you think you'd be?
I think those days are behind me.
It'd be a little tough, right? Have a good time, everybody. Thank you.
I did the math. Somebody with $20 million is closer to someone with $0 than to one single billion. Also closer to someone with $100 in their pocket than to someone with $100 billion. I'm totally against paying higher taxes, but higher gas prices are great. Yeah, no, same. I mean, it makes me want to grind harder, so that's good. I think it's good. It's good. It's time. It's time that we pay more. I think that I think the working class in the United States of America has had it too good for too long, okay? Too cheap. Americans need to experience a little taste of Euro-style gas prices in a country with none of the Euro-style amenities, in a country where there is no alternative modes of transport like, they have in Europe. That's what's really cool about the situation. I mean, there is something inherent, there is something ironic about the fact that Trump's biggest supporters are obviously more likely to purchase, Ford F-350 pickup trucks and drive 45 minutes every fucking day both ways to the job site where they never actually touch any of the material because they are usually the managers at the construction site. So those guys are the ones who end up eating the biggest cost increases here. So, that is an interesting irony in this process here. Some of his biggest supporters are the ones who are paying the most money now. But obviously, we'll get into it. We got a lot going on. We got a lot to talk about. We're done with the Ted Turner glaze that everybody was left confused by on the broadcast. They don't make them like this anymore. They don't make them like they used to. I wish that we still had like some eclectic, wealthy people that did not shy away from saying things that, I may or may not have said as well. So, counterpoint, I know tons of Latinos with big trucks. Okay. So, chatters don't understand money. A senior engineer at a major tech firm in San Jose probably has a multi-million-dollar net worth, and the living standards are going to look a lot like an upper middle-class union tradesman. Absolutely everything is degraded, including the quality of our rich and famous. Yeah. It's a very interesting predicament. Very interesting circumstance, in my opinion. It's just... On the tax issue, I argue your option is supported just to get you to pay more money. Yes. Will I be covering the FBI raid in Virginia? Yes. Lawfare, of course. Analyst Steven Zemler, who I really appreciate and retweet from time to time, has calculated the U.S.-Israeli war on Iran has cost $72 billion in just 60 days, 288% more than what the Trump, Vance, Rubio, Hegseth administration claimed it was. Okay? And even that, I predict, is a conservative estimate. Okay? What is this? Franklin, the Nashville suburb, is now in the same district as rural Lake County, 200 miles away, and downtown Memphis, just as the founders intended. Here's the proposed map for the Tennessee redistricting as just sent out from the Republican Senate press office. Hashtag Tennessee LEG. Are you complaining about how much does it cost? That's anti-Semitic. Sorry. I meant this is good. It should be more expensive. I think. I feel a sense of duty, a sense of responsibility, a sense of great honor. I close my eyes and think about how cool it is that we're finally punishing the only country, the only sovereign country in the region that has created some standard of defense against the greater Israeli project. I don't want anyone to misunderstand me. I think we should give trillions to Israel. Okay, we should give Israel more money. Okay, we should give Israel more money. Em Israel Chai. I love Israel. I think it deserves more money. And I would never ever in a million years come across as so anti-Semitic as to say maybe we shouldn't have wasted $72 billion on this bullshit rather than chart a path of diplomacy and peace with this sovereign country, the country of Iran, and then maybe use the $72 billion on American citizens that are suffering right now, build rural hospitals, fund the education initiatives in the country. I would never say such an anti-Semitic thing. I would never, ever in a million years say something like that. that would be devastating. Obviously, I would never want that. Really, I don't think we deserve it. I think Americans don't deserve these things. I think Israel deserves it. We should keep waging Israel's wars for them, and send American sons and daughters over there to make sure that no one can push back against Israel's greater Israeli project. So yeah. I'm glad that we got that out of the way. Let's go. White House gives mixed messages on Iran war as Trump says, Strait of Hormuz operation is paused.
On the war with Iran. President Trump has paused a U.S. operation in the Strait of Hormuz just 2 days after it began, despite claims it was working. He says it is to let, quote, peace process play out.
Gas in Tel Aviv is cheaper than in America. Israel has free healthcare and education. Yes, they deserve it. You don't. Hello? Yes. They also don't have any issues with abortion rights either. They deserve it all. You don't. Understand your position. Okay? Israel deserves free healthcare. Israel deserves free college. You don't. That's it. That's what at least I've gathered from my fucking politicians who keep talking about it like that. So I don't know. I don't know what else to say about it. Otherwise, you'll get a million hit pieces written about how fucking anti-Semitic you are. Okay? Congress has decided for us. Israel gets to have all of its defensive and offensive initiatives covered by the American taxpayer footing the fucking bill. You don't get to have health care, though. Okay? You don't get to have health care. They do. Anyway.
Meantime, Secretary of State Marco Rubio says the war is already over. Holly Williams is following all of this from Tel Aviv. Holly, good morning.
Good morning, Nate. If you are confused by what the U.S. is doing here in the Middle East, well, then so sometimes are we. Yesterday, the Secretary of Defense celebrated the success of Project Freedom, with a total of 2 American-flagged commercial vessels passing safely through the Strait of Hormuz, protected by the U.S. military. But then just hours later, the president said the operation was paused to try to reach a complete and final agreement with Iran. Meanwhile, more than 1,500 ships remain stranded by a waterway that used to carry around 20% of the world's oil, and Iran insists that it is still in control of the strait. The U.S. says the Iranian military tried to disrupt Project Freedom, including with cruise missiles, but the president and other officials maintained yesterday that the ceasefire with Iran was still in place. And to add to the mixed messages, while President Trump has said that fighting with Iran could resume, yesterday the Secretary of State seemed to contradict him, saying that Operation Epic Fury, the offensive stage of the war, is now over. Nate.
Holly Williams in Israel, thank you.
New reporting this morning about a potential peace deal with Iran. Axios is reporting that the White House believes it is getting close to an agreement on a one-page memorandum of understanding to end the war and set a framework for more detailed nuclear negotiations. That's according to 2 U.S. officials and 2 other sources briefed on the issue. It comes after President Trump announced a pause on Project Freedom, his plan to guide stranded vessels through the Strait of Hormuz. The energy markets reacting positively to the prospect of a deal, with oil prices falling more than 10% at one point this morning. Let's bring in MS Now contributor Inzamam Rashid in Dubai, former Undersecretary of the Army, Admiral James McPherson, and Joel Rubin, former Deputy Assistant Secretary of State and the author of the new book, Saving Democratic Foreign Policy. Inzamam.
Do you think we would have at least more accessible or affordable healthcare if we didn't fund Israel's? I mean, we're not directly funding Israel's healthcare. We're just funding Israel's defense and Israel's offense, and therefore they have a lot more room to spend money on their own healthcare. That's number one. Number two, if we didn't actually spend it, if we didn't actually spend this money on Israel, right, we would spend it elsewhere. We'd spend it on some other defense initiative. It's capitalism. The reason why you don't have healthcare is not because the money is going to Israel. I'm just using that to expand on the contradictions. I'm using that as an example, right? It's not directly your healthcare funds that are being used on Israel, okay? The point is we're subsidizing the Israeli defense, subsidizing the Israeli offense, and then on top of that, we're using our military like a mercenary force at Israel's behest. However, If it wasn't for Israel, it'd be another reason for the American military-industrial complex. The point is, Israel is not the only country that gets the benefit from this. The point is that we have this perverse interest in funding initiatives that keep funneling resources, our productive output, back to the super wealthy capital-owning class in this country. Okay? We put profits over the interests of people in this country. That's it. That's the reason why you can't have socialized medicine, because there's a guy out there, a faceless, lifeless, parasitic force known as a capital owner who is making money off of paywalling your healthcare. Okay? And this is tremendously beneficial to the GDP. So it's not going to change anytime soon.
Break down what we know about this reported memo.
Well, Anna, let's be clear. This is an initial kind of proposal that's come from the US, worked up with mediators Pakistan, and is being handed over to Iran. Now, I've not seen specifically what's inside this memo, but there is some reporting from Axios. But firstly, the Pakistanis have been telling me today, sources within Pakistan who are linked with the mediation, that the prospect of a proposal to end the war is very likely in the coming days. So a sign of positivity. Now, what's inside this specific deal? Well, Axios are saying that there will be a declaration to end the war in the region. This will then start a 30-day period of negotiations on a detailed agreement to open the Strait of Hormuz. This also includes a limitation to Iran's nuclear program, potentially stopping enriching uranium to create a nuclear bomb for around 12 to 15 years. This will also lift US sanctions on Iran. It will have restrictions on shipping through the Strait of Hormuz, and the US naval blockade would be gradually lifted during that 30-day period. And the US have said that if negotiations collapse, then US forces would be able to restore the blockade or resume military action. And President Trump has come out today and essentially spoken about this in a Truth Social post. He says that assuming Iran agrees to give what has been agreed to, which is perhaps a big assumption, the already legendary epic fury will be at an end. He said that if they don't agree, the bombing starts, and it will be sadly at a much higher level and intensity as it was before. Look, I think this appears to be a positive step for now, but it does have to be received with a lot of caution, Anna, because we've been here before with proposals and with frameworks, and then we've gone one step forward and two steps back. I think what is a positive sign is that Pakistan is working incredibly hard behind the scenes with Iran and with the US to get the two sides to the negotiation.
Brett Baer had a phone call with Trump, and the deal timeline is a memorandum of understanding, and a deal timeline is looking to be about a week, which is interesting because that puts it on a trajectory to finalize by the time he gets to China. May 14th is when the Beijing summit starts, okay? 8 days from now. Now, this is only if you believe Donald Trump. You can't believe Donald Trump because never a deadline for Iran. The deal will happen. You can't really trust Donald Trump because he's not a reliable narrator of events. He is the worst possible person to listen to understand exactly where things are going. That's why you have to look at the other events that are in motion. The best possible way to analyze what is taking shape in the Strait of Hormuz is by directly looking at the Strait of Hormuz. Are there ships transiting through the strait? Are there not ships transiting through the strait? The best way to look at whether or not America is achieving its military objectives in Iran is not by listening to Pete Hegseth or listening to Donald Trump or listening to a million different Israeli analysts, but instead to look at during the tit-for-tat bombing campaign, whether or not Iran's forces were actually attrited. If that was the case, obviously, they would not have been able to successfully, continuously strike Israeli soil and strike the Gulf nation states. So you have to look at exactly what's going on in the what's going on in the ground, like what's going on in the Strait, what's going on in the Gulf states. Are there ships transiting? Are there countries being bombed? Are they not being bombed? That's the only way to genuinely make sense of it all. And as far as the diplomacy goes, the only way to interpret what is actually happening beyond the futures pumping and dumping that Donald Trump is engaging in every time he opens his fucking mouth about the oil prices or what's going on in the fucking Strait, is to look at the other external larger interests at play here. One of the biggest deadlines for Donald Trump obviously is the Beijing summit, as I kept repeatedly mentioning over and over again. Okay, he can't go to Beijing with no deal. He can't go to Beijing. He cannot go to Beijing on May 14th for the 2-day summit from May 14th to May 16th without having to deal with the Strait of Hormuz. Okay, it's an unbelievably weak position. He's going to go in an unbelievably weak position already, but right now this is to stop the hemorrhaging. Okay, not only is this important to stop the bleeding for the rest of the global energy markets, but also it's to stop the bleeding to have at least like a less weak position overall at the Beijing summit.
And I thought oil prices would go to $200, $250. It's at $100 now. And I think you're surprised, and I'm surprised. But even if it went to 200, it would have been worth it. I understood that. We had just set a record, and we're up.
Well, he will have to, unless he wants to take a huge L to actually make a deal with Iran. No, he's already taking an L, okay? Donald Trump and the American forces have already taken an L. America has taken a spectacular L here, whether or not Donald Trump cuts a deal today, tomorrow, or 2 weeks ago, okay? As a matter of fact, we've already lost, okay? We have already lost. The point now is to pull out as fast as possible so that you stop the bleeding. But the issue is there's impediments. There's hurdles in front of making the smart, adult, responsible decision here. One of the major hurdles here is Donald Trump's own outlook, right? He doesn't want to look weak. He is a very petty person. He doesn't want to look like he lost. This is a huge deal for him. The other unfortunate reality is Israel. Israel doesn't want any sort of ceasefire to take shape here, and therefore will do everything in its power to stop it from happening. One of the buttons that Israel can push to make sure that this ceasefire is not real or valid is, of course, the continuous bombing of Lebanon, right? The United States wants to end this war and open up the Strait of Hormuz and pack this entire process up before they actually get to China. They also obviously don't appreciate the fact that as a hegemon, they have a different standard here, right? They have a different set of goals here. As the hegemonic superpower, with great power comes great responsibility. One of those responsibilities is to ensure that this kind of trade restriction never happens, right? All of the routes of trade, all the normal routes of trade have to be open at all times. America is supposed to be the guarantor of free commerce. This is something that I brought up yesterday because, like, a lot of people who want to defend Donald Trump will make it seem like the real standard here is how long can the American economy withstand pressure versus how long the Iranian economy can withstand the pressure. That's not the real dynamic here at play, okay? Not at all. The real dynamic here is not how long the American economy can withstand the pressure. American economy could to eat a lot more damage, tank a lot more damage. It's a far grander, far larger economy. It's an oil exporter, right? As opposed to Iran. Iran is a much smaller country, a regional power. I said this yesterday. I said the battle of attrition is not between the U.S. economy and the Iranian economy. The U.S. as the hegemon has a different obligation to fix the energy markets, especially after their initial Amer-Israeli bombing campaign caused the blockade. Your crash out will be legendary after Israel attacks Turkey next. Cool. Anyway. Why can't you see that this is all part of our beautiful president's genius plan? The art of the deal, geopolitics edition, baby. Yeah.
Table. I don't think they'd be doing that if they didn't feel that there was some prospects of a peace deal in the coming days and weeks ahead. You mentioned this has all come after President Trump's pretty remarkable U-turn of ending Project Freedom, which was there to escort vessels through the Strait of Hormuz. U.S. Navy vessels would be escorting ships. That wasn't really all that successful. And today, as a result of the president lifting Project Freedom, the IRGC, the Navy command of the IRGC, have kind of given a bit of a gift back to the US. They've essentially said that we could see steps to reopening the Strait of Hormuz fully, which again, I think signals a positive sign that we could be going down the route of diplomacy. Anna.
Inzamam Rashid, keep up the great work there in Dubai. Thank you. Admiral, I just want to underscore MS Now has not confirmed the reporting of this one-page memo, but we do know a Pakistani government official linked with mediating talks as a proposed...
Project Freedom didn't last too long. It was... that's how efficient it was. Okay? It was so efficient. Project Freedom was so efficient, they packed it up in approximately, 3.5 hours. They transited one ship. Iran immediately started implementing the blockade. Iran immediately started bombing the United Arab Emirates. And America was like, never mind, actually. We just don't even want to do it. We don't even like it. We don't even like transiting ships through the Strait of Hormuz, actually. It's not, it's fine. It's okay. We just give the world a taste of that freedom, and then we pull back.
Is very likely in the coming days. How are you looking at this news? Does this sound like a real breakthrough to you?
Well, we've heard pronouncements before that we hoped were real breakthroughs, and they eventually broke down in the face of reality. And I think we've, a tip of the hat to Lewis Carroll, I think we've slipped down the rabbit hole and we've now joined Alice in Wonderland. 2 days ago, the Secretary of State announced that Operation Epic Fury was concluded. It's over, therefore taking the War Powers Act off the table. And
new poll, most Republicans think Trump could beat them up. What? What is going... Dude, stop. Hey, I just gave my mom your stream because she needed a political commentator who wasn't insane. Can you be normal for like the next 25 minutes? No, I can never be normal. We're in abnormal times, okay?
Now we're involved in Project Freedom, which was soon paused by the president. Notice the change in wording. We went from an Operation Epic Fury to a Project Freedom. Clearly, operations are military in nature. A project can be anything in nature. And I think it's important to note that wording. It was an effort by the administration to address the criticism they were receiving with regard to not following the War Powers Act.
Joel, what has been reportedly proposed here is a one-page memo of understanding compared to the JCPOA Iran deal under President Obama, which was 159 pages long. What does that tell you about the potential agreement if it's just one page?
Yeah, Anna, clearly we're in the schizophrenic phase right now of our Iran policy where every day brings a new twist and turn. And if we're to believe that now we have some type of framework, some type of limited agreement that the sides are focusing on, that in many ways does mirror the process for the JCPOA. Before the JCPOA, there was a JPOA. There was a smaller short-term agreement that set up the framework, created the terms of negotiations, so be it, for the parties to engage on, and ultimately leading to the comprehensive deal. It took months. And this goes to what the Admiral is saying as well, which is, frankly, if you're going to engage in these negotiations and cease hostilities, you're going to have to find some way to ensure that the pressure is maintained to have successful negotiations. That's what we did. That's what was done by President Obama. Sanctions were not lifted until a full agreement was reached. And so the big question is not just about what is in that one pager, but also what is the way to enforce that a negotiation process will take root and that it will lead to a sustained solution, and that we won't be stuck in the schizophrenia where every day seems to bring a new twist, a new turn, and new uncertainty about the end state of this war.
I want to play what Secretary of State Marco Rubio said yesterday about the U.S. goal.
As President Trump has said, and the facts clearly bear out, the United States of America holds all the cards. There is no scenario here in which if they decide to join a ladder of escalation, they wind
No more suits? Why? I like it.
up getting the last say. But our preference is for these straits to be opened to the way they're supposed to be opened, back to the way it was. Anyone can use it, no mines in the water, nobody paying tolls. That's what we have to get back to, and that's the goal here.
Well, try.
Trump was asked the question about Iran refusing to submit. Let's see what he had to say.
Wait, this will work. You're facing an opponent right now in Iran that has refused to submit. You seem optimistic now that you may be closer to a deal. What's different about this moment now than in other moments where a deal has seemed close?
Well, why do you say they refuse to submit? You don't know that. You don't know what's going on.
You don't know that. They're submitting super hard. You don't know that.
On U.S. ships a few days ago.
Yeah, no, a few days ago is a long time ago. You know, in the world of war, a few days ago. No, they want to make a deal badly, and we'll see if we get there.
Yeah. They were just firing U.S. ships. Yeah, and a few days ago was a long time ago, you know, in the world of war, a few days ago. The world of war. Awesome. We do deserve Donald Trump as a president. Like as Americans, I do think sometimes that we kind of designed the world in a way where, you know, Trump is the perfect curse to exist under. I mean, seriously. He is so fucking stupid, man. He is not even remotely intelligent, curious. We really are a country that's just like, oh, that's worse than your 9/11 deserved comment. I mean, I live here. Okay. I fight back against this every day, but there is no other president than Trump in this current system that we exist under. There is just he is the logical conclusion. He is the logical conclusion of a country that has deliberately undermined funding education, a country that has refused to take a cold hard look at our endless and senseless militarism overseas. Like, what's the expectation here? That we're going to have a fucking brilliant orator who is actually peaceful and not an unbelievable, unvarnished racist? Not going to happen.
Admiral, what do you make of Rubio saying the goal now is getting the strait back to the way it was?
Back to the way it was before we engaged in these hostilities through Operation Epic Fury. I wish I could be more optimistic, but I'm skeptical. And the reason is we've always heard the term the fog of war. Well, the fog of war is no more dense than that in the Persian Gulf. We've learned that over 40 years of naval engagement in the Persian Gulf. Things happen. And as every sailor knows, that happens quite quickly in naval warfare. So again, I'd like to be optimistic. I'm a little bit skeptical, particularly the first one, end of war in the region. What does Israel have to say about that? I think we're at a wait and see right now, and I hope we see favorably.
Joel, the U.S. blockade, as far as we know, continues. But even with the implementation of Project Freedom, Iran had still managed to keep most ships from transiting. I think officially we only knew of 2 ships that went through in that maybe 24 plus hours that the Project Freedom was enacted. Which country has leverage right now in negotiations, Iran or the U.S.?
Short answer is both. They're staring at each other. Ultimately.
Cope, that's the closest you're going to get to an acknowledgement that Iran has the maximum leverage here. An American analyst, even on MS Now, MSNBC, MSDNC, is never going to be like, Iran is cooking us right now. They're not going to say that because they're American at the end of the day. It's a pro-State Department network. This is a defeat. It's an unambiguous defeat for the American forces, and this is the closest to an acknowledgement that you will get from an American network.
The structure of a deal is going to be one where both sides pull back from their hard positions, and we're looking at essentially a deal of opening the Strait of Hormuz for some type of constraint on Iran's nuclear program, its nuclear enrichment, maybe even extracting the highly enriched uranium that's sitting underground inside of Iran. But, both of these sides, us and Iran, are hurting each other right now. Iran is suffering deeply because of our blockade, hundreds of millions of dollars in lost revenue daily. We are suffering here at home with prices at the pump. We have our military is stuck, in a sense, in limbo right now in the region, watching on a hair trigger, but not yet re-engaging militarily. But that's 50,000 troops. And so this is the moment where the mood music, as we're hearing, is starting to change because both sides are seeing that there's only so far they can take it. Look, to add, we're not going to go on the ground into Iran. We're not going to invade. We're not going to put troops there and seek regime change. That's clearly off the table. So now within the world of practical choices, what is it that we can seek and what is it that the Iranians can seek? And I think that's why we're hearing about these terms focusing on Hormuz in a trade for enrichment.
Around 2,000 vessels, 23,000 civilians stranded in the Gulf since February. Unwitting hostages caught in the crosshairs of America's war with Iran.
They're sitting ducks. They're isolated. They're starving. They're vulnerable.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio said these men and women had been left for dead.
And so President Trump, as he always does, stepped up and answered the calls for their help.
They told us that answer was Project Freedom.
As a direct gift from the United States to the world, we have established a powerful red, white, and blue dome over the strait.
A dome that had come down by the end of the same day. Last night, Donald Trump on Truth Social suddenly said that progress towards a complete and final agreement with representatives of Iran meant Project Freedom will be paused. Today, he said a deal would allow the strait to be open to all, including Iran, but no deal would mean the bombing starts, and it will be, sadly, at a much higher level and intensity than it was before. So what deal could end US military activity? According to Axios, the Americans hope a one-page memorandum of understanding could start a 30-day negotiation period. 14 points are said to include a moratorium on nuclear enrichment, the release of billions in frozen Iranian funds, and the gradual reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. But Iran said it had yet to respond. The flurry of activity comes ahead of Trump's visit to China next week with the Iranian foreign minister.
I don't understand. Why does the world not call out the lies of the Trump administration and go all in with China? Everyone is terrified of China. They consider they consider a world governed by China as the major superpower to be a scary, uncertain, uncharted territory. They don't know what it looks like. China is run by a single party, communist party, and China does have a tremendous amount of control over the flows of capital. It completely directs its own flows of capital. So their system is very different in many respects to the Western world system that has been designed to benefit capital owners. Okay? So that is the most terrifying prospect for capital owners that have dominated the world for the longest time. So that uncertainty, regardless of the fact that China says they're not invested in any way, shape, or form in changing the countries that they deal with and forcing upon a communist rulership or central planning over the countries that they invest in, there are plenty of capital owners who are terrified of the Chinese menace. Capital is afraid. Capital is also very collaborative with China as well. I mean, without China, they would not have had record high profits as they took advantage of cheap labor in China for many decades. But at the end of the day, the very same forces of capital that dominate the United States of America absolutely dominate our European allies as well in the exact same very meaningful ways. And therefore, from their perspective, it's good if you just use the Chinese labor force for cheap or even now precise manufacturing needs. However, it's terrifying if we lived in a world where China had China took over the role of the United States of America. It's terrifying from the prospect of the global capitalist class. So that's it.
Abbas Araghchi in Beijing today, making clear that while Trump will no doubt claim American victory, they see themselves as the winners in this war.
Our Chinese friends also believe that Iran after the war is different than Iran before the war, that it has attained an elevated international standing, that it has proven its capabilities and strength.
Donald Trump wants to spin this another way as he seeks to explain to Americans why he started what he has called a mini-war, a little excursion. Or today,
I call it a skirmish because that's what it is. It's a skirmish.
Addressing military mums in the White House, the president sounded hopeful about a breakthrough with Iran.
It's going very smoothly, and we'll see what happens. They want to make a deal. They want to negotiate.
But he laced the words with a threat.
We'll see whether or not they are agreeing. And if they don't agree, they'll end up agreeing shortly thereafter. So that's the way it is.
The toing and froing is nerve-wracking for those stranded in the Gulf, like this sea captain who described watching missiles passing overhead.
Then after exactly 2 to 2.5 minutes later, we could hear the explosion. We could see the light.
Must have been terrifying.
It was terrifying, yes.
Donald Trump is saying if this agreement isn't made, that the bombing will start and it'll be worse than before. How does that make you feel?
Yeah, it is very disappointing to know this, but let's see what happens. He keeps saying so many things, but doesn't happen every time. We are helpless here. We can't do much, and we just try to keep ourselves safe. We seafarers have become the collateral victims here.
Whether it is a mini-war, a little excursion, or a skirmish, the impact of this military conflict has been huge. On the lives of those living and stranded in the Middle East, but also on the world economy as Iran discovered the power that can be extorted from this international waterway.
Well, oil markets reacted with a burst of enthusiasm to news of a possible peace deal, but that petered out as investors became less certain about whether it will work. Our economics reporter, Neil MacDonald, is here. So how are the markets reading this?
Well, as you're saying, I mean, this produced a dramatic reaction on the markets. But pretty quickly, for example, one London fund manager was describing this as a false dawn. I think energy markets assume that President Trump is looking for a way to get out of the war, and they're obviously going to jump on any sign that is happening. And this is producing huge volatility, which is sometimes very hard to read. So this morning, the price of a barrel of Brent crude started off above $108. It then plummets on rumours of this deal. It goes well below $100. That's the lowest it's been for about 2 weeks. But then snaps back up. So down $11, up $6, all in the space of 5 hours. Though at the end of the day, one trader saying he thought there were probably too many red lines for Iran were going to be crossed in this deal for it to be a permanent settlement.
So what does this mean for the UK economy?
Well, if oil prices do settle just above $100, that will be an improvement, but it does not mean that the pressure is over. And let me just show you petrol prices and diesel since the war began in the UK. You can see how they peak mid-April, at which point petrol is up by a fifth, and I think diesel is up by more than a third. Now, they've stopped going up, but you'll notice from that line it's very hard to see any sign of them coming back down. I think the question is that the RAC was saying this morning the outlook is probably ominous for these prices. They say that last week wholesale costs were going up for petrol and diesel. If that is passed on, they believe that further increases in forecourt prices look inevitable.
Thanks, Neil. Now, the Israeli military has carried out a strike in the southern suburb of Beirut in the Hezbollah-dominated area of Dahir. The Israeli government said its jets had targeted the command.
Yeah, this is a predictable outcome. Obviously, even when there is a mere thought of a ceasefire, Israel obviously behaves in the predictable manner that it is expected to behave, which is to try and sully the deal. To try and sully the deal to the best of their ability by punishing a country that is in striking distance, right? That's usually how it goes.
So it's day 68 of the Iran war.
Jesus Christ, it's been 68 days. Oh my God. Oh my God. Victory after victory after victory, man. Fantastic.
Ceasefire seems to be holding between America and Iran, but nothing could be further from the truth in southern Lebanon. The IDF have released another series of 12 towns and settlements that they've demanded to be cleared. What is interesting when you see where they are on the map is the original buffer zone here to try and protect northern Israel, but actually only 3 of the proposed targets are south of the Litani River, where we thought the buffer zone might be extended to. Most of them are well north, so it does expose the fact that Israel may well have greater ambitions deeper into southern Lebanon than we had thought. Meanwhile, President Trump at the start of this ceasefire imposed it on Israel. Feels more like President Trump is tolerating Israel's attacks at the moment, because the more pressure on Hezbollah, the more pressure on Iran to come to some sort of deal. So turning to the straight.
That's bullshit. That's insane. No, Israel is aligned, is a belligerent in this conflict, aligned with the United States of America, and is using this not as a mechanism to apply pressure to Iran. Israel is using this because Iran set the standard that, of course, Lebanon is supposed to be a part of this deal. The entire axis of resistance is supposed to be a part of this deal. Because otherwise, as Trita Parsi has explained over and over again, what takes place is America and Iran stop fighting one another, but Israel keeps hitting Iran's allies, but Iran can't hit America's allies. I mean, it doesn't make any sense. Okay? So, of course, from the Iranian perspective, it makes total sense for the full-blown ceasefire to take shape with Israel also a party, because Israel is a party to this conflict. Israel knows that, and that is precisely the reason why they're hitting Lebanon over and over again in an effort to sully this deal, this ceasefire. That's exactly what's going on. The idea that like Israel is trying to apply pressure to Iran to come to the table is bullshit. It's the exact opposite. Right on schedule with reported U.S.-Iran talks, Israel initiates bombing of Beirut to sabotage any possible end to the war. That's exactly what this is. Okay? It is pure sabotage.
Strait of Hormuz. Project Freedom was originally designed as a humanitarian effort to ease the burden of those 20,000 seafarers that have been stranded in the Persian Gulf. But it very quickly became apparent that the actual objective was America to challenge Iran's control of the Strait of Hormuz. In fact, Central Command were very clear that there were fresh assets available for this, including 15,000 soldiers, over 100 fighter aircraft, destroyers and aircraft carriers. Indeed, Pete Hegseth even said there will be a red, white and blue dome over the Strait of Hormuz 24/7, providing that security. But the reality on the ground was that Iran fairly immediately actually struck 2 merchant vessels, one of which ended up with some casualties and some damage to the ship itself. Almost immediately, President Trump put a pause on that operation, but he also claimed that he paused it because of the progress of talks. The challenge with that claim, of course, is that dozens of times President Trump has claimed that talks are progressing, when actually it feels like that's more to placate the markets than reflecting how the talks are actually going. So where are we with these talks? What is clear is that America and Iran are not talking directly to each other, but Pakistan is acting as a great intermediary. We understand that Iran has put a proposal to America. America's considered it and handed its counter proposal back to Iran, but we're not sure where we are yet. What is clear at the moment is that their nuclear situation will be at the front and center of any negotiation. President Trump has been very clear that Iran cannot be allowed to have a nuclear weapon. We understand the clause that's in the current round of negotiation is about a moratorium on uranium enrichment by the Iranians. The word moratorium sounds grand, but it actually means a delay or pause, a temporary, and therefore it's actually kicking the can down the road. We also understand that a sweetener for Iran agreeing to this term would be a lifting of sanctions and potentially also an unfreezing of up to $100 billion worth of assets. But I think the real challenge here is that we understand it's simply a one-pager document. The last time these negotiations happened, it took 20 months, big teams of people, lots of detail. So one pager will not cover that at all. It almost certainly will be a memorandum of understanding, some sort of framework for talks, which will not have any detail in it. It will allow both sides to declare victory.
$100 billion to go back to status quo? No, it's worse than that. Okay? It's worse than that. $100 billion lit on fire to go back to a worse deal from the American perspective than the JCPOA, a worse deal than the from the Israeli perspective than the JCPOA, a deal that is infinitely more beneficial to Iran, which, once again, I don't even have an issue with that. If we're being real, I think that diplomacy is a good thing. Long-standing peace is a good thing. The only possible way to do that with Iran is through the negotiations process, is sanctions relief. It's a good thing that we're doing that. I think it was cruel that we were applying such rigorous and rigid sanctions to Iran from the start. I mean, this was very clearly designed in a way to starve the Iranian population. It's not a secret. American leaders have openly admitted as such. So from my perspective, it's good. It's good that there's an ease in sanctions potentially down the line here. So, you know, they fought for it and they suffered a lot in the process. They lost a lot of lives in the process, but it's totally appropriate to do this. But my argument always is, shouldn't we have arrived at this conclusion without killing 160 plus, little girls at school? Without allowing Israel to pummel Lebanon? Shouldn't we have done that from the start? If all wars end with treaties at the end of the day, if the only way to achieve long-standing peace is by way of negotiations, by way of diplomacy, then why don't we just do that first? That's always my argument. That was my argument in Ukraine as well. And that has certainly been my argument with Israel and Gaza. Okay? And that is apparently Ted Turner's argument as well. Ted Turner, RIP, on the Iranian nuclear program from 2006. Often contrarian, Turner called it a joke that Bush demanded that Iran abandon any ambitions for nuclear weapons while at the same time hoping to ban all such bombs. They're a sovereign state, Turner said of Iran. We have 28,000. Why can't they have 10? We don't say anything about Israel. They've got 100 of them approximately, or India, or Pakistan, or Russia. And really, nobody should have them. Do you guys understand a little bit more why as to why I'm sympathetic to Ted Turner? His perspective was very interesting, and we often don't hear shit like that from unbelievably wealthy people any longer. What is this? Gentleman and scholar Sebastian Gorka was asked today if Trump's war in Iran might create new terror threats. Dr. Gorka responded, "You are testicularly challenged. If you don't support this war, that's a low-T approach." The point of using force is to take something you wouldn't have gotten through negotiation, though, isn't it? Yes. The problem is there is a geographic limitation. There's both the fact that Iran has been, for thousands of years, a fucking mountainous fortress that has not changed, right? And two, the reality, the geographic reality that the Strait of Hormuz is 21 miles wide, with only 2 miles wide of an area that you can actually transit these massive fucking oil tankers through. So for that reality was the same 47 years ago. That reality is still the same 47 years after. So recognizing that reality should have changed the calculation on how we deal with Iran. And yet American hubris did not allow that, reasonable method, the reasonable mentality to prevail here. And Israel finally found a president pliant enough, insane enough to go along with their ambitions. That's it.
And then look to discuss the details downstream. The big positive is that at least that would get the Strait of Hormuz open again. The challenge, of course, with talks is they involve compromise, and Iran clearly has leverage that will not be comfortable for President Trump. The trouble is his options are looking somewhat limited at the moment. One of them is to return to military action. There's no advantage in doing that on a big scale, but he might decide that if the negotiations fail, that he has to pummel Iran's nuclear capabilities even further. If they've been damaged, actually to destroy them in a sort of midnight hammer too. But that still won't open the Strait of Hormuz. Second option.
Yeah. Iran doesn't, I still think Iran needs nukes for full-blown sovereignty. But in the absence of a nuclear arms, or even like a payload delivery mechanism that they also have to build on top of the nuclear arms, they can control the Strait of Hormuz, which is the nuclear option for global energy markets. So clearly they have different methods of dominating America without building nukes and then having the threat of mutually assured destruction.
Is to continue negotiating. Feels like we're in a bit of a stalemate at the moment, with both sides waiting to see who blinks first. And the third option, of course, is for America to walk away, but that would leave lots of matters unresolved. None of those options are particularly palatable. There is one ray of light, though, that's just coming into view. China. There's a delegation from Iran, a senior delegation visiting China as we speak. Why is that important? Well, China takes about 50% of its oil supplies from Iran. Iran exports about 90% of its oil output to China. So there's a vested interest for China in getting the situation resolved and the straits open again. Meanwhile, President Trump is very keen to do deals with China and also wants access to rare earth metals. Therefore, bizarrely, it might well be that actually there's an opportunity for China to broker a peace and bring pressure to bear on Iran to open the Strait of Hormuz. So where does that leave us? Well, despite President Trump's very aggressive America First policy, it's always worth maintaining diplomatic relations with not only your friends, but also your enemies, because you never know when you might need help, even from potential adversaries.
Iran's foreign ministry says it's evaluating a 14-point peace proposal from the United States. Now, that plan reportedly would center on a one-page memo to end the war and then 30 days of negotiations on stickier issues, including Iran's nuclear program. So the president this morning confirming some of what's in this proposal. He told PBS News that Iran would export its highly enriched uranium to the U.S. That's something that has been a red line for Tehran in the past. Trump also said Iran would agree not to operate its underground facilities and would operate in goodwill for a long period of time, so no specific timeline included there. Now, some reports say the proposal would also include a reopening of the Strait of Hormuz and that the U.S. in exchange would lift sanctions and release billions of dollars in frozen Iranian funds. We do not, though, yet have any confirmation from the White House on those details. But Dom, a few things to note here about all of this. First, crucially, the Iranians have not yet agreed to any of it, and it's far from clear whether they would change their previous hardline rejections, especially on things like exporting highly enriched uranium, in order to make it happen. So that goes to one side of your original question about how much optimism to have. That said, it does seem, though, like the White House is warming to this idea of phased negotiations. That idea would reopen the strait and then leave the nuclear issues for later. The Trump administration had rejected that sort of approach in the past, as recently as just last week. But if they're up for it now, then, Dom, we could be that much closer to a deal.
So there was some coverage on Israel feeling blindsided again by this negotiations process. So in an effort to go against that media cycle, Benjamin Netanyahu, of course, immediately came out and was like, no, we talk every day. We talk and America gets their notes from us every damn day. Don't you worry about a thing. Here he is, the demon himself. Between us and the United States, there's full coordination between us and the United States. There are no surprises. We share common goals, holy echo chamber. What would you like to hear instead? Chatter, go ahead. Explain to us what you mean by that. What is the echo chamber? Would you like me to say that America is doing unbelievably well? Because when people come in here and say holy echo chamber, it kind of feels like what you are looking for is to hear the exact same thing that the president is saying currently. You are the one who's demanding an echo chamber. Chad is the echo chamber. No one here has an original thought. Yes, you're a real free thinker. Go ahead, give us some of your free thinking thoughts. Let's hear it. Would love to hear from this free thinker for once. Okay. Real original thoughts, please. Go ahead. One of the most unoriginal things that you could possibly do is come into the chat and not even address the political discourse that's taking place and instead immediately go, oh, this chat is a real echo chamber. Perhaps it's because you have no free will and no free thoughts of your own that you immediately choose to go, pah, I'm above this. Go ahead. Elaborate. Give us something, anything about what your opinions are about the events that are unfolding in the Strait of Hormuz. I would love to hear from you, and I'm sure that you could cut through the noise and maybe even convince a lot of these chatters, save them even. Believe in yourself. I believe in you. Give me something.
והיעד החשוב ביותר הוא הצעת החומר המועשר מאיראן, כל החומר המועשר, ופירוק יכולות העשרה באיראן. הנשיא טראמפ מאמין שהוא יכול להשיג את זה בדרך זו, בדרך אחרת. אנחנו אבל ערוכים לכל תרחיש.
Yeah, they also say that they're prepared for all scenarios because there was some reporting that claimed that Israel thought that the war efforts were going to escalate and the military campaign was going to restart and that they were frustrated that it didn't. He left, fake demon. It's always so funny when guys like this come in here and act as though they have some kind of independent thinking capabilities. And as soon as I put like the spotlight on them, they just scatter like a bunch of fucking scared cockroaches. Anyway, I've given to the army and our security services we're ready for any and all options. That's what they are. That's what they're claiming. All right, so that's what we got for the time being as far as the situation monitor. We'll be monitoring the situation once more with Evan Hill in a little bit, in an hour, where I will be talking to Evan Hill of Washington Post. He's the professional situation monitor. They just came out with their very comprehensive report on the extensive damage that the Iranian military has delivered to American assets in the region. Evan Hill is a journalist at Washington Post. We'll get to that later. Okay. You get paid, so you are a professional too. I am a professional situation monitor. You are right. I get paid because you, the people, pay me to deliver to you news for the people, by the people, for the people. Piker Broadcasting Service, the People's Broadcasting Service. For you, the people, by you, the people. Thank you. Just Ignore Meme. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 gifted subs. Michael Fusco Art. Thank you for the 10 community gifted subs. Support independent media. Closed Presence. Thank you for the 20 gifted subs. I don't see any way that Iran agrees to a deal right now. I don't even think they have a reason to go to the negotiation table right now, as the U.S. has showed that they can't be trusted even with the perfidy aside. Trump doesn't hold his end of the deal with allies. What reason would Iran have to believe that the U.S. would hold up their end of the bargain with an adversary? China, Russia, and a multilateral commitment, because this deal will only take shape if Iran feels like they have actually established necessary military deterrence. Okay? And as it stands currently, they might be feeling that way. Okay? There will be guarantors of this long-standing peace and long-standing ceasefire treaty. There will be, European partners involved in this. There will be Chinese and Russian partners involved in this. And that's the only way that I think they'll be comfortable that's the only way I feel like they'll be comfortable with the deal. Jeremy Scahill says there's intense diplomacy, exchange of amendments on a potential memorandum of understanding between Iran and the U.S. The entire process is a damning indictment of the fact that this is a war of choice by the U.S. A deal could have been reached in February or much earlier. Trump will try to manufacture a claim of victory for putting out parts of a raging fire he started. But the fact is, Iran inflicted a level of damage and displayed a resolve that stunned Trump's administration, and they have flailed to find a way out. Despite the assassination of its senior leadership, Iran engaged in organized, sustained retaliatory strikes, and its government remained intact and in power. The promised uprisings or regime collapse never materialized. Iran used asymmetric tactics to create a severe crisis in the Strait of Hormuz that the U.S. could not defeat, culminating with the failed Project Freedom farce. Aqua's right about you. I don't think you should ever admit that you agree with DJ Academics on anything. He could tell you that the tastiest donuts are Boston cream donuts, and I still wouldn't openly admit that I got that information from DJ Academics or agree with him on that. And let me tell you, that's an area that he has a lot of experience in. If you had the capacity to feel shame, you would recognize that many of my naysayers are not exactly people that you should be openly writing for. Anyway, nothing is guaranteed, and the U.S. twice bombed Iran while claiming to be negotiating. That could happen again, but time is not on Trump's side. The U.S. will have to make concessions that Trump swore he would not. This is not going to end with Iran's unconditional surrender. Okay? Iran has kept its condition that any ceasefire or non-aggression agreement must apply to Lebanon and other regional allies. But we do not have any formal sense of the position of the U.S. has laid out in the back and forth. Also, not clear if Israel would be party to this agreement. beyond the situation monitor, let's get back to what's going on in the United States of America. Multiple arrests as FBI executes warrants tied to Dem senator. This is the cool Democratic senator, state senator in Virginia that played a formative role in the redistricting efforts in the state. And of course, predictably, lawfare is taking shape here in the United States of America. Hold on.
People in that string of FBI raids across Virginia. This is all connected to an influential Democrat in the Commonwealth of Virginia, State Senator Louise Lucas. They are at her office executing warrants as a part of a major corruption probe. So I want to go back now to Alex Hogan, who's there. Alex.
Hi, Harris. So you can still see that the FBI are behind me. We've been seeing them throughout the morning, bringing boxes in and out. They also told staff members they needed to leave the building. We heard some of those employees coming out saying that they were told they had to leave and they were not allowed back inside. I do want to give you some context of where we are. The FBI not only arriving here at this location, but also at the dispensary, the cannabis dispensary just across the parking lot. And this is a look at what it looked like earlier today with the FBI agents arriving, SWAT teams getting out of their vehicles with weapons, telling people inside that cannabis dispensary to put their hands up and to come outside. At least 3 people were taken into custody. Federal law enforcement say that they're carrying out these court-authorized criminal search warrants at more than 10 locations across the state. Again, this is the State Senator Louise Lucas's office behind me, but we're also learning that she is connected to this dispensary here. Senator Lucas is president pro tem, meaning she's one of the highest and most powerful figures in the entire state legislature. And when she arrived here, I asked her about being here as the FBI raided these locations. Take a listen.
Is there anything that they could say about what they're doing? I don't know what's going on. I just came from a medical appointment, so I'm just gonna wait until they tell me.
So again, dozens of members of the FBI arriving here and being here throughout the last hour, taking boxes of documents we could imagine from the office behind me. They're also still at this cannabis dispensary. We have seen the senator circle around a couple times in her vehicle. Clearly, as we heard her say in that comment, that she doesn't know why they're here. A lot of questions for the people in the community who are coming out taking pictures, wondering again what their senator could potentially be involved with, as we're waiting to hear more information as well. Harris.
All right, Alex, thank you. Keep us posted as you have great reporting. Be sure.
Yeah, I mean, this is totally ridiculous. Okay, Obama appears to criticize Trump and Colbert. We're not going to get to that first. Totally ridiculous. 100% deliberate. This administration is weaponizing law enforcement. We already know that they're weaponizing law enforcement. And the reason why they're doing it is because this was a very outspoken advocate for redistricting. And Donald Trump hates, especially black women in general. Donald Trump hates black women, period. But a loud, outspoken black woman who also achieved results against the Republican Party in securing additional Democratic Party seats, oh boy, you know, probably the number one op of this administration, number one op of white supremacists, and certainly the number one op of Donald Trump. Okay? Ken Klippenstein. Ken Klippenstein shared a new 14-page counterterrorism doc. Leftist and radical transgenderists. Yeah, I know. Yeah. This looks like the arrest and eventually execute the opposition shit that they were talking about early on. This feels like why we need to get prepared Second Amendment-wise before it's too late. I mean, you know, do what you will. But yes, as it stands currently, the courts are the last bastion of defense against the complete erosion of liberal democracy in this country. And they have, you know, they've held strong. I will admit, they have held strong. And there is not really much we can do beyond I mean, I don't even know. There's not really much we can do beyond community organizing in general and to push back to the best of our ability. But that's where we're at, 100%. SCOTUS held strong? No, I'm talking about the lower courts in general. Because like whenever shit like this happens, there's usually the first line of defense is like a prosecutor that refuses to comply. And then after that, they will go and find a pliant prosecutor that will actually abide by Trump's ridiculous demands. SCOTUS ultimately is cucked, but Donald Trump's unpopularity paired up with the fact that there are still plenty of judges all around the country, even Trump appointee judges all around the country that still want to maintain some semblance of liberal democracy in the country, that are, in their final moments doing the right thing. This isn't to say that like I trust the courts, that things are looking up or anything like that. I'm just simply stating what has taken place thus far, right? And what's taken place thus far is the only thing that we have, the last line of defense here is the law. It shouldn't get to that point, but that is the case. Anyway, do you think once Trump fails in Iran, he will heavily escalate his domestic fascist efforts? I mean, I think he will probably move to Cuba to try to secure like a W for himself. I know that sounds insane to say out loud, but I think that is the way that this government operates. I can see that. There are instances where the administration is refusing to comply to court orders. But you know, I fuck with the tie. Contrary to what people have been saying, I'm glad you're leaning into your old age and wearing more suits. Thank you. How does this humiliating defeat in Iran leave them with any appetite for another invasion? What do you mean? We're not a rational country, chatter. We're not a rational country at all. We're not behaving in a rational way. We're just looking for like smaller and smaller W's. I would go so far as to say that like Iran is on the pathway to a much larger conflict against China. And the problem, of course, is that America's capabilities have diminished. Or rather, its opposition's capabilities have increased, especially because they can wage asymmetric warfare. And in the asymmetric warfare model, especially if they're sitting on top of a gold mine per se, that is the Strait of Hormuz, then they have the capabilities of dishing out a lot more damage while withstanding a lot of damage internally. Being called unk by a 28-year-old law, I mean, I'll take it, whatever, who cares? Like what took place in Iran was a miscalculation of that exact same sort. Cuba, on the other hand, will most likely be a lot easier than Iran. Unfortunately, it pains me to admit this, but Venezuela is the reason why Trump got the appetite for Iran. But the Iranian failure won't actually cause Trump to second guess military conquest. It will force him to be even more vindictive towards countries in a manner not dissimilar to Israel. Israel knows it can't do shit to Iran. So what does Israel do? They punish the Palestinians in Gaza. They punish the civilians in Lebanon, right? They bomb civilian populations in countries that don't have the same capabilities of self-defense. That's just how it is. What would be the global response to blowing up Cuba? Nothing. Nothing at all. What do you mean? What was the global response to Venezuela? It was nothing. So the global response to Cuba will be nothing as well. The only reason why there is a global response that is, somewhat tempered still in comparison to the unbelievable destabilization that America has brought the rest of the world. The global response to Iran has only taken shape because there are global consequences. There are no such global consequences in the Cuba endeavor. Cuba doesn't sit on Cuba doesn't sit on a strategic choke point like the Strait of Hormuz. Cuba doesn't have underground missile bunkers. Bro, Cuba is 30 minutes off the coast of Florida. They can hit back harder than you think. I don't think so. My mom saw one of your 2020 takes and flipped out, so I sent her your stream, and she just texted me, "You look so nice. Why do you say such critical things?" And I forgot that suits are like lingerie to conservative women. Smart style choice for this moment. Well, someone gets it. That's the point. Yes. It really is. Anyway, let's get to Bardock No Bummer. Barack Obama appears to criticize Trump in an interview with Stephen Colbert.
Some very pointed comments for President Trump from former President Barack Obama in an interview with Stephen Colbert. The 44th president criticizing the expanding powers of the executive branch, including President Trump's use of the Justice Department. Weisha Zhang is at the White House. Weisha, good morning. President Barack Obama had some thoughts.
Good morning, Gail. Good morning to everybody. The former president actually went on The Late Show ahead of the opening for the Obama Presidential Center in Chicago, slated for next month. But yes, he had plenty to say about the presidency and how the Oval Office has changed since he was in charge.
It's this struggle.
Shouldn't China threaten the U.S. if they touch Cuba? They would never in a million years. I'm sorry, chatters. China does not give a fuck about any other country but China. They will never. The only reason why they're even remotely invested in what's going on in the Strait of Hormuz is because it's a strategic choke point that they get their energy from as well. They want to stabilize the Gulf so they can get back to trade maxing. They care about stability above all else. They care about Chinese interests above all else. They have no investment whatsoever. They are unbelievably resistant to any kind of disruption against the United States of America. They will never do that. I think part of it is because they've seen and perhaps attribute a lot of the USSR's failures to its internationalist perspective, to its international solidarity against like growing socialist anti-colonial movements. China is non-interventionist through and fucking through. That's it.
The idea that we, the people, includes everybody.
During a taped interview on The Late Show with Stephen Colbert, Colbert asked former President Barack Obama about the expanding powers of the executive branch and what powers he believes whoever is the president should not. Obama did not mention President Trump by name, but he nodded to critics who say Trump has leaned on the role of Attorney General and the Justice Department to pursue investigations into his political adversaries, including former FBI Director James Comey and New York Attorney General Letitia James. Obama also spoke about...
He's just saying the most like basic shit. And they're getting thunderous applause. He's saying the most basic stuff and getting thunderous applause. It's just like, yeah, no shit, man. I mean, he's right. Yeah, he's right. I don't know. I expect a little bit more motion from perhaps one of the most popular figures in the Democratic Party. as it stands currently. You know, just a little bit more. The only one saying basic shit publicly, no, there's definitely more need than just this. In the next video, he talks about liberals versus leftists, which will be more interesting to you.
A recent Washington Post, ABC News Ipsos poll on Trump's approval rating found only 37% of Americans approve of his job performance. This interview dropped just 6 months before a contentious midterm election when the U.S. is wrapped up in a war with Iran and gas prices continue to climb. We have asked the White House for a response to Obama, but have not heard back this morning. Vlad.
All right, Weijia Jiang reporting from the White House for us this morning. For more on this, let's bring in our chief Washington analyst, Robert Costa. Bob, as Weijia just outlined, this criticism comes as President Trump faces some very, very tough political headwinds. You frequently speak to President Trump. What do you make of this, and how might President Trump respond?
Good morning. There's always a political dance for former presidents. They don't always want to weigh in on current affairs. But with the opening of the library, we see former President Obama doing just that, not using President Trump's name. But his comments reflect a growing confidence among many Democrats nationally that ahead of these midterm elections, the headwinds are around the White House right now, that the Democrats have a real shot of winning the majority. But we can expect, based on my conversations with White House officials and top advisors to President Trump, he is going to fight back. He believes he has executive authority blessed by the Supreme Court, and he has the political will to fight.
All right, Bob, I want to pivot here and talk about something else. Last night, there were some closely watched primaries across the country, as you know, and in Indiana. 5 Republican state senators in Indiana were backed by President Trump, defeated candidates who opposed a Republican redistricting plan. And then Ohio, you had Vivek Ramaswamy, who won Ohio's Republican primary for governor. So what's your overall takeaway from the results of last night?
It's a real sign that President Trump's push to have redistricting across the country to redraw political maps so they're more favorable to Republicans, especially in red states where he believes legislatures in the states can do just that. If you don't follow his lead and take his order, you could pay a political cost. So those Republicans in Indiana, some of them who opposed President Trump's push on redistricting, they were defeated in primary elections. And it's a real statement that despite the president's problems...
Bro, they spent millions of dollars in races that are like maximum 50 grand to 100 grand just to elect 5 out of 7 new seats because Donald Trump's feelings were hurt that the incumbents in the state legislature in Indiana refused to do redistricting because they were like, our constituents don't want this. Well, it turns out their constituents actually want one thing and one thing only, and that is having sex with Donald Trump. Okay? If you're shocked by that Indiana outcome, you've never been there. No, I'm not. I'm not shocked by the Indiana outcome at all. Okay? There were 7 priority seats that Donald Trump wanted to unseat. They literally found whoever they could, people that didn't even have any investment in running for these local district seats at all. They spent millions of dollars and they got 5 out of 7. They only won due to low turnout. I mean, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I'm just trying to explain to you that, like, 2 things that I'm trying to explain to you right now is, one, the Republicans in Indiana are just fucking purebred hogs, okay, through and fucking through. That's number one. It's just a lesson for the rest of the country. No matter how small a seat might be, if you oppose Donald Trump, you're going to get elected out of office. Okay? That's number one. Number 2, people might literally say, no, I want my representatives. I want my representatives to represent my interests. I don't give a shit about like redistricting. As a matter of fact, I only care about the cost of living. They should work on that. Okay? It turns out that's not the case. It turns out when the president says jump, the people in Indiana say, how high? Okay? They are obedient cattle. They are absolutely a product of this cult. They are 100%, at least the ones who go out and vote, are a part of a cult. Okay? Straight up. So even when you have Republican elected representatives in the state in the state legislature that are like, we are going to abide by the better wishes of our constituents. We're going to listen to our constituents. They say they don't give a shit about this redistricting. As a matter of fact, they're against the redistricting process. So we're not going to abide by the whims of the president. You get punished for it. It sucks. It sucks. But that is the reality. Now, let's get back to Barack Obama. Barack Obama had a conversation with Stephen. Oh, God. Okay, Nancy. Okay, Nancy Pelosi. Oh, I want a strong Republican Party. No, I want no Republican Party. Okay? I'm going to be very honest with you. I want an ineffective, feckless, weak, kind of like the Democratic Party is currently. I want the Republican Party to be like that. I want a Republican Party that is utterly dominated and humiliated in broad daylight, that people are embarrassed to say that they're voting for a Republican. Okay? That is the reality that I want. Okay? I don't understand why liberals still play this song and dance where they're like, no, I want a strong Republican Party and pussy too. It's crazy. It's crazy. How about no Republican Party? Okay. I want such a strong party platform for whatever the left flank party is. It doesn't have to be the Democratic Party. It could be whatever you want to call it. Okay. I don't care about, like, I have no party loyalty in general. I just care about policies. I care about advancing the interests of the working class. Okay. But let's say in a hypothetical, ridiculous scenario, it's the Democrats that, got their shit in order. I want that party platform to be so solid that for generations, people don't even think about voting for the Republican Party. And the Republican parties are actually, the Republican Party and its representatives are actively conceding to the demands being made by said party that they look like a shell of what they used to be. That is the future that I want. That is the future that I know we can have. Okay? Wrong. I think this is a very clear, different school of thought. Okay? If I am to take what he is saying at face value, wrong. Wrong again, Bob. 100% wrong. Okay? Absolutely not. The idea that we are going to find this beautiful moderate center when we have two different schools of thought, two different ideologies that are constantly competing with one another as even interlocutors in the marketplace of ideas. And that's exactly the golden mean. Bullshit. One, Republicans never operate with that mentality, and that's why they fucking win. Even though they have a toxic agenda, even though they have horrifyingly bad policies, they still win because they never come to the table with concessions in mind. That's number one. Okay? Number two, what you are describing is gridlock regardless. That's precisely what people hate about American politics in general. Like, even if this idea was correct, that there was actually like two strong parties and they were just like dishing it out and trying to find the perfect solution. Like, no, there's usually one solution that is actually perfect, the one that actually centers the working class. You don't want any opposition to that agenda. I don't want any opposition to that agenda. That opposition is the reason why we couldn't get the public option in the ACA. Okay? And that wasn't just a strong Republican Party that opposed it. They did all oppose it. There was also opposition within the ranks of the Democrats. Do-nothing Democrats. Or a sequence of rotating villains, specifically Joe Lieberman in his circumstance, that destroyed voting for the public option. Okay? There were corporate Dems who stood idly by and were excited at the prospect of destroying the public option. It's totally ridiculous. Like, I would, the best possible future where you have a true left party and the Republican Party is basically the liberal Democrats. Okay? That is a much more productive, much healthier future trajectory for America. Okay? Where you have a real socialist, communist, leftist, workers' party. And then the right flank opposition is the liberals, okay? The liberal Democratic Party that is the current Democratic Party that behaves in the exact feckless way that the current Democratic Party behaves constantly conciliatory to the demands being made by a much stronger party. Okay? That's what I think. We absolutely should not have a fascist, illiberal Republican Party. We should not. The Republican Party, the Overton window in a perfect society would shift so far away from the current far-right perspective that it is centered around that the Republican Party would resemble the Democratic Party. Okay? This is amongst the Democrats for this, by the way. You'll never get the positions like that with, what is this, David Sirota? Obama unveiling an oligarch-funded shrine to himself and amid everyone in America being fleeced by oligarchs, and almost too on-the-nose bookend of a presidency that bailed out its Wall Street donors who were throwing millions of Americans out of their homes. Yeah, I mean, it's not surprising to me that is what's happening, okay? Okay. You only get away with saying something like this because in the United States of America, there is no political education, right? There is a real rift between the left and liberals, okay? There is. And that rift exists on not just the methods, but the ultimate goals as well, okay? The left broadly, starting in the United States of America, adjusted to the current understanding of American politics, starts at social democracy. I know a lot of people are going to get mad at me. They're going to say that's not an anti-capitalist opinion. In the United States of America, it gets treated like it's fucking communism. I'm sorry. Okay? And it ranges from social democracy all the way to full-blown anti-capitalism, Maoists, Maoist third worldists, Marxist Leninists, anarchists, right? All of this stuff. And for the most part, these guys are seen as unbelievable radicals. One of the greatest examples of this is Zohran Mamdani, who was a democratic socialist, but his platform that he ran on to become mayor of New York was modest social democracy, right? Bernie Sanders is another great example of this. Like, none of these guys are actually advocating to seize the means of production. They're operating within the framework of bourgeois liberal democracy, liberal capitalist democracy, and in many respects, in many respects, they're trying to pull politics to a more sensible perspective. Okay, and that's what they're doing. That's what they're doing because adjusted to the mass politics of the United States of America currently, even that stuff is seen as radical by the media. And obviously our oligarchs that consider any kind of erosion of their profit margins to be the most untenable reality. Okay? But there is a significant difference there because I guess the most, like the easiest to understand significant difference is this. Are you willing to hurt profits or not? Okay? Are you willing to target profit centers or not? Even social democrats who want modest regulation on unchecked, unfettered capitalism, okay, will still say, yes, we should actually erode profits a little bit. I'll give you an example, okay? When it comes to housing, even social democrats recognize that the housing bubble has to pop, right? Many social democrats still recognize the housing bubble needs to pop. This means that the existing inventory of housing that is treated as a speculatory asset, even though it's not supposed to be, it's supposed to be homes for people to live in, will actually reduce in value, okay? Liberals, by and large, do not believe in this. The Democratic Party, as a national party, will never get on board with this agenda unless we force them to, okay? And it's not just housing either. This is just one example that I'm using. Liberals, for the most part, do not want to harm profit at all. Social Democrats and the broad left, Social Democrats being the furthest right of the leftist movement, still are comfortable or outright demand a reduction in profits. Okay? That's it. If you put profits over the interests of people, You are a liberal and you are closer to the right, in my opinion, than you are to the left. So that's a big difference. That's a big ideological difference. We can use vague generalities all day, every day to say everyone has the same interest. Everyone has the same interest. Okay, Republicans have the same interest too then. After all, the reality of the matter is everyone wants what's best for their countrymen, right? Like the Republicans aren't literally saying, oh, we want to like cordon off undocumented migrants and like drop them into concentration camps overseas because we want what's worse for America. Although the outcomes are worse for America overall, it's unbelievably violent, it's heinous, it's rude to say the least. But they're saying that because they think that's the best possible way to, make a better America, right? Make America great again. So technically, everyone wants what's best, but we just simply have a disagreement on the methods of arriving at what's best. Okay? You can say that you can extend that to all the way to the MAGA movement. Cloud, that doesn't make any sense. I mean, it does. It does. Like using technical language or academic rhetoric is poison for a mass politics, any kind of mass politics. So there is truth in that. Except the reason why Barack Obama is saying that is because he's just, trying to imply that we got to cut it out with the woke shit or whatever, right? Whatever he believes. He is defending his own version, his own ideology, which is, neoliberalism. That's his agenda. That was his agenda of governance. That's what he did when he was the president. So it's not, I don't disagree that jargon does play a big role in this, right? I try to the best of my ability to make sure that it's as easily understandable as possible, my message, right? When I talk, when I communicate. A lot of people unironically will look to that and say, I'm fucking stupid, or I'm a revisionist, or I don't know, I don't understand the dense Marxist literature because of the way that I communicate about these issues. I try to bake that worldview into normal, polite conversation. It's really fucking annoying that I get to hear this all the time. It's one of the funniest things I hear from the true vanguard of the communist revolution in this country, which is hammer and sickle accounts on Twitter who don't do anything but just fucking chirp online all the time. Is the idea that I am a fake radical that utilizes the popularity of Lenin. To me, that's the funniest fucking thing you could possibly say, because the average American either doesn't know who the fuck Lenin is, or assumes he is a terrorist, or possibly like Adolf Hitler, but socialist. Okay? The average American doesn't think Lenin is a popular guy. I mean, it's hubris. It's ridiculous. It shows how sheltered and how uneducated Americans are. Okay? But it is very funny that people think that in the United States of America in 2026, that Lenin is like an objectively popular figure that I'm actually stealing the shine from. Okay? People think Karl Marx is a dictator that killed 100 quintillion people. Okay? That's what Americans think. So if your mentality is so clouded that you think that the average American actually has a positive association with Vladimir Ilyich Ulyanov, the dragon that is Lenin, okay, the revolutionary, then you're lost in the fucking sauce. Go talk to some real people, please. Now let's get back to Barack Hussein Obama.
Oh, no one believes.
God damn it, Steven. Come on. This was supposed to be a productive conversation. Ugh. And then we move on to aliens? Really? You're talking to the former president, the most popular Democrat in the country, okay? You have an opportunity to hear a little bit more about the distinction between the left and liberalism from his perspective. It's not anything that we haven't heard before from Barack Obama, obviously, but...
And pussy too.
And that too, obviously. But like, even then, I would like to have him elaborate a little bit on this distinction. And not like fucking... aliens or whatever. I don't even care to listen to the rest of this conversation. I don't care about the alien shit.
Hedge fund CEO.
Yeah. Real question, is Zoran more popular than Obama at this point? Probably not, but close? No, not even remotely close. Are you crazy? No. Amongst Democrats? No. Barack Obama is the number one guy. Okay? Across the board, I would say Bernie Sanders is probably the most popular politician in the country still to this day. But no, Zoran Mamdani is too green, too young, too new for most Americans to have a positive or even negative association with him. He is a very popular figure, and he's certainly very popular in New York City. That popularity is obviously going to go away. He's not the most popular anymore. Last message. Wait, Barack Obama's not? He is the most popular Democrat, I would say. Barack Obama is the most popular Democrat, unless something has changed. I'm pretty sure he is. Bernie, even after his pro-Israel, anti-gun control bullshit, first of all, to the average American's perspective, Bernie Sanders is not pro-Israel, even if he technically is. Again, what do I always say? You have to understand what the average person thinks. If you were to tell the average person that Bernie Sanders is pro-Israel, he's a liberal Zionist, they'd be like, what is that even? What are you talking about? Okay. And secondly, his anti-gun control attitude is the reason why he's much more popular across the board. YouGov has Obama, the Arnold, and then Bernie. That makes sense. Yeah, Barack Obama, his popularity is at 54%. Arnold Schwarzenegger at 54% as well. Bernie Sanders at 49%. Oh my God, Kamala Harris at 45%. That's insane. Joe Biden, 45%. Elizabeth Warren, 41%. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, 41%. Zoran Mamdani, 40%. Hillary Clinton, 38%. Charlie Kirk, 36%. Tim Walz, 37%. This is from The New Yorker. Barack Obama's popularity is immense. A Gallup survey last year found that he was seen favorably by 96% of Democrats, leaving some to wonder why he isn't doing more to counter Trump's assault on democracy. Yeah, some is me. I'm the guy. I'm some of the people. Now, I'm not totally wondering why. I have my opinions on it. I won't elaborate. But more people should be asking that question of Barack Obama. Why aren't you doing something? Anything, please. Anyway, it's ridiculous. In a perfect world, Barack Obama would literally lean into the left populist movement and do everything in his power to prop up people like Zohran Mamdani. He'd be going to Philadelphia and hanging out with Chris Rabb, and promoting him in this, plus 43, the bluest district in the country. He would be leaning heavily into the insurgent campaigns that are taking shape all around the country, and he would be associating himself with this growing movement. Obviously, it's not going to happen, but that's what would happen in a perfect world, right? I do not want Obama anywhere near DSA members. Thank you very much. Brother, buddy. The goal of the DSA is to not only win power, but also to boost membership so that we can instill class consciousness among Americans and also engage them with political education. Buddy, Barack Obama is the most popular Democrat in the country. That's why I didn't have any criticisms for Zohran Mamdani aligning with Barack Obama. Okay? That's why I said it was a good thing. Okay, what is your job? Your username literally says join your local DSA, and you're over here fucking gatekeeping people joining DSA. I know people will say, Hasan, here you go again. You are pro-American empire. No, I'm just a realistic person who understands how the average American's viewpoint is on these sorts of issues. Okay. Obviously, it's never going to happen regardless, so you guys don't have to worry about it. Okay, you don't have to worry about it. I know there have been there's been so much discourse, so much back and forth on this. Like, if your goal is to win national politics today when we have developed no real power and can only work with liberals, then this argument makes sense. I shouldn't have to explain how ridiculous thinking from that framework is. I'm prepared for a 20-year struggle, legal and illegal, electoral and not electoral. Okay. Until a third party isn't an idea, but the material reality we have created with our own hands. People unwilling to engage in such a project shouldn't be considered a part of the communist movement, and we should ignore their thoughts on what we should be doing. Great. I think people should ignore my thoughts. If you're building a third party movement, great, fantastic. Okay. When you build it, I will be there. Okay. A lot of people yell at me and say, Hasan, you're not building the third party movement. You should be the one building the third party movement. And to them, I say we have different methods because we have a very different assessment. We have a very different assessment on what the current realities look like for mass politics in this country. Okay. I've seen the average American. I've heard the average American's perspective on communism, on socialism, on Marxism, on Marxist-Leninism. Okay, and the only reason why that perspective has changed dramatically since prior to 2015, prior to 2016, is because Bernie Sanders said he was a socialist and ran for president, and ran against a corrupt elite establishment figure like Hillary Rodham Clinton. Because if Bernie Sanders was running against Barack Obama, he would not have achieved the same level of success that he did. Let's be real, because Barack Obama was charismatic. He was also seen as an insurgent figure as well when he ran against Hillary Rodham Clinton as well. Okay? The chatter's trying to jump to 0.5 in the plane, and the country hasn't even gotten the country hasn't even gotten off the ground. Yes. So that is the reality. I'm not saying, vote for Democrats, libers, okay? Do what you want. But right now, I see the biggest hurdle against building a working class movement or a working class party, the lack of class consciousness in this country as a direct byproduct of hundreds of years of Red Scare propaganda. If you know anything about me, you know that I am not shy about being called a communist. Okay, I don't care. Yeah, sure, whatever. Who cares? Right? I'm not like one of these, anti-communist Euro-socialists. I'm not one of those people at all. But I also am very cognizant of the hurdles that remain in front of people even recognizing their own socialist tendencies. Sometimes you have to reduce the language down to its bare bones. Okay? Training normies away from libs is your method. Curious, not judging. I just think it's enough with the meta commentary. I mean, it's a good time to have this conversation. Okay? I think we are not retreating. We're openly socialist. This is an important component of winning socialism. Am I not an open socialist? I am. I've described it over and over again. There's a reason here. Here's the thing, okay? Class contradictions heightening is an important factor. It's not just coming from politicians, yes, but if there's no organizational capacity, it doesn't matter if class contradictions worsen. because you can't take advantage of the revolutionary potential of the masses if there is just class consciousness or without class consciousness. Just class contradictions in and of itself will not magically cause people to start recognizing their class position. It actually leads to a tremendous amount of lumpenproles, as a matter of fact, as we've seen over and over again. The average guy living in a fucking trailer park should be a self-described communist if that was the case. Why is that not the case currently? Think about that. Why is it that there are so many people living in the United States of America barely making ends meet, very frustrated the way things go, and yet they turn around and they vote for reactionary politicians? They vote for fascism in this country, even if that fascist politician will end up killing those people in the end of the day. At the end of the day, why do they do that? Because they don't have class consciousness. Because there is no real organization that they can see themselves as a part of. Former left-leaning Lib Dem here, now DSA 100% because of the curiosity spark watching the stream. Yes, that's my goal. That's what I continue doing. Talk about Memphis or I riot. They're taking our vote away. Okay, man. Please don't riot. Okay, talk about Memphis, you nut. We are not progressive. We are socialists. We are at war with the Obama wing of the Dems. Yeah, I don't think you understand what I was saying. Okay? I do not think you comprehend what I'm saying at all. Okay? We are at war with the Obama wing of the Democrats. Yes, what Obama currently represents is the centrist wing of the Democratic Party, the corporate wing of the Democratic Party. But what Obama represents to the average Democrat is the last time where they felt any fucking hope with a competent leader in charge. Okay? Anyway, one day I'll hit the communism button, the international communist button. I just have it at my desk, but I keep accidentally hitting the place button instead. You know, where I just shock Kaya. All right. American Jewish Committee also apparently had some choice words to say. Last point I was going to make, by not just like the American Jewish Committee, but also Democrats, unlike hammer and sickle emoji users on Twitter, Democrats, corporate Democrats specifically, are actually, hate to say it, much more intelligent than many of these other Twitter posters are. They understand that the party is currently weak. They understand what I'm doing better than the communists on Twitter do. Okay? And that's precisely the reason why they do everything in their power to make me into a toxic figure. Okay? A figure that people must avoid. A figure that politicians never should go around. Okay? Dude, you are losing it, Hasan. Wait, what? If Obama supported ICE instead of the military, you guys would see he's a fascist, but the children killed aren't Americans, so he's left. Lamau. Yes, I'm losing it. You're right. Yes, you're right. How dare you accuse Twitter leftists of not thinking strategically and just tweeting whatever comes in their head? Yes. TikTok defending you?
As a wise man once said, Hasan Piker could be in the back smoking crack, and I would take 1,000 of him over Liz Cheney, 1,000 of him over John Fetterman, 1,000 of him over every single never Trump Republican that joins the party and then doesn't change how they view political, economic, or social issues, but only just disagrees with Trump, and that is the only thing that gets them into the tent. I'm tired of it, y'all. I'm tired of it, because a lot of y'all don't fundamentally disagree with him. You're just don't like the way he presents himself. You don't like that he's vulgar. You don't like that he's like reminds you of a dude in college you didn't like. And I can't argue against that because a lot of y'all fundamentally agree with the points he makes. You also believe what is happening in Gaza is a genocide. You also want to see the end of ICE. You also want free health care and a better working system for the American people. You just don't like how he looks. And I can't argue against that. But can we be serious? White supremacists are being invited to the White House by the president. As a wise man once said, Hasan Piker could be in the back.
It's true. Twitter posts are irrelevant. This comp always goes nowhere. Venting session is true. That's also true. Crack smoking stream when? Soon. Anyway. No. Ironically, the smooth brain response to you highlights exactly why the U.S. left isn't ready for whatever these LARPers are advocating for. Yeah, there is no organizational discipline. There is no class consciousness in this country. Before you build that, there will never be a active, robust, successful working class party or a working class movement in general. Even our union density is dog shit, and the unions that exist are corporate unions. Some of them are pig unions. Like, it's just not like we don't even have a functioning trade unionist movement in this country, and motherfuckers are talking about building communism now. I'm not defeatist about the way things are, even if I describe to you exactly how devastated, how attrited successfully the working class movement is. Okay, yeah, Lenin's party was tiny before 1917. What's your point? Oh my God. Brother, you are comparing the material conditions in Tsarist Russia to industrialized America, the imperial core. Okay? This is ridiculous. We are living in 2026, man. It's important to understand the successes and the failures and not repeat the failures, but build on the successes. You speak as if your method has achieved success. If you wait for the conditions you speak of, it will never come. What do you mean, wait for it? What do you mean, wait for it? Am I waiting for it? Does it seem like I'm waiting for it? The point here is you are waiting for it. Okay? You're not doing the fucking work. That's the problem. Many people are not doing the work. All they're doing is chirping at someone who has perhaps the same goals, okay? Perhaps the same have you brought upon increase in unionization rates? Okay. Chatter, let me ask you something super serious here. If you think that I am unsuccessful outright in delivering any sort of material change, okay, then you're first of all, you're agreeing with me. You're agreeing with my perspective, okay? As a singular force in American politics, if I have not been able to dramatically increase unionization rates, for example, even though there are plenty of people who have unionized their workplaces because they became Hasanabi heads, but that's besides the point. Let's say that's a blip, right? Which it is. Then how the fuck do you think I have the capacity to build a Marxist-Leninist party in this country? You fucking idiot. That's my fucking point. That's my point. I don't think you're wrong. I don't think you're right. I think you speak so condescendingly when your methods haven't achieved anything. Your methods are not even methods. You don't have a method. All you have is chirping in a fucking Twitch streamer's chat that you also recognize, just like the Twitch streamer does, has no fucking power. Whatever modest gains I've been able to achieve here and there is still endlessly larger than whatever the fuck you've done. That's my point. We are strong, united. That's it. That's my point. I'm not simply waiting for a spontaneous revolution to happen. Okay? I'm trying to build the necessary organizations for when those contradictions worsen as they are currently, so that people have the necessary tools. First is awareness of your class. Then comes political education. Then comes robust organizing efforts and labor militancy. We're not even on fucking step one. That's the difference. Some of you are fortunate enough to have arrived at these conclusions, but you unfortunately don't realize others are nowhere near where you're at. That's the whole point. Anyway, someone like Hasan Piker, Nick Fuentes, and their ilk should not be welcome anywhere. When you say America deserved 9/11, when you say the Holocaust didn't happen, you are not welcome. At the Milken Institute Global Conference, Ted Deutsch spoke out strongly against the explosion of anti-Semitism in online spaces. Man, what the fuck does America deserve 9/11 have to do with anti-Semitism? Like, what is that even? Why are you tying those two things together? One is directly anti-Semitic, saying the Holocaust didn't happen, which Nick Fuentes regularly traffics in Holocaust revisionism, Holocaust support, whatever you want to call it. But what the fuck does this have to do with anti-Semitism, dumbass? Social media companies have a duty to curb hateful speech on their platforms, just as politicians have a duty to shun extremist rhetoric from their parties. Anyway. All right. Mayor Zohran Mamdani, billionaire Ken Griffith battle over pied-à-terre tax. Ken Griffith says Zohran Mamdani put the crosshairs on him and actually threatened his life.
CEO Ken Griffin is once again taking aim at Mayor Zohran Mamdani as their feud over the pied-à-terre tax continues to escalate.
And in just a few hours, the mayor will be making a housing announcement. Eyewitness News reporter Phil Tate is live in the Morrisania. I
missed your reaction to Obama. How do I rewind? Wow, what a fantastic question, chatter. Right as there's a hype train going on, you can subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service, the People's Broadcasting Service, and support independent media. And one of the amenities you will get if you subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime is the opportunity to rewind on the broadcast if you're watching on a desktop. Some of the other amenities include being able to use these emotes all around the platform. Or Vixandra, thank you for the 10 community gift subs. You can also gift subscriptions to others in the chat as well, others in the community as well. But some of the other amenities are the ability to send me links. There's no guarantee I will be clicking on those links, but you can do that. Okay. Let's watch.
Section of the Bronx with more on all of this. Good morning, Phil.
Yeah, Tanya, Pedro, good morning. In just hours, Mayor Mamdani is expected to appear outside of this Morrisania apartment building just right behind me, and that's as the city has reached a settlement against the property owner at around $31 million. Now, I just spoke with someone who lived in that building off camera who tells me that, yes, there have been a ton of issues from elevator outages even to lack of heat and hot water. Meantime, we are watching the fallout of this feud between Ken Griffin and the mayor as they're not quite seeing eye to eye when it comes to those taxes on second homes that are quite expensive amid New York City's ongoing budget challenges. You may remember this video posted weeks ago from the mayor outside the home of hedge fund CEO owner Ken Griffin saying he should pay more taxes on his $238 million penthouse.
Bro, this gives the game away. For an unbelievably wealthy person like Ken Griffin, like the demand that they pay a little bit more in taxes on their, 11th fucking property is akin to a death sentence. Like he literally is just like, what? This is the scariest thing that anyone has ever suggested. Okay? For the bosses, a fate worse than death is the fate that many of you experience on a daily basis. It is to be reduced to a worker. Okay? That's what it is. They treat it like you're getting thrown in fucking prison. Like they put the handcuffs on you. Like you're going to the gallows or something. Oh my God. You are going to tax my 11th fucking property? My penthouse is $238 million? That's basically like demanding the gallows.
His chief operating officer had questioned whether a planned Midtown construction project would move forward following the attack on Griffin. The project, the redevelopment of 350 Park Avenue, that would create 6,000 construction jobs and more than 15,000 permanent jobs. At a conference in California, Griffin said he would probably go through with the project, but the mayor's video left him to expand his base in Miami, calling it an immediate and direct consequence of the mayor's poor decision.
What the mayor of New York has made clear to my partners, and principally my New York partners, is that we need to double down on our bet in Miami because we want to be in a...
Yeah, it's not going to happen, big dog. I know for a fact that's not going to happen. Good luck. Have fun with that, okay? David Dan says, I was in the room and it was impossible for there to be more whining in his tone. He pretty much compared having his high-rise apartment in a video to Trump assassination attempts. Yeah. Here is Bronco Marcetic from Jacobin. Why is nearly a 60-year-old businessman talking like this? Here's the quote that he had. Looking at what Mamdani did to me and more broadly is doing to the city of New York is triggering the trauma I went through in Chicago. Triggering the trauma? What are you talking about? It's not even soy right, though. This is real. Okay? This is sincere. It's hysterical, but it's sincere. Okay? For a multi-billionaire, the demand that they pay even a crumb in return in exchange for being able to live and have properties in one of the coolest, nicest cities in the entire fucking planet, New York City, is basically like a death sentence. How dare you?
State that embraces business, that embraces education, that embraces personal freedom and liberty, and that embraces people having an opportunity to live the American dream.
And the mayor's office responding to those comments saying in part, quote, Mayor Mamdani wants all New Yorkers to succeed. That includes business owners and entrepreneurs who create good paying jobs and makes the city the economic engine of America. It also includes Ken Griffin, who is a major employer in our city and a powerful figure in our economy.
Yeah, Mamdani's tax the rich slogan is just as hateful as racial slurs, New York real estate titan says. Stephen Roth, the CEO of the real estate giant Vornado, was sharply critical of Mayor Zohran Mamdani. Creepy and weird is what Ken Griffin had to say Tuesday at a conference about Mamdani's campaign-style video touting the tax outside the hedge fund manager's $238 million penthouse. Stephen Roth, the CEO of real estate giant Vornado, went further Tuesday on an earnings call. I consider the phrase tax the rich, when spit out with anger and contempt by politicians both here and across the country, to be just as hateful as some disgusting racial slurs. And even the phrase from the river to the sea, Roth said, refer to the pro-Palestinian phrase. Oh my God. They're adopting the Israeli Stratford class is perfect. That's exactly what it is.
I consider the phrase tax the rich, quote, tax the rich, when spit out with anger and contempt by politicians both here and across the country, to be just as hateful as some disgusting racial slurs, and even the phrase from the river to the sea. What these polls seem to be saying is that the rich are evil, or the enemy, or the targets, or maybe even just suckers. But the rich whom the politicians are targeting, started with nothing, are the epitome of the American dream. They are our largest employers and largest philanthropists. And it is the 1% that pay 50% of New York's income taxes. They are at the top of the great American economic pyramid for a reason. They should be praised and thanked. I must say that I can...
Yeah. Guy who's definitely not out of touch is like, hey, you know what billionaires are like? The beautiful nation state of Israel. Two concepts that are broadly popular in all of the circles that I frequent. Well, I don't understand. Why won't you worship me, a billionaire, like you worship the beautiful nation state of Israel? Two things that are obviously broadly popular. And if it's not, what do you think of her criticism of you? What is this?
Has come a long way to make himself palatable to the American public, especially American liberals, by only working with the DNC and DSA and constantly platforming people like Bernie Sanders and AOC on his stream, which is the way that he's been doing content for like a decade now. And I think it may be time to wrap it up. But every time I talk about Hasan Piker, I always get comments from white men. It's only ever white men.
Why do you send me this? Guys, come on. She's right. Like, and then all the fucking dudes in the chat are going to go in there and be like, me. It's like, I don't care about any of this. Okay. It's great. It's great. It's great. Okay. It's she's right. I'm wrong. Who cares? Okay. God damn it. I should stop clicking on these fucking vent posts. Oh, holy fuck. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Okay. Yes, I will wrap it up. I'm done. I'm over. This project is done. It's time for new people to come in. Okay, it's time for new people to come in and build the communist movement that I will be terrified of, because deep down I'm a cynical capitalist. At the end of the day, I'm a sheepdog for the Democratic Party. I'm a liberal Zionist. I'm a pro-empire kind of guy. Okay, I really get my rocks off when children are being slaughtered overseas. You guys got me. I will stand in opposition to that real movement that was going to be built. You are a wrecker. Me? Yes. It's true. It's true. Careful, Fox News might start praising you. Oh. I don't think these kinds of conversations are productive. I don't want you guys to go over there and fucking attack people that have constructive criticism in general. Okay? You need to stop. You need to stop doing all that. Just anytime you see a take where you're like, oh man. Anytime you see a take on the internet that pisses you off, you know what you should do? Smile and dial. Okay? Go and phone bank for the DSA today. Okay? I need 10 phone banks from all of you. Okay? Anytime you see shit like that and you get upset or frustrated, you smile and dial, and you call up Kathy Hochul's. You call up Kathy Hochul's office, and you say, "Hey, as a New York resident, I am very frustrated with the fact that you are allowing austerity to take shape in New York, making New York City unaffordable for the working stiff like myself. Okay? You should tax the rich so they pay a fair share back to New York City so we can fund these programs and make New York City the best city in the country, if not the entire world. Okay? That's what you do. When you get mad about stuff like this, use that anger into more productive routes, okay? Every time I call my New York politicians, they hang up on me. You leave a voicemail. Shocking stuff from the CEO of Vornado Realty Trust on his latest earnings call is not so shocking. If you know how these guys think and operate. Hold on. Starting to think he called it Vornado on purpose to align with the kink. Anyway, start stream. No. She won't listen. What? Okay, stop criticizing the other person, okay? Stop criticizing the other person that I accidentally clicked on. Please. No more fighting, okay? You're not advancing socialism or communism or whatever the fuck when you also go into the replies of someone who's criticizing me. It's just as unproductive, if not even more unproductive. Okay? It is not lost on me that these fucking whiny billionaires are literally saying you must worship us like you should worship the state of Israel. Two entities, two concepts, two groups that are unbelievably unpopular with the working class. But they don't recognize that because they only go to the fucking Milken Institute. They never actually react to the average Joe. They never actually are around regular folk. They're so unbelievably removed, far removed from the working class individual, the ordinary stiff, okay, the average Joe, that they can't even comprehend what the average person thinks about billionaires or fucking Israel. It's hilarious. Matt Stoller says this whiny billionaire just drove Spirit Airlines into liquidation. He's now trolling the mayor of New York City because he doesn't want to pay taxes. Oh, and he got Florida legislature to strengthen non-compete agreements so his hedge fund employees can't leave. Great guy.
So where does that leave us at 350 Park?
That leaves us with the fact that we went to Miami and revised our building plan to make it a bigger office building.
You're bailing?
So what do we do at 350 is still a point of discussion internally. But what is no longer a point of discussion is that Miami is now, when we moved from Chicago, there was a debate between New York and Miami. It's unquestionably true that we made the right choice. I'll leave it at that. It's unquestionably true that we made the right choice. And now what the mayor of New York has made clear to my partners, and principally my New York partners, is that we need to double down on our bet in Miami, because we want to be in a state that embraces business, that embraces education, that embraces personal freedom and liberty, and that embraces people having an opportunity to live the American dream.
Yeah, here's the thing, okay? The reason why, look, there's this concept of the Laffer curve, right? The idea that if you raise taxes so much that you end up diminishing taxable revenue because wealthy people will find ways out of it and they'll leave and they won't actually pay those taxes. Now, in reality, that's not what happens at all, okay? And perhaps the greatest example of this being bullshit is the fact that currently wealthy people have the capacity not to live in California and yet still choose to do so, even though California taxes are far higher than other states. The reason why they still choose to live in California is because California is fucking awesome, okay? And part of that is because there are places where there's higher taxes that also have higher quality of life, okay? When these people turn around and say, oh, we're going to go move to fucking Miami, okay, have fun, right? Have fun with that. You're probably not going to. As a matter of fact, during COVID, a lot of upper middle class people moved to places like Miami, moved to places like Texas, and now they're coming back to these big urban centers, okay? Now, here's the thing. Is there such a thing as like as too high taxes? I guess there could be, right? There's reasonable debate on this. We are nowhere near that percentage right now. I believe the Goldilocks zone is like what? Top marginal tax rate being at like 70%. Currently, it's 34, I believe, or 35. So we're nowhere near that. It's at half of where it could be, okay? So the notion that like we are so cruel and so ruthless to the wealthy is fucking idiotic. Okay, it's a lie. It's a lie advanced by corporate media because their job is to defend the interests of super rich billionaires and millionaires. That's the thing. Okay, that's the reality. The notion that the super wealthy will leave if they have to pay a higher share of taxes is completely ridiculous. It's utter nonsense. People in New York already pay a higher percentage in their taxes. The super wealthy already pay a higher percentage in their taxes, and they still choose to live in New York. Why? Because it's fucking New York City. Okay? So Zohran Mamdani's agenda in New York City that Kathy Hochul should absolutely get on board with, because it is broadly popular, it's unbelievably popular, is to make the city more affordable for the people that are working there at the behest of these billionaires and millionaires. It's that simple. Because eventually, if you drive up inequality, if you keep pushing austerity, if you keep reducing the services the city offers that require taxable revenue, okay? If the roads are filled to the brim with potholes, if the buses don't arrive on time, then you have a less productive workforce as a consequence of that. That actually hurts the productivity of these mega corporations in the long run. It's ridiculous. I agree with you, but looking at other places, successful wealth tax requires or at least is largely well assisted by an accompanying draconian exit tax is a win-win. Oh, I'm 100% in agreement with that. Yes. But that is the nuclear option. I don't even think it needs to get to that point. So these guys, when they say, oh, we're leaving, it's always like one or two people, you know, like the Google CEO leaving California because he's unbelievably mad about the wealth tax, the one-off billionaire tax, the one-time billionaire tax. It's always just a couple people here and there. The idea that there will be an exodus of the super wealthy from these places is ridiculous. It is a lie. It has never happened, and it will not happen. Okay? Because these are expensive places to live in and have already higher percentages of taxes for the super wealthy already because they're nice places to live. That's where a lot of the highly educated workforce is already living and operating in. It's important to make sure that those people are more productive. It's important to make sure that those places are livable for the average Joe, for the working class person. Someone's got to fucking make your coffee, right? You can't expect that someone to come from 3 hours away. I can't stand the amount of greed demonstrated by these people. It's unbelievable. You just said that? Wow. Wait, what is this? Okay, I have a problem with this wealthy dude, Hasan, preaching the good gospel when this wealth is a part of the problem he criticizes. Cali is no socialist light environment. They gave us the billionaires Google, Meta, and Bezos. Wait, what? Yeah, regular people can't afford California. Why they moved to Texas? What? You just said that? Elitist as fuck? Wait, what did I wish we just had I just wish we had a worker version of you. Buddy, there are worker versions of me. They exist all around. You just fucking tune into me instead. Okay? You tune into me. Because this is my job. This is what I do. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Yes, because I have a people-funded broadcast, I have the freedom to be able to fucking chirp all day. There are tens of thousands of people who feel the same way that I do, who communicate the same way that I do, in this chat right now. The problem is they're stuck fucking delivering Amazon packages. So you are not going to hear from them. So my job, or at least what I try to do, is offer a voice to their grievances. And you sit here and you fucking complain, but walk the talk. You're a millionaire. What are you saying? What are you saying? Go work a fucking distribution facility so you don't hear what I have to fucking say? Is that your argument? Shut the fuck up! Fuck! Oh. It's just aesthetics at the end of the fucking day. That's it. That's literally it. It's aesthetics. This person is just like, I like what you have to say, but I can't get over the aesthetics, okay? I can't get over the aesthetics. In my mind, socialism means everyone has to be fucking poor. That is an unbelievably reactionary perspective, okay? That is a capitalist perspective. That is the perspective of these fucking millionaires and billionaires. Dumbass. Why are you limiting yourself? Jesus Christ. Socialism is a poverty cult. The only way to be a real socialist is if you wear a barrel around your fucking chest. It's so funny to be like, sosları da ve turşuyu da getirir misin? Oh. So funny. All of this ends up being, hey man, I think you should advocate for what I perceive is your class position. Okay? That's all this is. Yeah, private chef, my billionaire dad. Evet. All this is, hey, rich guy, why the fuck do you care? That's what this is. Is hey, rich guy, why don't you advocate for the fucking interests of the rich? Like I'm used to hearing. It fucks me up. Yeah, even my private chef is rich, dude. Fucking billionaire. This doesn't make any sense. I'll never understand this. I'll never understand it. It's just something that I cannot comprehend. You finally made it on the list for April. What is this list? Oh, because this is the top 50 most viewed. I'm probably at the fucking end here. If I'm even on this list at all. I don't even see myself. I'm not on this list. Oh, I am. I'm at the end. Right above PragerU. God damn. That's whack. We really gotta...
Now, we also know that Governor Hochul did meet with Griffin and did have quite a talk where she did praise Griffin as he is, again, a big voice here in our city. We will be standing by to hear from Mayor Mamdani this morning at his news conference scheduled for 9 a.m. We are live in the Morrisania section of the Bronx. I'm Phil Tate, Channel 7 Eyewitness News.
City Mayor Zohran Mamdani today announcing the largest settlement in city history with what he calls bad landlords in the Bronx. Those landlords will now pay $31 million after the mayor says tenants were forced to live in horrible conditions for years. Eyewitness News reporter Marcus Solis live in the Morrisania section with more on this story. Marcus.
Well, Dave, those residents hoping for some long-awaited repairs and improvements that they've been demanding for years. When these buildings were built, Mitchell-Lama housing back in the 60s, they promised luxury living at affordable prices. The buildings have changed ownership several times. The mayor says the conditions have devolved into inhumane conditions. 2 years ago, HPD took the landlord to court, and today the city says they've won big.
It's the best news we could have ever hoped for.
Cautious optimism after what residents describe as years of horrible living conditions at Robert Fulton Terrace, twin 18-story.
Jonathan Greenblatt talking to Jake Tapper about me. Oh, here we go. Time for the daily lashing, dude. Here we fucking go.
1,274 incidents. There are real people at stake. And I think about Sarah Milgram and Yaron Lashinsky shot in the back walking out of a museum in D.C. by a man yelling, "Free, free Palestine." Is that left wing? Is that Islamist? I don't know what to call that. I think about the student in Seattle, Washington, harassed by her classmates, telling her week after week with no interference from the teacher that Hitler was right, the Nazis should have done the job. Is that right or left? I mean, all of it is
that
wrong.
right or left,
and
really?
I think we need leaders on both sides of the aisle to say, especially to their own, enough with the anti-Semitism, enough with the hate.
Pretty sure that's right wing, man.
A drop, a sizable drop in 2025 from the number of incidents reported in 2024, which is some good news in this. What do you attribute that to?
Look, that is good news, and we welcome the fact that the overall incidents are down 33%. It's attributed to a few things, Jake. Number one, college campuses. We saw a 2/3 drop on college campuses year over year. I think that's a function of the fact that campuses started enforcing their policies, instituting new rules, part because of pressure from the White House.
Not letting pro-Palestinian protests happen.
Part because of pressure from groups like ADL with our campus report card that held them accountable. You also saw less
because
white
they
supremacist
consider that to be an
propaganda
anti-Semitic
drops.
incident.
You
That's
also
it.
saw less bomb threats. So there's some good news. But here's the thing, Jake. What I worry about is a new normal. Because that number this year, even though it's better, it's 70% more than what we saw before October the 7th. It's 5 times what it was a decade ago. It's almost like there's a pre-October 7th and post-October 7th, and we've got to get things back to normal.
Jonathan Greenblatt with the ADL. Thanks so much for joining us today. We appreciate it.
Appreciate you, Jake. Thank you for having me.
We missed my mention.
High rises with over 300 units. Today, the city announcing it has secured $31 million in penalties against 2 Bronx landlords, $900,000 of which will go to making immediate repairs.
These funds come directly
from the landlord's accounts, money that should have otherwise been allocated towards this work long ago. And we will not only make the urgent repairs that are needed today, but also the long-term improvements that tenants deserve.
The settlement establishes a chief restructuring officer who will hire a property manager. For years, residents say they've lived with frequent elevator outages, lack of hot water, and general disrepair on balconies and inside apartments that has resulted in rat infestation.
I should not be boiling water to bathe. Not in 2026. That is completely unacceptable, right? So I'm hopeful.
Well, the settlement also includes the Fordham Tower, which is a sister building to these on 188th Street. The landlords are Karan Singh and Rajmati Prasad. Both are on the public advocate's worst landlords list. We're live in Marcenia. Marcus Solis, Channel 7, Eyewitness News.
Marcus, thank you. So to me, this is one of the most egregious votes and acts that the legislature will ever take. They are deliberately slicing up African-American voters in Memphis for their own political gain. I am so hurt and angry at these actions. It's disrespectful to our ancestors and all the black people who fought for representation, equal rights, who were murdered, who was lynched, who was beaten, all of the things. And we're going to sit here in 2026 and undo all the work that they have done for fair representation and fair elections. I am not happy, and I'm going to be giving this the best fight as possible this week. But it's time to roll up our sleeves and get to work. But this is downright racist, this is downright egregious, and we won't stand for it.
This week, the governor of Tennessee convened a special session to draw Jim Crow maps. Not to support our hospitals, not to fully fund our schools, but to cut a jagged line between you and your neighbors, down your county, through your city, through your community, through your block.
Hands up our vote! Hands up our vote! Look at me! Shame! You! Shame! Look at me! Shame! 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 Sit in shame! Shame! Shame!
This is the bigotry that we've come to expect and understand to happen here. But people power is still here. We still have a voice, and we've got to use it every time we can.
Do you support this kind of demonstration in a moment like this?
What the hell else are we going to do? We have a white supermajority Republican legislature that is doing everything it can to destroy us. This is only going to happen once, and we're alive for it, and we all have to do something. And so if this is what folks need to do, then that's what they need to do. White supremacy is codifying itself in the state of Tennessee and all across the nation. This isn't coincidental or accidental. They're coming for black political power in Tennessee and Mississippi and Alabama and Louisiana. We're seeing the greatest purge of black power since the era of Reconstruction.
I'm here at the location of our next rally on Thursday, May 7th.
Back on CNN. Wait, they're still talking about me on CNN? What the fuck?
This is the best cook on any meat that I've had today.
You ready to kick some barbecue brawl butt?
Season premiere Barbecue Brawl Monday at 9 on Food Network.
Yeah, that's tomorrow.
Sticking with our national lead, the rise of anti-Semitism across America, Republican
He's doing two
Lawler
pieces
of
on
New
me
York
today.
and Democratic Congressman Josh Gottheimer of New Jersey have introduced a new resolution that condemns the surging distribution of hate-filled anti-Semitic rhetoric and content at the hands of prominent online personalities. Congressman, welcome to the show. Thank you so much. Congressman Lawler, tell us about the growing influence. You focus on Hasan Piker on the left and Candace Owens on the right. Why did you focus on them, and how much influence do you think they have?
Well, Jake, thanks for having both Josh and I to discuss this important issue. This is one that I think across the political spectrum we have seen a rise of anti-Semitism, especially on social media, and a lot of it at the voice of people like Hasan Piker and Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson among others, who are promoting anti-Semitic hate speech, who continually seem to engage in longstanding anti-Semitic tropes.
This is why being a leftist sucks, by the way, because I have no support.
As elected officials, regardless of party, we
I
have
have no support from the Democrats.
call it out.
I have no support from the broader leftist movement who say I'm a fucking Zionist.
Meeting yesterday with high
I
school
just got you
in my district.
My
and
chat.
a lot
That's
of the
it.
Questions centered around Israel, the war in Iran, and frankly, a lot of it focused on.
This bitch said
some
my
of
name before Candace
positioning
Owens on the
that we hear,
anti-Semitism
where
bill.
Israel seems to be blamed for a lot of things that happen in the world, and I push back against it forcefully. But this is something that I think is important across the board.
So, Congressman Gottheimer, obviously the First Amendment says Congress shall make no law establishing the freedom of speech or of the press. What do you say to somebody who wonders, are you not risking running afoul of that?
It's one thing, as your last guest talked about, it's one thing to speak up and let your point of view be known. It's another to incite hate and violence targeted at others. Hasan Piker, Candace Owens, this is hate speech intended to incite violence, as was just pointed out, the ADL numbers which came out this year. And Jake, I'm really glad you're focused on this because these numbers are shocking, right? You're still up 70% of anti-Semitic incidents since October 7th. That's unacceptable. The hate in the streets around the country is unacceptable, as Mike just pointed out, and I'm grateful for his leadership here too. When you talk to young people, the people are pointing fingers instead of actually getting to the facts. And
I'm
our
so
resolution
alone,
is really
dude.
focused on we've got to take the temperature down. This kind of hate speech is unacceptable, and whether it's on social media or in the halls of Congress, we have to condemn it. People like Hasan Piker and Candace Owens shouldn't be out there campaigning with elected officials and being used and propped up as heroes when you have, Piker saying things like Jews are bloodthirsty pig dogs and inbred.
I've
saying
never
9/11
said that.
America deserved.
I never said
9/11.
Jews are bloodthirsty
This
pig
is
dogs.
not
This
the
is
kind of
fucking
leadership
bullshit.
we need on either party.
Well, Congressman Lawler, what do you say to somebody who might say, look, it's very easy to take on Candace Owens, it's very easy to take on Hasan Piker, but what about the politicians who campaign with them? Or the politicians who, well, Tucker
Bernie
Carlson
Sanders
spoke at the Republican National Convention in 2024, that by going after these individuals and not the folks who enable them, the people who join them on the campaign trail or such, you're doing something easier than what would need to be done.
First of all, these folks are grifters. You look at somebody like Candace Owens, she's making about $500,000 an episode spewing this hatred. And they foment this hate to make money. And one of my opponents, Effie Phillips Daly, was just on Hasan Piker's podcast and was criticized not just by me, but by the 4 county Democratic chairs for embracing somebody like Hasan Piker. And I've called out people in my own party like Marjorie Taylor Greene, one of the dumbest people to ever serve in Congress, who talked about Jewish space lasers and continues to engage in anti-Semitic tropes. The fact is, in both parties, we need to call out this extremism. We need to demand better of our elected officials and really hold these individuals that foment hate to account.
I think Mike's right. We got to call it out, and even if it's of our colleagues, you've got to call it out when you see it, when you see anti-Semitism, and say it's unacceptable. It will poison any political party. We've seen it happen on both sides, and we've got to stand up. And that's what Mike and I, and by the way, 20 of our colleagues who stood with us in this legislation, that's what we're doing, is standing up to this.
All right, Congressman Josh Gottheimer of New Jersey and Mike Lawler of New York, thanks to both of you. Appreciate it. From bipartisan politics to Trump and politics, new election results underscore his influence and power in the Republican Party. Can the momentum continue?
What do I fucking say? What do I say to this, dude? God, I hate this shit so much. Fuck Jake Tapper. Fuck Mike Lawler. Fuck Josh Gottheimer. Bought and paid for by Israel. Bought and paid for by AIPAC. Please sue. I'm gonna end the broadcast right now, I think. If one more dumb fuck in my chat says, please sue, I'm just going to end it. I'm going to end it all. I'm going to end my life, okay, in a video game. There's no world in the United States of America where you can pursue litigation of this sort as a fucking public figure. Some of you do not comprehend that, okay? Please. I know nobody buys this CNN bullshit. Still fucking annoying to constantly have to be compared to Candace Owens, dude. So frustrating. It's so disgusting. These freaks. My parents think you're an anti-Semite. My parents do. Okay, great. Well, maybe you should do a better job of fucking explaining to them that that's not the case. There's been many celebrities and public figures that have won defamation lawsuits. Yes, dude. Against APAC, the ADL, at this level, there is no these kinds of statements are specifically tailored in a way where a public defamation trial will not benefit me in any way, shape, or form. I don't know why you guys think that this is like going to be successful. It's also not just because of Israel either. I mean, Israel is the entry point. Israel's the entry point of this conversation, but they are smarter than the fucking hammer and sickle guys on Twitter, okay? They understand the danger of allowing, because their goal ultimately is to sever any kind of sentiment that is anti-capitalist from the ranks of the Democratic Party, any kind of anti-Zionist sentiment from the ranks of the Democratic Party, that they aggressively pursue this outrage campaign, this smear campaign. You're literally letting Congress pass a bill to censor you without even putting up a fight. Okay, I'm done. Mods, you can ban people that are just making dumb fucking suggestions. We can do that now. I was wrong to say let's let it ride today. Let's see where it goes. I feel like I'm getting fucking baited by the dumbest people on the planet. He got triggered. Yes, I did. You got me. You did. Yes, Stalinist purge time. You are a horrible rich man. You should feel shame, but you were not raised that way properly. Just censor the audience again. You are not with the U.S. You are the same as Candace. You're not like we are, Hasan. You are like Candace, not any of us. You mock us, slander us, and lie about us. Oh my God. The amount of fucking mental illness manifesting in this chat sometimes is unfucking bearable, dude. What are you saying, dude? What are you fucking saying? Who is us, bitch? What the fuck are you talking about? Who's us? Who's we? What are you talking about? Oh. You saw Mike Lawler's town hall? I did not.
Fuck you! Fuck you! This is what I serve my fucking country for! Freedom of speech, you piece of shit!
Feel free to leave. I'm a constituent. Answer the question. If you're going to act like that, you've interrupted repeatedly. Hey, we're just going to wait until you're done. Answer the question.
Freedom of speech, dude. Freedom of speech. Let him stay. 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 I want you to answer the question. Just like all your constituents here.
People in the audience who are not comfortable with being recorded, please refrain from recording.
This is not Dude, fuck you! This is fucking wrong. I can't believe you guys are participating in this shit. The young man had rights.
Unironically, Hasan just did the exact same thing. Yeah. Exactly. Yes. These anti-Israel protesters criticizing a pro-Israel politician is exactly the same as dumbfuck chirpers in my chat that are literally just trying to annoy me because they've recognized a moment of emotional weakness because I'm so fucking frustrated that after 3.5 months of being smeared on the goddamn timeline by every fucking mainstream media outlet, there are still people who are coming in here to be like, oh, no, just fucking sue. It doesn't work that way. Okay. In the United States of America, it's unbelievably difficult. There is no guarantee. They know it too. That's why they hit it on a totally personal issue, like that they're saying they believe I'm anti-Semitic. Okay. You think I haven't thought about my fucking options here? I have. Yeah. And yes, I know there are entire Reddits, Discords, and Twitter communities with nothing but my haters who live to fucking have me read their stupid ass comment and like get mad in the process. I know. I just want what's best for people, man. It sucks so fucking bad to just like be professionally misunderstood all the goddamn time. It's so fucking annoying. And stop falling for it. You will never understand what it's like. That's just the reality. Okay. You're not in this position. I will never be able to communicate it to you. Okay. It's just virtually impossible. This is an unbelievably sophisticated machine that never stops. It's day in, day out. It's backed by a shit ton of people who have nothing else to live for. And you're over here making it seem like I'm just too weak. Oh.
The bad news, because I'm always honest about where the bad news is.
Representative Gottheimer admits that the left's disdain for Israel is a growing cancer. 4 years ago, he said this.
The bad news is it's becoming increasingly loud on some pockets of the far left of our party are very critical of Israel and very critical of, as you know, of the relationship and using intersectionality and phrases like apartheid to talk about Israel. And it's a very, very small group of people. I want to be very clear about this because people think it's taken over the Democratic Party. That's just not true. It's a very small cancer, but it's a growing cancer. And the issue I worry about more than anything is that some of my colleagues, when I call them now to join on something, they'll say, listen, Josh, you know I'm with you. You know that I'm going to vote with you. I always stand by Israel. But, you know, I just don't feel like getting beaten up. I get beaten up so much when I come out and support. So I'm just going to lay low, if you don't mind. I'll be there in the vote, but I don't want to sign the letter. I don't want to speak out publicly. I just want to lay low. That's what I'm worried about, because the reason they're refusing to speak out and are laying low is because they just get the snot beat at them when they stick their head above the parapet. And you know, that's...
He's talking about being fucking pro-Israel.
You know, listen, we see what's going on in college campuses. I'm here on a college campus right now. We see what goes on.
Hasan, why do they matter? Like, who the fuck are these two fools? They're pretty irrelevant. We'll be out of office soon anyway. No, they won't. And also, they're representatives of a much broader problem here. Okay, the real cancer is Israel. Okay, it's not the anti-Israel crowd. It's actually Israel. And Israel has unbelievable amounts of money to throw in the direction of destroying the lives and livelihoods of its prominent fucking critics as a way to try to discipline the public. Okay? I'm eating this from every angle, every single fucking day. Look, I try to put on a strong face, okay? But holy shit, dude, it does fucking bother me because it's untrue. Okay? Lawler is most likely going to be replaced, hopefully with Effie. We got to work to phone bank for her too. You don't sue to win, brother. You sue to cost them money. They're winning for free right now. Dude, you're fucking medically stupid. You're talking about Israel, dude. You're talking about the pro-Israel crowd. They've been able to buy the motherfucking government. They bought Donald Trump for $250 million. And you think I can put a fucking dent in that? Are you fucking stupid? The answer is yes. You are stupid if you think that is genuinely a thing I have the capabilities of doing. Oh my God. Okay, I'm done. I can't do this. I can't do this. Let's just move on. Here, we have a fucking rally tomorrow that I'm going to be attending, which apparently will have some counter protesters.
I'm here at the location of our next rally. On Thursday, May 7th, join Hasan Piker, Jamal Bowman, and me at 715 Harrison for the Change the Party rally. The last time we had one of these, over 800 of y'all showed up and the energy was insane. So we got a bigger venue and a disco ball. So RSVP and I'll see you May 7th at 7.
Tomorrow, San Francisco.
Yeah, disco ball?
Okay, I'm skipping this. Oh. Oh. Walter Masterson went to the Park East Synagogue land fair. They're doing the same thing to Zoran about the land sale protest. He's saying it's too weak. Protests outside the Israeli real estate event in New York City where illegal land sales are being advertised. Yeah, Claire Valdez had a really good take. Claire Valdez, Mamdani back congressional candidate, breaks with the mayor regarding NYPD's handling of last night's protest. She said, New Yorkers don't just have the right to protest the sale of stolen Palestinian land. They have a responsibility to. NYPD should be protecting our First Amendment rights, not blocking and pepper spraying us when we exercise them.
I think that,
as opposed to what Mamdani said, where he said he was satisfied with the NYPD's handling of last night's protest. obviously a lot of people who went to those protests were not satisfied with the way that the NYPD treated them.
Thank you, Mayor. Can you assess how you think things went last night at the Park East Synagogue protest? Do you think the police effectively enforced a buffer zone? Is that what essentially happened? And was the right to protest sufficiently protected in your view? And then I have one more question.
Yes, I think that I've made it clear time and time again that we in this city believe in the sacrosanct nature of the right to protest, and also are committed to ensuring that any New Yorker can safely enter or exit from a house of worship, and that access never be in question, while we also protect the First Amendment. And I do believe that the police ensured that yesterday evening.
And as you talk about ways to prevent anti-Semitism, I noticed yesterday that when you put out a statement about the protest, in advance of the protest, you noted that you agreed with the protesters. You've weighed in on the subject of Israel in a couple of other ways in recent days. And I just wonder whether, are you considering whether you personally putting your views about Israel?
Yeah, do you feel like you're fomenting anti-Semitism by criticizing the illegal land sales taking place in synagogues? I don't know. Are the synagogues fomenting anti-Semitism for allowing these places of worship to be used for such a heinous crime? NYPD has so much power in New York, man. It's crazy.
Israel out there is in any way fueling anti-Semitism in the city? Do you ever think maybe you should just not weigh in or just not bring it up?
No, I think that critique of the policies of a government are very much separate from bigotry towards the people of a specific religious faith. And there is no tolerance for anti-Semitism. There is no tolerance for hatred of Jewish New Yorkers, which we have seen time and time again, whether it be in the graffitiing of swastikas on a number of homes across Queens recently. And I've also been clear to New Yorkers my honest opinions about the fact that when we have a real estate expo that is promoting the sale of land, which includes the sale of land in occupied West Bank in settlements that are a violation of international law, that is something that I firmly disagree with, and that I also believe that many New Yorkers firmly disagree with, because it has been at the heart of an ongoing effort to displace Palestinians from their homes. Hi, Kelly.
Yeah, it's what a ridiculous song and dance this is over and over again. I mean, hundreds are rallying in New York City outside of Park East Synagogue to protest the great Israeli real estate event selling illegal land in occupied West Bank. Police have shut down the entire block radius, restricting foot traffic, despite new buffer law not being fully enacted yet. I really do not understand why synagogues keep agreeing to host such West Bank real estate fairs. Is it an attitude of never giving an inch to the haters? Confidence that anyone who would protest synagogue comes out looking worse? Surely someone realizes it's irresponsible. Yeah. I think it's because they know no matter what happens, mainstream media will immediately present it as, look at these fucking scary Jew haters that are terrifying these worshipers of the Jewish faith and stopping them from entering the synagogue. It's just being used as a shield. Because let's be real, no one in mainstream media ever fucking takes a serious look at what's going on here. It's by design. They never say it. They don't say what the problem is. They don't say why there's a protest happening at this synagogue. There's not a protest happening in every synagogue all the time. It's just specific synagogues whenever they're doing land fairs inside of synagogues. If those land fairs, those settler fairs, were taking place in not a synagogue, but a regular commercial building, then those protesters would go there. Having a mob of people outside of any place of worship looks super fucked up on the news. Yeah, I don't give a fuck. People should continue protesting wherever the fuck they're selling illegal land. Here's the reality. What's fucked up is not that people are protesting the land fairs, the settler fairs. What's fucked up is that there is a settler fair taking place to begin with. It's doubly fucked that they're auctioning off stolen land inside of a goddamn synagogue, a place of worship. It's unfucking believable. When you're auctioning off land you stole, we'll lecture you however we want. I don't give a shit who you think you are. Yeah. Oh. Mossad posting about how Zoran is pro NYPD. Yeah, they're just trying to fucking piss people off. Dude, please never come back to this community ever again. Okay? Please never come back to this community ever again. Don't come back in a sock account. Just go elsewhere. Okay? You're not welcome here. I fucking hate you for saying that. Operation Trust Me Bro failed. Not back to routine. Operation Fox. Okay, whatever. Oh. Anyway, there is no I mean, people fucking hate Israel for good reason. And that hatred is only going to keep growing. I mean, of course, unlike a Palestine flag or a keffiyeh, this is the logo of an FBI designated terrorist organization, literally. It's JDL, Jewish Defense League. It's a Kahanist organization. They've done actual instances of domestic terror on U.S. soil. NYPD Captain Wilson making political statements in uniform to members of the public knowingly on camera, denigrating New York City mayor, saying he's nonsense and expendable and not my mayor.
Mayor Zoran Mamdani.
You don't like Mamdani, so he's your boss. You want a minute? He's your boss. He's like temporary. He's your boss. No, is he your boss though? Is he your boss? He's total nonsense. He's your boss. He's an embarrassment. Exactly. He's what? He's an embarrassment. Total nonsense. Yo, you saying your mayor is not my mayor?
Update. Wilson already transferred out of 94th Precinct following this viral video from NYPD's response to community members mobilizing against ICE in Bushwick, Brooklyn. Looks like Wilson got transferred to the communications division, a dead zone likely preceding forced retirement in lieu of firing. Wait, you guys forget. Look, I mean, I'll tell you, like, when you become the mayor, there's a totally different relationship with the police. Like, Zoran Mamdani has a security detail. He has literally NYPD police officers around him at all times, anywhere he fucking goes. Okay? Not only is the NYPD unbelievably powerful, but then they also have like direct access to him. Yeah, the NYPD in the past has fucking kidnapped a mayor's daughter, Bill de Blasio's daughter, and doxed her. Yeah. The Police Benevolence Association literally posted a dox of Bill de Blasio's child. Yes. So, It's probably the most difficult part of this. You should take a few days off, man. Go be with family, hang with friends. Man, stop. Dude, what are you talking about? I'm going to a fucking political rally tomorrow. It's not happening, okay? She'll be at the rally tomorrow. Daria Lisa. Super PAC attacking Representative Adriana Espaillat's DSA challenger appears to be the return of United for Progress PAC, led by Floridian consultant Marcos VR. The Super PAC's biggest donor in previous cycles was George Soros' Democracy PAC.
Chevalier claims she's a progressive fighter, but her campaign cash says the opposite. She pocketed money linked to a controversial AI surveillance firm that police have used to spy on Black Lives Matter, and from a luxury real estate developer that helps the rich make millions at the expense of working class neighborhoods like ours. She even cashed checks from Palantir, the same Palantir whose technology helps ICE illegally hunt immigrants and activists. Daria Lisa Chevalier isn't telling the truth about fighting the corrupt system because she's funded by it.
That's crazy. They got more smoke for you than politicians became millionaires while in office via insider trading. What are you talking about? The condemnation seems like a weaponized attempt to actually foment real anti-Semitism. They're targeting audiences to try to make us act out. No. I think they just still think that there's any sort of genuine power in just like calling someone a fucking anti-Semite when there is none. Like there's obviously like institutional stigma associated with anti-Semitism. It's not a bad thing. That's a good thing. But even in spaces like that where there is institutional stigma, most people understand when someone like me is getting called an anti-Semite, they know that that's bullshit, right? Most people understand that that's fucking bullshit. They know that it's because I'm anti-Israel. Maybe some normies get duped in the process. It is what it is. You know, if you're over the age of 55, I can't really help you with that, right? But because mainstream media and all these other groups so effectively hit the anti-Semitism button for years and years to stop any kind of discourse from taking place on the issue of Israel, any kind of critical language in the discourse about Israel being stopped, they still keep hitting that button over and over again because they only remember a time when that Khan's latest piece for Haaretz. Oh shit! I actually like some of his writing. He's interviewed Adam Friedland. Not sure if he actually appreciates me, but in a fundraising email to donors on Tuesday, the American Israel Public Affairs Committee warned of a coordinated, well-funded effort to punish anyone who stands with Israel, which is gaining ground fast. The email singled out Abdul Sayed and Graham Plattner, two progressive firebrands and rising Democratic nominees for the Senate, who, according to AIPAC, the pro-Israel lobby group, aren't just critics of Israel, but are running campaigns built on undermining it. Plattner, an insurgent Democratic candidate, Senate candidate, has emerged as the party's frontrunner in Maine after Governor Janet Mills withdrew from the race. Al Sayed, a physician and former Detroit health official, is running in the Democratic Party's primary for Senate in August. Both have not minced words on Israel. Plattner, a 41-year-old Marine veteran and oyster farmer, has positioned himself as an anti-establishment candidate and has frequently bashed Trump's foreign policy and Israel's war in Gaza. He has described the conflict as a genocide and said he would not accept funding from AIPAC. He's also drawn backlash over a Nazi-themed tattoo, which is now covered up. The Jewish Democratic Council said it's not ready to endorse him because he doesn't represent the views and values of the majority of American Jews. Al Sayed, 41, the son of Egyptian immigrants, said last month that the Israeli government is as evil as Hamas. He also drew criticism after a car ramming attack on a Michigan synagogue, when he said that the attacker, whose brother had been killed days earlier in an Israeli strike in Lebanon, after being identified as a Hezbollah commander by the IDF, that hurt people hurt people. AIPAC accused both candidates of embracing extreme rhetoric and pushing false accusations of genocide and supporting cutting off aid to Israel, policies pushed by Bernie Sanders and amplified by voices like left-wing political streamer Hasan Piker. This isn't a disagreement on policy. It's a direct threat to the U.S.-Israeli relationship. Yes, that is policy, and yes, they are right, and yes, they should actually feel threatened because we are coming for that relationship. That relationship should change. Yes, we shouldn't just put an arms embargo on Israel. We should punish Israel. We should hold Israel accountable. Words mean things. We have rules in the rule books for a good reason, okay? Just like with ICE. We can't just simply say abolish ICE, but we must actually hold ICE accountable. The same goes for Israel as well. We must apply an arms embargo upon the nation state of Israel, and we must punish those who have done war crimes. Coalition of the willing, if you will. It should be noted that while Abdul Hussein and Plattner are both critics of Israel, some of El-Sayed's statements have not sat easily even with some progressives, but AIPAC's email collapsed them both in the extreme anti-Israel candidates, erasing context and nuance, precisely the point of AIPAC's logic. Dude, this is literally the wokest Haaretz writer, Eitan. He's like written about Adam Friedland. And even he still hits this line where like Abdul El-Sayed is more extreme than Grant Plattner, who has a fucking Nazi tattoo. In the eyes of the broader white world, a fucking brown man with the name Abdul Rahman is always going to be seen as more extreme than a fucking white dude who had a fucking Totenkopf tattoo on his chest, man. Like, and I'm not saying this to be critical of Grant Plattner. I have defended Grant Plattner. Okay? A lot of people get mad at me for doing that. But god damn, dude, we're talking about a fucking doctor, man. A doctor, a public health. Oh my god. Oh my god. Fuck. It hurts my soul to have to deal with this shit, to have to see it on a daily basis, to see how most people in society view people like Abdul. Okay? And in some respects, myself as well. I'm white passing, I'm white. You know, so I have the benefit of that. But even then, when people hear my fucking name and they hear my worldview, they go, oh, of course. God damn it, dude. Even fucking people who are supposed to be like aligned somewhat. U.S. public opinion critical of Israel isn't driven by the far left fringe of American politics, as AIPAC claims in its letter. It's driven by Americans who, after 2.5 years of war, including 2 in Iran, have come to conclusions no amount of advocacy can override. In a September poll, only 47% of Americans said back in Israel is in the U.S. national interest, down from 69% in 2023. In February, a poll for the first time found more Americans more sympathetic towards Palestinians than Israelis. Support for conditioning or cutting aid to Israel, once controversial, has become increasingly mainstream. Plattner and El-Sayed, like other progressive candidates, aren't the source of Israel's popularity problem in the United States, nor are they the real threat. They're a symptom of the deeper shift in American public opinion. That shift is reflected in established Democrats such as Chuck Schumer and Rahm Emanuel, who have expressed support for Plattner and candidates like him. Something they declined to do in the past with Bernie Sanders, even more recently with New York Mayor Zohran Mamdani. For years, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu worked to turn Israel into a partisan issue in U.S. politics, narrowing pro-Israel to an alliance between American and Israeli right-wingers. Now, as that strategy appears to have backfired, he himself has called to phase out U.S. aid. AIPAC's argument that Plattner, El-Sayed, and Piker are an extreme direct threat to the U.S.-Israel relationship shows not only how out of touch it is with Americans, but also with the relationship it claims to defend. Oh. Chucky Boy has publicly supported Plattner. I didn't know that. Chris Rabb article or Chris Rabb ad running during the Sixers playoff game. I'm told his ad stars with $200K behind it and will air during the Sixers Knicks series with another $200K coming behind it.
We need a Philly fighter in Congress. That's why we're all in for Chris Rabb. Chris Rabb, the Rabble Rouser. From Center City, Nice Town, West Philly,
To South Philly.
everybody's for Rabb.
Rab's taken on big corporations.
Fought for Medicare for all.
Stood up to Trump's war and genocide in Gaza.
Philly's own Chris Rabb.
Endorsed by the Inquirer and AOC, the Working Families Party.
And me.
And me.
All of us.
Full Philly for the people.
Chris Rabb for Congress. Working Families Party PAC is responsible for the contents of this.
Honestly, Chuck supporting Plattner is more damning condemnation than anything a Republican put out. This ad will go hard in Philly, hopefully. I think Chris Rabb has a really good shot here. His opponents are not great. The only problem is that, did you endorse him? Yes, of course I endorsed them, but they're not going to put me in a fucking ad, chatter. What are you, crazy? The problem is you got a lot of older black voters in this district who I don't know how which way they will swing. I don't know if they I don't know where they're at on Rab. I mean, he's locked down all the other demographics. This is a very black district and older as well. So I think the goal here is to door knock on black neighborhoods. I think it's that's the most consequential demographic he must win. But luckily, DSA is out there and they got some unbelievable door knockers, so I'm not too worried. Good news, Haley Stevens and Susan Collins campaigns are linking up for AIPAC. This is a campaign begging DC to step in and save them. They came in third in 2026 Q1 fundraising and completely relying on AIPAC fundraising featuring Susan Collins. Small dollar donations are barely 10% of her opponents. Had to pay people to collect petitions. Yeah, Haley Stevens is underwater. But it's actually beneficial for McMorrow. That's why UMich Voter is posting it. Got to hit all the charges? Yes. Anyway, you got to keep pushing.
Synagogue in the Upper East Side of Manhattan. There is a land sale of stolen West Bank land. This is a real estate sale. The protesters that are here are not protesting Jews. They're not protesting Judaism. Zionism is not Judaism. Zionism is not Judaism, sir.
I'm a Jew and I'm a Zionist.
Oh yeah, so you're a Jew and you're a Zionist. Yeah, they're two different things.
Promise the land of Israel to the Jewish people.
He promised an ethno-state?
Define Zionism to me.
Ethno-state Jewish supremacy.
Zionism is not a colonial project because you can't.
Dude, why are these guys trying to be woke, man? Just own it. It's so fucking annoying. I can't stand like the cry bullying that come from Zionists. It's just like, you want to have your cake, you want to eat it too, you want to fucking feel like a victim where you get to literally have your ethno state and it's not, we can't even question it. We can't even say like that's an ethno state. That's kind of fucked up, don't you think? You're like, no, it's not. It has to be an ethno state. It has to. Look at the dirty Arabs. You know, we have to dominate them. Don't you understand? I'm the victim. Okay.
Land that was already yours over thousands of years.
Listen, what you guys are doing, you're supporting evil, and then you dare to do this in the name of Judaism and the Jewish religion. This is an embarrassment to our people, and this is a desecration of God's name. The state of Israel is a movement.
My goats.
Movement of terrorism, started terrorism way before anybody spoke about it.
Of course I'm a Jew. We're humanitarian Jews that are against murder. I'm 73 years old. I know since I was 14 that Israel is not a democracy.
Goated. Kings and queens, dude.
Has never been a democracy. We are here for the rights of people to eat and live and have water and have their homes returned.
Hell yeah. Fucking awesome. Yeah, more Republicans think Donald Trump could beat them in a fight than the inverse. 39% think Donald Trump can beat them. It's also really funny because Republicans are like the first to be like, oh, I could beat Serena Williams in a tennis match. These are usually the same people who think they can beat female UFC fighters. And even real bears. All right, you know what I'm just going to say? Yeah, they think that they can beat fucking female UFC fighters, but they don't think they can beat Donald Trump. What does that say about these people's mentality? I didn't put the Bears part in there. It's unnecessary because I can vibe out a bear. Here's Abdul's new campaign on Nobody Needs PBMs.
Yeah, hey. PBM pizza here. That'll be $20. Perfect, thanks. Just give me a second. Whoa, buddy, not so fast. You still haven't paid your delivery coordination fee. That's $25. Wait, I thought the whole thing was $20. Yeah, the pizza's $20, but there's also a $15 assembly fee, holding your pizza while you wait fee, and generally wasting my time fee. So, wait, did you even make the pizza? Well, no. Are you even the delivery guy? Yeah, and no. So, what do you actually do? I manage pizza benefits, and I'm also here to collect all the fees that you owe me. Now imagine ordering a $20 pizza, and bro shows up and says you owe him $70? Yeah, that's exactly how our pharmaceutical system works. And the culprit? PBMs. A PBM, or pharmacy benefit manager, they're the ultimate middleman in the healthcare system. They sit between you, your insurance company, the pharmaceutical company, and the pharmacy that actually gives you the medications that you need. So the restaurant made the pizza. Yep. My insurance paid in part for the pizza. Yep. And the pharmacy is the one that actually sent you here with the pizza. Yep. So why am I paying $70? Oh, because of the fees. And they use that position, in theory, to negotiate what drugs are going to be on the insurance formulary, how much they're going to pay pharmacies and pharmaceutical companies. But really, they use their position to figure out how to fleece every single one's pocket. And all that money comes out of yours. I am super hungry, and this pizza's all I got. Oh, I almost forgot one more fee. What? The fee for explaining the fees. Healthcare shouldn't work like that pizza scam, but that's exactly how PBMs operate. When middlemen control your access to pharmaceuticals, they don't lower prices. Instead, they use that control to extract bigger and bigger shares, and you're left paying the price. And that's why we're gonna ban the middleman. Turns out we don't even need PBMs. Instead, we're gonna empower the federal government to negotiate prescription drug prices on all of our behalfs, and we're gonna empower local pharmacies in the process. And look, pizza got cold too.
Welcome back. If it's Wednesday, we have election results, including the closely watched Republican state Senate primaries in Indiana, where 5 of the 7 incumbents who opposed the president's redistricting push were defeated by Trump-backed challengers. At this hour, State Senator Greg Good is the only one projected to hold on to his seat, with the final incumbent still locked in a tight race, separated by just a handful of votes. That race is still too close to call. Joining me now is NBC News Chief Data Analyst Steve Kornacki and Shaquille Brewster on the ground in Indiana. Steve, let me start with you. Walk us through last night's results and what we know about the remaining uncalled race there.
Yeah, well, take a look, Kristen. Here is the map here, highlighting the districts here in Indiana that Trump had targeted here, where Republican state senators had voted against him on that bid to redraw the state's congressional maps. Where you see that pink color, that means those state senators lost. The Trump side won. And the margins where this happened generally were landslides. This is Lake County here. This is basically the Chicago suburbs. Republican incumbent here was absolutely clobbered, who had voted against that redistricting plan. A loss here. This is another state senator who was defeated, Trump endorsing the challenger. This was a member of state Senate leadership, Republican leadership, who opposed Trump, who got beaten by the Trump-backed candidate. It was a landslide here. It was a landslide here. By the way, this is also, this district right here is a Republican state senator who voted against redistricting and who got drummed out last night. Trump, for reasons that are not well understood, did not actually endorse the opponent here, but it seems the Republican voters there understood the dynamics the way they did in all these other districts and voted out that incumbent anyway. So as you said, there was one who survived down here in Terre Haute, one incumbent who defied Trump who survived, and then there's this one out.
My goat's over at Terre Haute, Indiana, baby. Yes, I'm dressing up every day. Get over it. Get over it. It's a new dawn. It's a new day. Okay. Oh.
standing race. So the Trump forces in these 8 incumbents, 6 of them have been defeated, 1 survives, and then one's fate is still to be determined. And we can just zoom in here and show you that. Thought we could just zoom in. Here we go and show you that race right here. I mean, it doesn't get much closer than this, but it's 3 points. Spencer Deary is the incumbent. Paula Copenhaver is the challenger. You're talking about West Lafayette, where Purdue is, some rural areas. And basically what's happening here is we're just trying to figure out how many provisional ballots there might be here. We're talking about potentially a dozen, 24 ballots, something like that. Obviously, with the margin that close, this is not something we're going to be in a hurry to.
Bro, look at this. Like we're talking about 10,000 people voting. We're talking about 10,000 people voting, and they spent millions of dollars just to Trump. Just to basically punish people for saying, you know, I don't think people care that much. I don't think people care that much about redistricting. As a matter of fact, our constituents don't want it. So we should probably not do this redistricting thing. But it turns out the people do only care about what Trump wants. Turns out that was all that matters in this district. How stupid.
A call, but this is the one incumbent, you know, left here who has a chance of hanging on potentially. So it's either going to be 7 for 8 or 6 for 8 for the Trump side. And in that sense, the outcome of this almost doesn't matter because the message that comes through from the Trump side, very clear after this.
Steve, I can't remember the last time we saw a race separated by 3 votes. That's just astounding. I think you're right. We'll take our time before we call that one. Let me ask you about Democrats. They continue to overperform, including in Michigan state special election. Tell us more about that.
Yeah, I mean, this has been the story of Trump's second term. When we've had these special elections, when I say special election, you're talking about like not in November, low turnout, only the most committed go to the polls. And the Democratic base has been more committed in those elections than the Republican base. They keep doing much better than they did in 2024. It continued last night. This was a special election for a state Senate district in Michigan. You can see here, this said Democrats had held this seat, and they continue to hold it by a landslide here. Again, this is consistent with what we've seen in all these other special elections. The significance of this one is it preserves Democratic control of the state Senate in Michigan. With a win here, Republicans could have moved into a tie. Instead, the Democrats win. They win in a landslide. And again, it's just that story we've seen here, that Democratic base. There's a component of that base that is clearly showing it wants to turn out in any and every election. It's very motivated. It's very plugged in right now. And when Donald Trump isn't on the ballot in these low turnout special elections, the Republican base, you're just not seeing that same level of enthusiasm. So we keep seeing results like this in special elections.
Remarkable. All right, Steve Kornacki, as always, thank you so much for the breakdown. We really appreciate it. Shaq, let me turn to you. You're on the ground there. You actually spoke to one of the Trump-backed winners, Trevor DeVries, before polls closed last night. Yeah. How did he describe the president's influence on the race to you?
Well, he said it's a big factor, Kristen. And just to kind of paint the picture a little bit, this was minutes before polls were closing and set to close, and he was still handing out flyers to people who were going into the polling locations. But you can tell from his body language how confident he was feeling. He knew he was in for a good night. He suspected that other challengers in these primary races were in for good nights, and he was right. And he won his race by more than 50 points. And for some color on the ground, when you look at his lawn signs that have been around this district, he had Trump's name on top, and then it said Trump endorses DeVries. So that just gives you a sense of how much he leaned into that endorsement. So I asked him right before polls were closing, what do these Senate races say about President Trump's influence here in Indiana? Listen here.
He's the sitting active president of the free world at the end of the day. It's an honor and a privilege to be endorsed by President Trump. And really, he's been the driving force in the Republican Party for the past 10 years at this point. I mean, he's been helping push for change and helping reform a lot of the things that people are upset about and been disenfranchised by the political systems over the past couple decades. He won our district heavily, and he's going to continue to move the needle in Northwest Indiana. It's a fire incumbent.
I think this is good in the long run. The more Donald Trump shapes the Republican Party in his own image, the better it is. Because obviously he's not going to be around forever, you know? He's not going to be around forever. So at the end of the day, considering how unpopular he already is, hitching your wagon to this dying movement that is on its last leg is probably not the worst thing from the perspective of the opposition.
Season right now, and people are just tired of feeling like they're being left out.
Now, one of the incumbents who was fired in another district said that this was about retribution and retaliation. You had another Senate leader who's on the opposite side, a Republican, but kind of gets some heat from President Trump and other Republican leaders here. He said that it's about the outside money that came into these local state Senate races. But look, this was a good night for President Trump and his allies. They got nearly exactly what they wanted and what they were expecting heading into this primary, Kristen.
All right, thanks for bringing us that interview and that breakdown of the results overnight. Steve and Shaq, really appreciate it.
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay updated on breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or watch live on our YouTube channel.
But the Atlantic magazine.
Hassan derangement syndrome has consumed the media. This is from 3 days ago. I'm going to skip this. Let's do the Nick Shitley.
All right. Depending when this...
Oh, this only got 477,000 views. No motion. Nick Shitley went to Cuba. Only in America, the crazy guy on the street. Wait, what is this?
This piece of garbage.
Scott Lobaito went nuclear over Zoran Mamdani's ties to streamer Hasan Piker.
I still don't know what that's all about. This piece of garbage, I still don't know what that's all about with the president, why he has this scumbag around.
Having a friend like Hasan Piker that said and continues to say, as he travels this country and gets to speak at American universities saying that America deserved 9/11, and this piece of little gypsy Mam Dandy smiles and goes there when knowing that he's best friends with this guy. That pissed me off. I've been trying for years to get the appropriate size American flag at Ground Zero.
I love this guy. This guy, I'm in a good mood. Okay. This guy instantly put me in a good fucking mood. God, I love this man so much. He does not know that I love him. I think he would probably stab me with a pen if given the opportunity. But I fucking love him. No way that's your capstone project, dude. What the fuck, law? How dare you use this fucking guy, Hasan Piker, in his fucking community, making fun of me for trying to get the appropriate sized American flag at Ground Zero. I'm walking here. This New Yorker still does racism the old-fashioned way? Yeah. And you can see the jealousy, too. They hate that Donald Trump loves Zoran. Mamdepi. Why the fuck does my president, Donald Trump, the greatest president of all time, why does he fucking like Zoran Mamdepi? Zoran Babadoobie. Fucking Mam Dandy. Forget about it. Mr. President, I love yous. But by way of transitive property, it's like you're fucking best friends with Hasan Piker. Puh. Mr. President, next time you see Zoran Bebdabu, ask him what he thinks is the appropriate size American flag at Ground Zero. I bet you he'll say a tiny one, like this big. No flag large enough. Yes, this is the guy who was protesting me and my best friendship with Zoran Mamdani. Me and Zoran, we're fucking best friends, okay? We love each other deeply. And this guy knows it. And he also knows me really well. He knows I say America deserved 9/11 every day. I go to I have family members die in 9/11 and these bitches cry more about it than me. Why is it so hard to be angry at Italians from New York City? Dude, they're the best. They're the best. I love this guy.
In time,
this guy can slur me up and down and I wouldn't give a shit. He's fucking awesome. Like, he literally makes it seem like I'm traveling around the country, going to colleges and just getting up on the podium and going, America deserved 9/11. And then everyone's like, yeah, every day. Look. Let's run it again. Come on, man. From the start. Let's hear this motherfucker one more time. He's so
This
goated.
piece of garbage, I still don't know what that's all about with the president, why he has this scumbag around.
Having a friend like Hasan Piker that said and
We
continues to say, as he travels this country and gets to speak at American universities saying that America deserved 9/11, and this piece of little gypsy ma'am dandy.
I like that he slurred so much that they actually didn't bleep out one of the slurs. Like, I'm glad that they kept that in. Like, they were like, no, you need to hear this one. They were like, this is the one thing that, like, maybe is, this is the one slur that he said that is not, like, well established as a slur. So we're going to keep that in. God, I love this man so much.
Smiles and goes there when knowing that he's best friends with the guy. That pissed me off. I've been trying for years to get the appropriate size American flag at Ground Zero in time for the 9/11 25th anniversary, and I'm
This piece of garbage, I still don't know.
God, I love this man so much. He's slurring for a great reason. Yeah, he is. He really is. He really is. Did you see his art? Wait, he's an artist? Wait, this is him? Oh my God. Artist Scott Libido speaks at the Trump Vance campaign event. This is, whoa, he uses his hands? He puts his hands in there too? Wow. Wow, he's a bold visionary. Wait, so what is the art? Like, what is it? Is that it? Wait, what? Isn't that cheating? Like, he just fucking printed that beforehand? Like, so the only art that he did was just like finger blasting the fucking backdrop? That's it. Also, what is supposed to be the backdrop? I don't even understand. Also, why is Donald Trump grabbing the Empire State like he's grabbing people by the pussy? I have so many questions. Is Trump Kong? Mr. President, I finger blasted this painting like I would love to be finger blasted by you. Please bust out my asshole, Mr. President. Dude, call up Zoran to actually get the correct size flag on the ground zero and this dude will become your Fedayeen. No, I think there's some different reasons as to why he hates both me and Zoran Memdandi. Wow. That's awesome. That's fucking dope. This guy's so good. Oh my God. I am an artist from Israel and this is my art. It makes you think, so it is good art. Your ability to trigger hogs was fine-tuned in the ruinous lands in New Jersey, and that's very visible. I love this guy so much. I don't know why he made Trump into King Kong here, but yeah. If the Met Gala is art, and so this is art, listen, this is objectively art, but it's also objectively dog shit. You can make dog shit art. No way you ignore chat trying to make you feel better, and then the Majority Report video trying to defend you, but a clip of this angry motherfucker just makes your day. I'm out, dude. Yes, I'm a freak. That's why I'm cut out for this, okay? That's why I'm so perfectly cut out for this business. Do you understand? It's true. It's true. Give me a fucking fresh hog who's losing their dang minds, and I'm back in, baby. I'm back in. You cannot say whether something is art or not, but you can say whether it's bad art or not. Yeah, I mean, this is just bad art. He drew this while you drew boobs in Turkey? Okay, calm down. Please check logs and shake me, Unc.
Okay, you said you saw this.
Oh, I saw this guy. This guy. Is this real? Like, it seems surreal.
Yeah. How did you come to be in that spot?
I'm the crossing guard on 55th and King Session. When I tell you, he ran the light, T-boned the lady. I'm bobbing and weaving. I'm just thankful to be alive right now. Thank you.
I love that he doesn't stop. He doesn't skip a beat. He's still going to town on that ice cream. He's like, nope, near death experience. Gonna have some ice cream right after.
Jesus. What did it sound like?
Bam! No, not to be funny. I swear, not to be funny. It happened that fast, and luckily, I'm alive.
How do you know what time of day
I had
kids
to pull
are playing out there?
They was out there. They were in there. I had to pull a kid out. No, I had to pull what's the name nephew out.
What's your name's nephew?
No, what's the name nephew? Yes.
So there were kids in there.
Yes.
So describe this for me.
Wait, he just posted a monologue about you?
So we have this legend of a New Yorker, Captain Wilson, who was demoted, humiliated, annihilated by the city that he so loves and protects because he said a few things off the cuff. Nothing vulgar, nothing threatening, nothing violent. He just stated a little bit of an opinion. And
This is the cop that says Zoran Mamdani is replaceable. He's not my real boss or whatever. Who's this compact squarehead Jeff Goldblum ass? Dude, he does look like Jeff Goldblum a little bit.
he got annihilated. But yet this jihad fucking gypsy mayor that we have, and all his friends who say that America deserved 9/11, that those cops that died at 9/11 deserved it. those firemen and all those other folks deserved it. And they get away with saying stuff like that. And then you have these protesters who violently and destructively destroy everything in their paths, going far above breaking the law, and they get away with it. But this hero with a pair of fucking balls, Captain Wilson, just said a few words and he's annihilated. So I want all you people in this city to be prepared for the continuation of the burning and the destruction of this city. And you're all gonna feel the fucking pain, and rightfully so, because that is the only way that this city is going to rejuvenate itself, is once all of you, pain compliant, you feel the pain and the suffrage. So
you think this guy would kill me? Like, if given the opportunity? Like, I feel I love this man. And I think I've never been in a situation where I've loved someone so much immediately after first setting my sights on him. I knew this was love at first sight. And he probably would still try to kill me, you know? I feel like you do not have health self-preservation instincts. I wonder if he knows how much I love this man.
I do hope that all of you...
I've never heard right-wing racist slam poetry before. I thought slam poetry was like something that the wokes did, right? I never knew that it was a thing that the racist people did too. Is like an anti-woke thing as well, you know? Also got to put the hat on in a little bit when I'm talking to the New York City DSA folk. No, this is monologuing. No, I think this is slam poetry. Hassan thinking I could fix him. No, you know what it is? It's because I love hogs so much. And this one is like the hog king. We did it, Joe. Painted by Scott Lobido. The world needs to see this. Share it. Wait, motherfuckers are sharing it, bro. Oh my God. People love his shit. They do share it. Is this guy popping? I didn't even realize he was popping like that. He's got W motion. I got L no motion. All right, let's get back to this guy.
Hey, I don't know which way to go because he ends up in the schoolyard. Luckily, I wasn't on the corner. I'm in the shade slightly because it's an 82-degree day today.
And then what?
Crazy. My adrenaline is still running. I'm just thankful to be alive.
So you see this car on its side. Kids are screaming. What's going on?
I run Sheeple, then I grab a kid out because he's stuck franticing, pull him out. Ain't nobody in there. Guy's in there. He's trapped in there. Then I run out, get myself together because my heart is boom, 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 boom.
No doubt.
Crazy.
And you grabbed the kid.
Pulled him up out of there.
How was the kid? What
He was shaking up, but I pulled him up out of there.
Was he like?
Damn, bro, he is going to town on that ice cream. It's crazy. No prisoners, bro. He is. He went full throat. Look at this. This is respectable technique. Okay, because if you don't take all the corners out, they might drip. This is not his first rodeo. It's a hot day in Philadelphia. Okay, and he knows he has to eat all of the corners in rapid succession. But he's got another job. He's got a story to tell. Okay. So in this moment, the maximally efficient move is to just throat it entirely. And he does it. He doesn't give a fuck. Look at that.
Pulled him up out of there.
Look, he hit. Look at that. Expertise. A lot of people don't understand. A weaker man would nibble on the sides. Well, the weakest man would say, I'll let my ice cream melt. Okay? A less weak man would at least give little licks on the side. Only a legend is going to go full cone and just hit the swirl on local television in his 15 minutes of fame, turning into 15 minutes of glory.
Is he like under a piece of playground equipment? Or
Yeah, right up under there.
Wow.
No, I'm being honest.
No, I believe you. So tell me about this car. Did you see what happened to her?
Do a 360. I didn't know which way to go. Luckily I wasn't right there on the corner. I would have been trapped in the madness if you zoom in. I'm being honest.
What's going through your head?
He's being honest.
Thank you, Jesus. That's what's going through my mind. Thank you, Jesus.
Look, he is shameless, dude. Whoa. You know what? He shouldn't feel shame about this. Also, look at this. The official portrait of the 112th mayor of New York City, Zohran Mamdani. Wait, why is he eating a pigeon? Also, why are there witches flying in the background? Zohran is doing witchcraft. This photo contains multitudes. This is real art, man. A lot of y'all don't understand. This is real art. Okay? Real art. Anyway, I'm gonna go into in a couple minutes. In a little bit, I will be talking to the New York City Democratic Socialists of America. Okay? And I'm going to be delivering them a speech, which I did not write, as always, to talk to them about the importance of smiling and dialing. All right? It's almost perfect, but it's missing 2 towers. Yeah, because Zohran Mamdani took it out. Wrote the Yale one. This is different. Dumb question, but how are you going to phone bank with stay on stream? I'm not going to phone bank. I'm going to give a hype up speech, and we're going to do a little convo. It's AI trash, Bo? No, I don't think that guy is an AI artist. I don't think that guy is an AI artist at all. How dare you? That's crazy. I feel like that would be the most disrespectful thing. That guy is a finger artist, okay? He uses his real ass fingers. He doesn't even use Jamel Bowie cosplay. That's funny. This is how short people react to you in public. Oh, Mao Zedong, shocked by the height of Henry Kissinger's wife. You know what's crazy about this, by the way? Henry Kissinger's wife must have been tall as hell, probably like my size, because Mao Zedong was tall. I mean, obviously, he's like very old at this point, so he's maybe, slumped over a little bit, slouched over. Maybe he lost a couple inches, but like Mao Zedong was pretty fucking tall. Yeah. Check out the other TikTok tab you have open. Your haters are insane. No jokes allowed. Oh, this one?
Address the absolute bloodbaths happening over you on Threads and Twitter right now. I made one joke, okay, and I guess comedy's illegal. Men got mad. But fine, we can get into it because it's not funny, but it's also really funny all at once. Recently, I started using Threads and Twitter exclusively for just ratioing men because I am funnier than every man I've ever met on this planet. Much to no one's surprise, not everyone found my jokes as funny as the women's sphere. Last night before I went to sleep, I posted this meme. And it just said if Hasan Piker texted me not to go through with it on my wedding day, I'd 100% bail, in this photo of stupid, sexy Hasan. And this morning, I woke up to thousands of men screaming my name across threads, and now I guess it's made it to Twitter, and threatening me in my DMs to come find me. But trust me, it gets funnier. The first and laziest thing that happened, obviously, was guys like this one taking my profile picture, ranking me like a 4 out of 10 foid, and then getting ratioed by me so hard that he had to delete everything he put up. The most common insult I usually see about myself is these guys commenting on my literally Greek god chiseled jawline. I simply like to respond, pointing out that I understand why my jaw definition confuses them. Then it got funnier because they started finding the hottest photos of me I've ever seen and making those trend as if I was ugly, and once again getting absolutely ratioed to hell. And again, every step along the way here, shout out to my women's sphere for backing me up. But then I posted this video, obviously addressing the elephant in the room, which is all these men are only screaming, crying, throwing up over my crush on Hasan Piker because they actually thought it could be them up at the altar with me. And then they tried to screen grab this exact photo of me to get that trending as the ugly photo of me. Honestly, at this point, I felt so bad for them that I was just going to offer them alternatives since they insisted on only taking the hottest photos of me known to man. And once again, they took these and started spreading these too, so I don't actually think you hate me as much as you all claim you do. You're in my DMs threatening me because you're actually so delusional. You believed that you could have had a chance at being up at that altar with me someday, and I had to shatter that by making a joke about how I will always choose Hasan above you. And I stand 10 toes down on that, actually. All that to say that even in the completely delusional, made-up fantasy wedding you have for the two of us in your mind, you still think that I'm hot enough where Hasan Piker might text me and ruin it.
Man can't do anything, especially take a joke. Hasan has this open on one of his tabs right now, and he'll probably cover later. That's crazy. Y'all are ops. I swear to God, y'all are freaking ops. Okay, let me join in on the Zoom call real quick. Let me get in on this. Let's see where we're at. Okay, I'm supposed to be speaking in 3 minutes, so. Hold on. Let's see. Hello, Roadcaster. Okay. That should be good. Okay.
Recording
One of
in
us
progress.
is a threat to all of us. And that's why we are all here. Like Gustavo said, New York City faces a deficit of over $5 billion. Right now, Kathy Hochul is poised to allow Trump cuts to wreak havoc on New York City and New York State. She's poised to pass a budget that allows for a payout to New York's richest to come out of the rest of our pockets. Governor Hochul could pass a budget that works for all New Yorkers, one that ensures that the libraries stay open, that teachers stay in their jobs, that after-school programs stay funded, and that countless other city agencies receive the funding that they desperately need. Instead, she is going to allow New York City public servants and our communities to be used as bargaining chips. She's poised to allow the rich to keep getting richer and richer, while those of us who keep the city running and the communities we love are forced to do more and more with less and less. So that's why we're all here. I would really urge anyone who is watching and not in the phone bank right now, if you're in New York, please call Governor Kathy Hochul. Her phone number is 518-474-8390. Tell her to tax the rich, save New York's public services from Trump cuts, and please call every single day until the budget is finalized. And I am going to pass it back to Gustavo.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that. Like Molly said, the fight of library workers is really all of our fights. When they come after one public service, they're going to come after all of them. This has been the strategy that neoliberals and capitalists use to defeat working class movements like ours, but we're fighting back, we're getting organized, and we're not going to let that happen. One thing I forgot to say at the start of the call, just some community agreements. We want, to stay respectful during the call, let speakers give their remarks, hear them out. We're here to organize together and have our backs to demand that the governor tax the rich. And we're going to be, starting our training, making phone calls later. We'll keep the chat open, but just keep it respectful and be considerate and mindful of others. So I think we're still waiting for Hasan to join. Is that right? And
I'm here.
well,
No, he's here,
oh, he's
Gustavo.
here. Okay, great, awesome. Welcome, Hasan. I'm gonna pass it over to our guest. Really awesome to have you here. He's been a huge support to the fight to tax the rich, big supporter to DSA. Shout out if you're a DSA member here. I'm one of the co-chairs of the New York City Democratic Socialists of America, and I'm going to pass it over to Hasan for some hype.
What's up, everybody? Some of you might know who I am. Some of you probably don't. I'm Hasan Piker. I'm a Twitch streamer, and it is my honor to be here with you today. I'm not as good as I'm not as good at communicating, contrary to what I do for a living, as Zoran Mamdani is, but I'm going to try to hype you guys up. I don't know what that actually means, but when I was approached to do this, I thought about, I thought about how wonderful of an opportunity this is, because it's really good to apply some pressure to make sure that we have some responsive politics in this country, specifically when politicians more often than not are completely out of touch with not only the needs of the working class, but also rarely ever get to hear from the working class. But one of the questions I've approached Rashida Tlaib and many other congresspersons, many other politicians with always is, are politicians stupid or are they cynical? And the reason why I always ask this question, and some people really don't like it, is because I want to know why they're so unresponsive, right? Are they actually refusing to hear the calls of the overwhelming majorities that demand an end to the genocide, for example, and simply choosing not to hear it? Or are they completely oblivious? And Rashida actually told me something very interesting, where she said, no, they're actually, in most circumstances, kind of stupid. Maybe not stupid, but kind of out of touch. And that gave me a lot of hope. The reason why that gave me a lot of hope is because when they do hear from people like yourselves, when they do hear from their constituents, that actually does light a fire under their asses. And that's why I think phone banking, like what you guys are doing today, what we're all doing here today, is unbelievably important. Because door knocking is good. It's great to get an elected representative out there. It's great to boost membership. But the job doesn't end there. As Bernie has also talked about in the past as well, the job actually begins once you get someone elected into a position of power. Unfortunately, our opposition in this fight are unbelievably wealthy corporate overlords that have been responsible for the grand design of New York City, leading to such unjust outcomes. So we have to be undeniable. We have to be, in some instances, an unbearable force to be reckoned with to make sure that our demands are met. We have to sometimes force democracy and the democratic process to take place. So I think that's precisely the reason why phone banking operations like this one and smiling and dialing is incredibly important. So I'm really excited that you guys are all participating in this. One of the things I tell my audience, as I even told them earlier today, is whenever you get annoyed, whether it be with someone from a left caucus or a right caucus inside of the DSA, or Hamill and Sickled Twitter users on the timeline talking shit about the DSA from the outside, saying it's not revolutionary enough. I get called a shepherd, a sheepdog for the Democratic Party all the time, for example. Whenever you hear stuff like that, take that anger and frustration that you have with others and channel it into something productive, okay? Channel it into something productive like this, calling other New York constituents and ensuring that they also, and urging them to call Kathy Hochul, because the reality of the matter is this budget crisis, even though the New York Post and many others claim is happening because Zoran is a communist, this budget crisis was born out of capitalist mismanagement, right? And there are only two solutions to it. Either we demand that the super wealthy that enjoy this city, one of the greatest cities on the planet, to pay a fairer share of the productive output that they seemingly consolidate amongst themselves, or the only other way out of it is austerity. And we all know that that's unacceptable. The city has become increasingly unaffordable, and it's untenable. The situation is untenable. So I think we have to make sure that Kathy Hochul hears those demands and abides by the democratic process. So on that note, you guys, you want me to read the notes, right? About like where to go and stuff?
We're gonna do a little role play now between one of the campaign leaders who's just gonna go, over like what it's like to call a voter and patch them through to Kathy Hochul. So Sarah, who's one of the field chairs, she's gonna lead us through that together with you.
Yeah. Also, I don't know if we want to like get people to join this phone bank if we have that opportunity. Would love others to join. I think that there is a link that if people can easily join this phone bank at, I don't know if someone can drop that in the chat. And also, Hasan, nice to meet you.
Hi, nice to meet you.
My hero. Okay, yeah. So the link to join is dsa.nyc/TTR phone. dsa.nyc/TTR phone if you want to join the phone bank and call New York leaders, tell them to tax the rich. All right, so we're gonna do a little role play. I'm the volunteer, so most of you on this call, I'm you tonight, and Hasan is the person on the phone. All right, and we'll do this again in an actual training showing you how to use the tool. But for right now, just imagine I'm calling, I'm looking at my script, and I'm like, hey, this is Sarah. I'm calling from NYC DSA's campaign to tax the rich. Is this Hasan?
How did you get my number?
Oh, great. I'm so glad it's Hasan. I'm so glad to speak with you. So we're in the final days of the state budget negotiations, and Governor Hochul is refusing to tax the rich. She's forcing cuts in New York City by refusing to fill the budget gap. And the governor is sabotaging Zoran's agenda and our chance at making New York affordable. So would you be willing to leave a short voicemail urging leadership in Albany to support real taxes on the rich in this year's budget? I can text you a short script and patch you through directly to her voicemail.
I'm a little worried. I feel like the wealthy deserve all their wealth. Don't you think? Aren't we limiting the most productive individuals in society if we were to tax them? Wouldn't they run away from New York City?
I can totally see why you might think that. I can see why higher taxes maybe don't sound appealing, but things like public transit, public school, healthcare.
You got muted. I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. The infrastructure is so terrible. I feel if only there was a way to harden our infrastructure here in one of the wealthiest cities on the planet. Oh, well.
Exactly. And I think you're really touching on some things about why we need higher taxes. I don't know if you heard me earlier, but things like public transit, public school, healthcare, they run on things like taxes. They run on the budget that the state provides the city. And that's really what we need to have a stable and functional New York. And I love this city. How do you feel about this city? Do you love it too?
Yeah, I do like it, and I heard Ken Griffin talk about how he's going to move his businesses down to Miami, and that really pissed me off.
Yeah, I know, right? Like that sounds insane, especially since we've seen the facts. It's statistically not true that anyone's leaving New York when they're making more money. The millionaires are actually coming here. There's more millionaires here and billionaires here than ever. There's actually more billionaires here than the whole world. So it's absolutely untrue that raising taxes on the rich is going to change any of that. It really is only going to impact working people and people who need that money coming into the city.
Okay, so what can I do then? You've sold me.
All right, so it sounds like you would be willing to leave a voicemail to our state leaders. So if you don't mind, I'm going to send you a script right now. Do you mind if I text you a script? I can do it really easily.
Sure.
And I'll patch you through. All right.
Okay.
You're going to see a script come through on your phone.
Do you want
You
me
guys
to
will get there.
Do you want me to read this script?
Oh yeah, that'd be great.
Okay. Hi, my name is Hasan Piker, and I'm calling to stop Kathy Hochul's cuts and to tell the governor to tax the rich. Hochul needs to fund Zoran's agenda and stop sabotaging him. Over 1 million people voted for Zoran's affordability agenda. We won't accept Kathy sabotaging that agenda by imposing austerity on New York City. Hochul, stop the cuts, fund New York City, and deliver a budget for the working class, not the CEO class. And then the rest of it that's it, right? And the call to action.
So actually at the end of your voicemail, you can just hang up, but
Yeah.
you did it. Great call to Kathy.
Okay, there it is. That's one extra call to Kathy Hochul. Well, thank you so much for allowing me to be a part of this process. And also, obviously, I'm sharing this with my audience right now as well. This is being live streamed, live broadcasted on my stream as well. And all of you guys can join the phone bank too from anywhere in the United States of America. You don't have to be in New York City to do this. And you can go and join the phone bank at dsa.nyc/TTR phone. Right? I got that right. And we're posting the link in the chat as well. And if you can't join now and you're in New York, because, I don't know, you're working or something, you can call Governor Kathy Hochul at 518-474-8390. That's 518-474-8390. And you can actually call Kathy Hochul's office every single day until it's over. Yeah. I think a lot of people don't understand that, someone has to keep this city running. Like a lot of wealthy people in general, they think, I feel like it's a fate worse than death if I were to pay a little bit more in taxes. They're unbelievably selfish. In some instances, it almost feels like they're more worried about the threat of it all. Like they're more worried about any success whatsoever as far as taxing the wealthy being implemented. They're worried that more of that will happen. They're worried about existing in a more just, a more equitable system. But it's pertinent on all of us to make sure we play a role in advancing that agenda, because I talk to politicians all the time. You would not believe the amount of access that wealthy people and corporate lobbyists have. And sometimes we have to be a lot louder than they are. We have to work extra hard, but we do have the numbers, and I think that is what matters. I've seen it. I've seen it with politicians that listen to the demands of their constituents in town halls and whatnot, where they do sometimes change their mentality. It's not as, I know it seems like American politics is so unresponsive. I know it seems like politicians don't actually care, that they only care about their corporate benefactors. But the reality is, when they do hear from people like yourselves, when they do hear from all the other people that you're calling to urge to call as well to advance this agenda, they actually do respond. There is a lot of power in that. There is a lot of power in your voices. So thank you guys. Thank you to everyone that's participating in this. I feel like we might have broken the phone line. That's what people are saying in my chat right now. But hopefully you guys can join afterwards as well. And thank you so much to the New York City Democratic Socialists of America for putting up a strong fight to fight for those who can't fight for themselves.
Yeah, hell yeah. Thank you for your solidarity. We're going to get started with the phone bank. It's been great having Hasan here. He's been a strong partner this whole fight. So we're going to get started with our dialer training. Eric, who's our campaign manager, is going to go over how Scale to Win works. And then we're going to start making calls to voters in New York and patching them through to Kathy Hochul.
Okay. All right. That was it, everybody. You're wearing the Philly hat? No, I'm not. I'm not wearing the Philly hat. I'm wearing the New York hat. Shut up. Check logs. You're wearing the Philly hat? Even if I was wearing the Philly hat, who cares? It'd be funny. It literally says New York City right here. Is stream ending, bro? Yeah. I just wanted the joke. Thanks for humoring me. I second the chatter who suggests you tell them to set up a Google form or sheet sign up to maintain call momentum once lines clear. As the owner of New York City, that's a Philly hat. Okay. Knicks is playing Philly today. Respectfully, we don't fuck with Philly. This is against the usage of the suit. Wearing the suit shows no distinction away from mainstream media, establishment, politicians, and polite society. A suit should not define professional opinion. Wearing casual clothing would expand the permission structure for left opinions. Okay, calm down, dude. You did fail RP. Can you ask them for a link that has the script? Dr. Jihad on the phone? That's crazy. That's crazy. They released the Epstein note? Oh. Okay, this is impossible to read. That's probably why they released it. They were like, you will never know what it is. Federal judge releases previously sealed, purported Jeffrey Epstein suicide note from the cellmate case. The investigative me for months found nothing, so 15-year-old charges resulted as a treat to be able to choose one's time to say goodbye. What you want me to do? Bust out crying? No fun, not worth it. Jeffrey Epstein's purported suicide note. Okay, this is fake as hell. There is no way he wrote this shit. This looks like Kash Patel wrote it. Or potentially Donald Trump wrote it. You see this from DSA LA? What is this? Canvassing makes you hot? I did not see this from DSA LA. What the fuck? Federal judge released a note on Wednesday, which Jeffrey Epstein's former cellmate said he found in a graphic novel. The New York Times had not authenticated that Mr. Epstein wrote it. Yeah, I just don't believe it. I don't believe it. I feel like it's fake. It's so fucking phony. Wow, it's so crazy. The suicide note literally says Kash Patel didn't get cucked to the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Yeah, that is crazy. I also don't see any typos. Please urge your UK viewers to vote green tomorrow, today over there. Yes. Obviously. 100%. Shouts out Zach Polanski. He's been getting attacked nonstop. It's been unbelievable. But interesting Adam Conover video about the LA mayor's race and Spencer Pratt's rise with a debate on tonight. Why is Karen Bass boosting the campaign of a MAGA right-winger for mayor of LA? I know why. The reason why Karen Bass is doing that is because Karen Bass wants Spencer Pratt to be the number 2 slot and not Nithya Raman or Ray Huang, which it doesn't, unfortunately, doesn't seem to be. Ray Huang is probably not going to be the number 2 slot. It'll most likely be DSALA's Nithya Raman. And that is that's the reason why Karen Bass is trying to make her chances a little bit better, because Spencer Pratt is a nut job.
Race, and a lot more people need to be talking about it. So you guys are familiar with how Hillary Clinton boosted Donald Trump's candidacy in 2016 in the primary because she thought it would help her win the general, right? We all know how that turned out. Well, Karen Bass is doing the same thing in Los Angeles this year. Karen is catastrophically unpopular. She has a 24% approval rating because of her mismanagement of the fires and the city budget. And so she has drawn a strong progressive challenger named Nithya Raman, who has been described in the press as the next Zohran Mamdani and who's running on a platform of housing affordability. So since Karen detects that she might lose, she has started promoting the candidacy of Spencer Pratt, a right-wing MAGA Republican who wants to let ICE invade the city. He vacations with Alex Jones, and he was literally inspired to run by watching Donald Trump on television. So this could work because LA has a nonpartisan primary system. All the Republicans and Democrats run against each other, and the top 2 finishers go to the general in November. And in a normal year, LA is so blue that means that a centrist Democrat usually goes up against a progressive Democrat, unless the centrist Democrat can get a right-winger to win that second spot. And so that is what the Bass campaign is doing. I found this page on her website where she literally describes Spencer Pratt as a strong contender for the second spot, and then spends the entire rest of the page bashing Nithya's plans to make it easier to build housing in Los Angeles, even though I think Karen would agree we need to build more housing here because housing is too expensive. They also leaked an internal poll to TMZ of all places, saying that Spencer Pratt is the biggest threat in the LA mayor's race. And since TMZ has a conservative right-wing audience largely, this is clearly an attempt to boost Pratt's name recognition and therefore his vote total. Now, this strategy could work in the short term, but it's also incredibly risky because Karen is so unpopular that anybody running against her automatically has a good chance of winning. So by campaigning this way, she is risking a right-wing MAGA takeover of...
Nithya and Pratt are both Apex stooges. No, Nithya is not a fucking Apex stooge, okay? Calm down. She has in the past worked with a Zionist group, though, which is true. She's not an Apex stooge. Adam's been boosting Nithya. I know. DSALA did not endorse Ray Huang nor Nithya Raman. And the reason for why they didn't is because they were, they didn't, I guess there wasn't sufficient votes. I don't know the background process. I don't want to get into the background process, but they're both DSALA candidates. Okay? Ray Huang and Nithya are both DSALA candidates. The thing is, Ray came out and was initially the only DSALA candidate. And then a week after we did the stream together, Nithya came out and said she also wanted to run. And it came kind of out of nowhere. The reality of the matter is Ray has a lot of great policies and I really like her. I've obviously interviewed her. Nithya has more experience within LA government. And not only that, but also has a much higher likelihood in the polls of actually winning. Although, as a council member, she has done things or she has voted in the direction that makes me a little uncomfortable as well. DSALA decided not to reopen their endorsement window for mayor of Los Angeles following a debate. That means neither Nithya Raman or Ray Huang will get the group's backing for the June primary, which comes with canvassers and phone bankers. Vote needed 2/3 majority, but only got 54%. Why not make a choice of endorsement? Seems like a bad strategy. I think part of the reason why they didn't want to do that is because, once again, Nithya decided to run for mayor kind of out of nowhere.
LA city government. And don't say it can't happen, okay? Trump did it in 2016 when Hillary used that strategy. So do we really want to roll the dice again? If Spencer Pratt becomes mayor of Los Angeles, he has pledged to invite ICE into the city. He is a conspiracy theorist. He's a vaccine denier. He lies constantly, and he is only in the race to feed his political ego, just like Trump. But again, like Trump, he could win. So let me be really clear. The way to stop this from happening is to get Nithya Raman into the general election, into that number 2 slot. And look,
Google Nithya Israel. Bitch, I know. I've literally fucking endorsed her in the past. What are you talking about? I know.
supporting her. I'm volunteering for her because I am genuinely excited by her candidacy. She's a true policy wonk. She was the first person to pass strong tenant protections in Los Angeles in decades. She is unbought by anybody, and she's an incredibly principled person. And we would do very well to have her as mayor. At the very least, we would do very well to have a real race between her and Karen Bass instead of Spencer Pratt. And this is urgent because ballots are already in the mail. So look in your mailbox for your ballot, grab a yard sign, and volunteer at nithyaforthecity.com.
Y'all, a mayor has no power form policy? No, that's bullshit. First of all, it's LA. Okay? Based on what you described, Nithya seems like a spoiler. Yeah, buddy. In the real world, that's not how it works, unfortunately. When you are close to the top, when you're literally either in the first place or the second place in the polls, that's what matters, okay? I would agree with you, except for the fact that Nithya has a better poll position than even Spencer Pratt does, and I'm beginning to worry a little bit about the Spencer Pratt situation. Because if the top two slots is between Spencer Pratt and Karen Bass, then yeah, everyone's going to fucking vote for Karen Bass. But if the top two spots is between Ray Huang and Karen Bass, there's a much higher likelihood of Ray Huang winning. And if the top two spots are between Nithya and Karen Bass, then people are definitely going to vote for Nithya. Okay? That's the real fear here. The fear that Spencer Pratt sneaks into to the second slot against Karen Bass, who is an unpopular incumbent, but an incumbent nonetheless. Okay? A lot of people in the animal community are voting for Pratt because he's doing something about the homeless animal abuse that's happening on Skid Row. The socialist candidates need to touch on this. They haven't. What? What is he doing about the animal abuse? What? Yeah, that's why he's winning. He's making videos on animal abuse. Is he saying that people in Skid Row, homeless people that have animals on Skid Row, are actually abusing their animals, and we must take the animals away from homeless people? Are you saying that a socialist candidate has to run on taking the fucking pets of homeless people away from them? That's the number one issue facing Los Angelinos right now? That's what. So you got candidates that are worried about housing, and then one candidate who's like, people devoid of housing shouldn't have animals either. This literally sounds like the white feminism, rich white liberals who are like, I care literally more about the pets of homeless people and their well-being and their safety than the fucking homeless people themselves. It sounds like someone fucking made that up. They use puppies to panhandler and toss them in the sewers when they grow up and get another. What? What are you? Bro, I met these homeless people at fucking Skid Row. What are you talking about? It's not a panhandle situation at all. It's literally their best friend. It's like emotional support. What kind of like 1957 fucking ass rhetoric is this shit? Saw it in Nashville? Bitch! Saw it in Nashville? Okay, well, I've been to fucking Skid Row. I've seen the people that don't have homes but have pets. And let me tell you, okay, they're not fucking using puppies to panhandle. What the fuck's wrong with you? What the hell? Oh my God, dude. We treat human beings like they're nothing in this country. Oh my God. Oh my God. Holy shit. Like, homeless people are not fucking aliens, man. They also like dogs too. Anyway, yeah, we're gonna fix homelessness by stealing their fucking pets, dude. Causing them to kill themselves. This way we will fix homelessness. California seems fucked. It is fucked. Yeah, if you're worried about the animals of the homeless people, you should work to build more housing so there's less homeless people. You know, less people who have animals that become homeless. And also on top of that, build houses for the homeless too. Anyway. Adam is courtside at the Knicks game right now. Are you going to sit courtside to watch SGA, Dad, Dick, LeBron? Those words came out of your mouth. You typed those words out. You said Dad, Dick, and LeBron. If there's anyone who has Dad, Dick in this situation, it's not the foul merchant SGA. Okay? It's LeBron. Yeah, no pause. Okay? I don't even care if you say, oh, dude, pause. Oh, pause. Yeah. LeBron's semen is participating in the games. That's how much dad dick LeBron has. I've seen the SGA no meat picture. Okay? Don't come at me like this. How dare you? Yeah. SGA lost the meat off. Foul merchant is slander. What was that? What was the fucking, what was the meme where someone was like, boys, our boy won the meat off. I'm not one to criticize Hassan's methods. I just don't know what he had to deal with. He seems to just give her a quick bit of exposure that just virtually never cover her again and never gave her that one-on-one they were talking about, but it's all but too late now. You can't be saying Le Seaman with the DSA hat on. Yes, I can. Have you seen Jennifer Welch defending SGA? Speaking of Jennifer Welch, I might be going to I might literally be going to a game with Jennifer.
Anything you want to say about the Thunder?
Yes.
Okay.
I would like.
They're huge. Obviously, they're from Oklahoma. They're a huge Thunder fan, huge SGA fan, and I'm obviously the dick rider of LeBron James, also known as Lazionus James, also known as Hebron James. Okay, I'm an honest dick rider.
You have the floor.
I would like to say that I think Doris Burke is a MAGA-style propagandist with calling Shea Gilgeous-Alexander a foul merchant. And ever since she said that propaganda, everywhere I go in New York, all these salty Knicks fans tried to diminish SGA's athleticism, which, let's face it, we haven't seen anything like this since Michael Jordan. And it all started with Doris Burke, who is a Thunder hater, an SGA hater, and a Thunder and SGA propagandist. I've completely had it with her. She's not loved in Oklahoma City. It is not objective journalism. And people say, oh, you need to support women in sports. I support honesty above everything else. And she was dishonest about Shea. Now, all of these little haters, all of these little jealous basketball fans.
She knows way more than you. Yeah, 100%. I'm just a shameless dick rider for LeBron James. That's it. But even I know SGA is a foul merchant. Like, even I know that.
Instead of being happy for SGA, then they clamor on.
SGA wears push-up bras in practice. That's also true, but we don't practice that homophobia around these parts. He does foul bait, but he also gets fouled a lot, so why wouldn't he, Lamau? Breaking, the IDF Home Extraction Squad has been deployed to Hebron James's home. This comes after rumors Tel Aviv is starting its own NBA team. More details of 5. Okay, dude. Someone should ask SGA what he thinks about Israel, okay? So we can fucking even the playing field. This popped up on my feed while trying to look for SGA clips to send you.
Hey, the beat go off?
Oh, I know what this is. I know. It's going to be fucking... It's going to be IRGC Rockets on Tel Aviv.
Hey,
yeah. I knew it. I fucking knew it. Every time. All the Wemby edits. This has 400,000 likes, by the way. These people think they can just do fucking propaganda that make... When the opponent is 7'6", not 7 or 6. All net and no Yahoo. Avdija is severely underhated. He's not used to fighting adults. Shooting against adults is a whole different game. Physically impossible to write Wemby without a W. It's kind of funny how much Wemby actually does not like Denny, by the way. It is kind of like I've seen the clips where he just won't even like dab him up. Respect. For the first time ever, an international body holds a Zionist accountable for something.
And 4 blocks to go at those 17 points. Oh!
Yeah, he fucking launched that shit into the ether, dude. Look at this. Oh my God. He launched it into space. Off the backboard.
4 blocks to go at those 17 points. Oh my.
Not even off the backboard. He just flew it into space.
Goodness.
This is the energy France needs to bring to the fucking International Court of Justice and the ICC. Okay? You got a French prosecutor in the ICC having all of his bank accounts sanctioned by the United States of America for the crime of fucking prosecuting Benjamin Netanyahu. Meanwhile, you got a Frenchman out here, Wembanyama, doing what must be done. Okay? Doing the dang deed. Are you rooting for Wemby or Ant? I mean, Wemby is my new GOAT, so. Yeah, here I've seen this clip. Wemby passing by. Wemby didn't even look at Deni Avdija after the game. Which is kind of funny because who chipped Denny's tooth? I forget. It wasn't Wemby, right? Wemby is the face of the league. Could be glorious. No, it wasn't Stephon Castle. It wasn't Stephon Castle, but here is Stephon Castle hugging it out and dabbing him up. No, Castle didn't break his teeth, but Castle's the one who pushed him or put the ball on his chest, and then Denny pushed him, and then he pushed him back. And here he is, still fucking dabbing him up. Meanwhile, look at Wemby. Wemby said, nope. Put his fucking hand behind him. Ant-Man is the real king of the pirates. Yeah, I mean, it's fine. Bro, the majority of Wemby's 12 blocks were fouls.
Down to 5, Shannon blocked.
That's crazy. It's so funny because, like, he's so tall, they call it goaltending every time. Bro, he's just too tall to block normally, and he's also aware of goaltending.
Exactly. Oh, first three. This block party as well. It might have hit the board. Gobert off the screen and roll to the left hand. UConn, Stephon Castle.
This was a salty Wolves fan. Hasan is a former Portland season ticket holder and Denny Gate enjoyer. Inject this into my veins, Lamau. I mean, yeah.
Got 9 in the game. Reed blocked through. Randall, there's the first one. Again. And again. Oh, he blocked that one standing straight up. Mark had it if he wanted it. The victor is. So they can't. They are going at it. He's got 15 in the game. Edwards.
As a Seattle Sonics fan, OKC can eat a dick. A whole free throw merchant dick. Someone seems a little salty, huh? Anyway, yeah, there's going to be a debate tonight. There's a mayoral debate tonight. I do care about it. I mean, I want to watch it a little bit.
Q4 growth reports.
It's going to be Karen Bass, Spencer Pratt, and Nithya Raman on NBC LA.
Bandwidth to pass the salt.
Yeah, it's supposed to start right now. Ballots dropped. Ballots are out too. And I think DSA LA put Nithya as their choice.
Back, teaming up with Bashaga to give away a fully furnished multi-million-dollar home.
Wait, why does Ray not make the cut? I don't know what the NBC LA's specifications are for who gets to make it, but I think it's like they did top 3 maybe. But the problem with Ray's candidacy is, yeah, they recommend DSA LA did not endorse neither Nithya nor Ray, but they did recommend Nithya on their primary election voter guide. Yeah, she's not polling high enough. She's at 3%, unfortunately. It was bullshit. 5%, and she had 1 poll over and 1 poll under.
For the people who do the work.
Tonight, a debate doubleheader. First up, the race for LA mayor.
Los Angeles, a big city, a bigger reputation.
Beneath the blue skies, frustration, fear, and uncertainty.
It's horrifying, and everybody has to keep watch. I don't sleep well at night right now at all.
It feels like there's no neighborhoods that are safe.
Southern California, plagued by homelessness, ravaged by wildfires, and crippled by the rising cost of living.
Unfucking believable, bro. Oh my God. Can you play some Fort at the same time and the other Subway Surfer for me and the other Subway Surfer at people?
The question
No.
is, who's going to deliver?
Here at the iconic Skirball Cultural Center, a face-off for the two biggest races on your ballot. The top candidates for mayor and governor.
One night, two debates.
Live from the Skirball Cultural Center.
And a good evening, everyone. I'm Colleen Williams. Thanks so much for joining us tonight. Our doubleheader debate kicks off right now with the race for LA mayor. There are a number of issues for Angelenos, and with the primary election now just 4 weeks away, the stakes are very, very high. Joining me for the debate tonight are my colleagues, Conan Nolan, NBC4 political reporter, and Enrique Chiabra, Telemundo 52 news anchor.
I don't know what the fuck's wrong with me.
Welcome tonight the 43rd mayor of the city of Los Angeles, the Honorable Karen Bass, and her two challengers, Nithya Raman, who is a member of the Los Angeles City Council District
My nose
4,
is running, and
Spencer
also on.
Pratt, a media
I don't know if I have
entrepreneur
allergies or something.
and a former reality TV host.
We'll be asking questions tonight on behalf of viewers and voters. We are proud to broadcast and stream this debate in English and Spanish on NBC4 and Telemundo 52 in partnership with LMU.
All right, there are a couple of rules tonight. Each of the candidates will have 60 seconds to answer our questions, and then 30 seconds for rebuttals and or responses to follow. That is up to the discretion of the moderators here. If a candidate goes over their time, we'll give them a warning.
You
If
can
it happens
argue that
repeatedly,
Nithya
the
is
candidate
bad,
could get
as bad
fewer
as Karen,
questions.
or worse,
And
by the way. That's fucking insane. No, she's not worse than Karen Bass. That's an insane thing to say.
Certainly no name calling, obviously. We're interested in some precision here, some effort at giving the people of the city of Los Angeles some specificity as to how you're going to handle some of these problems. And let's start with one. It gets to January 7th of last year. So, Mayor, this is for you. I know that you have apologized for being out of the country during those wildfires. But still, there are plenty of people who believe that the city let them down. The Los Angeles Fire Department, for some reason, didn't have a strike team or a brush unit where there had been a fire just days earlier and had been reports it was still smoldering. That appears to be inexcusable. LADWP had a reservoir that was dry. The fire hydrants went dry. So based on that issue alone, articulate for us why you should get a second contract as the mayor of the city.
Absolutely. Well, first of all, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with you. You know, when I took over as mayor, LA was definitely facing an awful lot of tough problems. And obviously, January 7th was horrible. And as I have told you before, it was one of the worst moments of my life to not be here when my city needed me. And it didn't matter where I was or why I was away. To me, it reminds me of like if you're away and a family member is in an accident. But I think that I deserve a second term, and I'm going to fight for that because we have made significant progress in a variety of areas. For example, homelessness was going up year after year. And under my watch, it is the first time we've had a decrease in street homelessness. While it went up in the country, 18%, it came down in Los Angeles, 17.5%. I have expedited the building of housing because our number one issue in this city is affordability. And one of the main drivers for affordability is housing.
Right, so let me follow up on the fires, though. One gets the impression, based on what we saw, that you prioritized wages and benefits, a hike in the salaries of the firefighters union over the operations budget. We saw those pictures of those engines that were inoperable because they didn't have enough mechanics to fix them.
Well,
was that a mistake?
That's because of the union, you fucking idiot. Or maybe it's because of the fucking police union. If there's one union that has been getting all the fucking
firefighters. We actually had fire trucks with not enough firefighters there. So yes, there were fire trucks that were
The
broken.
real problem
There
is the
were also
prioritization of the
fire
police
trucks
budget, not
that
the
were out of
fucking
use
fire union.
because she
God,
had
local
sent
media,
the
local
firefighters
media.
home.
You guys are
You
demonic.
correct. There was supposed to have
You
been
guys are fucking
deployment
demonic,
and
dude.
pre-deployment in the area. That did not happen. But the same way that LA was not prepared, neither was the county.
Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor Bass, Mr. Pratt, this question's for you.
It's true, though.
Your
They didn't have
desire
enough
to run
technicians because
for-
they had to fucking downsize in the number of technicians so that you had a bunch of broken fire
only
trucks. But that's because all the money goes to the cops.
You
All
lost
the money
your
goes to fucking
neighborhood.
LAPD.
How does that really color your view of what needs to happen at this point, and how does that help others moving forward?
Yes, thank you for the question. To the Mayor Karen Bass's, the 1,000 firefighters that were available, but there was no engines for them because of the $17 million that Chief Crowley had asked the mayor for 9 weeks before, and Mayor Karen Bass denied it. So they may have been available, but they didn't have the equipment they needed. Not to mention Janice Quinones, who Mayor Karen Bass put into her position of power at the LA DWP. She drained both of these reservoirs that these firefighters
I can't believe this
needed
fucking chud
to
is
put out
top
these
3.
fires. A lot of people talk about climate change and hurricane force winds. The winds in the Pacific Palisades never reached higher than 40 miles per hour. For those first 6 hours, they didn't go above 27 miles per hour. So without those two reservoirs filled with 117 million gallons and 5 million gallons, these firefighters had to fly all the way to Malibu and Encino to get water. So that, to me, is the most dangerous thing that the mayor put us up against.
Mr. Pratt, a follow-up here, though. What would you do moving forward that would make this better 2 years from now if we face the same situation?
Well, first off, as mayor, I will never drain the reservoirs that we need for wildfire protection. There's this conspiracy now that they're empty, that they were for drinking water. But if you research it, they were actually made for wildfire protection. As mayor, I'm going to add 20 dip sites all around the communities connecting to pools. So God forbid the water system goes down again. These dip sites that will be connected to individuals' pools will fill up for the helicopters to have water.
Mayor Bass, do you have a response to that?
Yeah, absolutely. He's saying several things that are completely inaccurate. First of all, there was one reservoir that was out of commission. He is correct. 1 million years ago, it was for wildfires, but over the last 30, 40 years, it's been for drinking water. He talked about the winds. That is just completely inaccurate. If that were accurate, then the planes would have been able to fly. And so the winds reached close to 100 miles an hour, and the planes were unable to fly. So if there were reservoirs, if that reservoir had been open, it would not have worked. We had 2 other reservoirs totaling 8 billion gallons that were available. But could not fly.
Yes, she mentioned me. So she's an incredible liar. Everyone on their phones, Google it. 40 weather stations in the Pacific Palisades. It never went above 40 miles per hour. She is referencing the Altadena fire.
No. I have to interrupt you. No name calling,
She
please.
just lied, though.
Yeah, but no name calling.
She called me a liar.
I don't believe she did.
She said
I did not hear that.
This up.
I did not.
We're not going to debate the issue. We have a question now for Councilmember Rahman.
Councilwoman Rahman, so your District 4 is a fire-prone district. My question to you is, we've seen that you've introduced fire preparedness motions after January 2025. A lot of them happened after the fire, the Palisades fire. My question to you is, what did you do before that? Because this seems like it's more reactive rather than proactive. So any motions you introduced before January 2025?
Yeah, so my name is Nithya. I'm a council member for the 4th District, representing a huge percentage of the hillsides. For those of you who haven't met me before, I'm a mother of young twins. I'm an urban planner by training, and I've been in this role for about 5 years. And in my role as
the harsh truth is a lot of these homes should not be built in these fire zones.
Have to do a lot of
buddy,
work
that's like most of Los Angeles, though.
Really extreme weather. Before rainy seasons, actually in the past, mudslides have been the biggest issue in my district. Entire homes have gone off of their foundations, and we go in advance and make sure that traps are cleared, that areas are available for flood and clearing. We do brush clearance and make sure that all of the departments and all of the interjurisdictional areas that are supposed to be doing brush clearance are actually
Daniel
doing that
Lurie
work.
solos all
Before
these
this set of
candidates, the
fires,
SF GOAT.
We sent out
What?
an email. We made sure that we were connecting.
There's no way there's a Daniel Lurie fan in here. What the fuck is happening in this goddamn community?
Well, we didn't
Half of the chat is like Nithya is the #1 supporter of Israel. The other half of the chat is saying Daniel Lurie, the fucking billionaire San Francisco mayor, is a great mayor. What the fuck is happening?
That the mayor's role is to be the CEO of the city.
All of
They
you are
the executive
insane.
authority in the city. As a council member, you're a legislator. You push for your district, which I did, and I will always do, and I will always keep doing. But really, it is the mayor's role to be prepared and to
You've gone
coordinate
Mishim. Let's hear what she has to
before
say about
and during
Israel.
and after
This is
emergencies to ensure
a
that the
big
city
concern
is
for me
ready.
as well.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
As I said, we have a lot of topics to cover tonight. The next one is public safety. LAPD is reporting the overall crime rate is down, but people repeatedly say that's not their perception. They do not feel safe. We're seeing yet another series of home burglaries in the San Fernando Valley. And just today, federal authorities arrested at least 18 people connected to a drug trafficking investigation. They called it Save MacArthur Park. Mayor Bass, you have 60 seconds for this. Who ordered this operation with the feds? Is it a sign that our communities are not safe?
No, actually, that operation was ordered by the feds. However, we have been working in collaboration because we were very well aware of the drug dealing that was taking place there. We have used a comprehensive approach when it comes to MacArthur Park. Multiple things are needed. And so what happened a couple of hours ago was an action that had been in the works for many, many years. But let me just say, or many, many months, let me just say also that LAPD and that Los Angeles is understaffed in terms of LAPD for the nation's second largest city. And so I have been fighting to hire more officers. Unfortunately, I have not had the cooperation from the city council, including, unfortunately, my colleague next to me, who has voted repeatedly against hiring officers, including when we were finally able to increase the class size and the council would not fund it. What is in my current budget now is 512 officers, which still is not enough. At least that will deal with attrition. We cannot shrink our department.
Councilmember Rahman, you have 30 seconds to respond to that.
You know, I've supported multiple budgets, thoughtful budgets that maintained and sometimes even increased the size of the police force. I did vote against a big contract, a contract that gave the police union more money than the city had, a contract and its knock-on effects, which ultimately led to the city having a $1 billion budget deficit last year, that led to us having to cut essential services across the entire city. If you're wondering why your streetlights are out on your block and the Bureau of Street Lighting is telling you that it's taking a year to fix a streetlight, that's why.
Councilmember Rahman, thank you. Mr. Pratt, there were 100 LAPD officers working with the feds today. Your response to what went down in MacArthur Park?
It's unbelievable. I hope we have the FBI, the DEA, the CDC, the ATF. The more resources we can make the streets of LA safe with federal money, amazing. I talk to thousands of moms a week. They do not feel safe in the street. No matter what these crime statistics
Wait, you
are
talk
telling
to thousands
anybody,
of moms
it's
a
not
week?
how people feel.
That's a weird
on the
thing.
street. There's a difference between people.
He's like, I love moms. I talk to thousands of them every week. Moms are coming up to me. They're like, I'm a mom and I'm
Getting
scared.
stabbed in the street than the lights being out. So I think Mayor Bass funding the police was important, actually.
Mr. Pratt, I have a follow-up question for all of you here.
He did
Langer's
mention
Deli.
me, so do I get to respond to that?
Just a moment. This is a response to some of that. Langer's Deli, which, as you all know, is a staple of downtown Los Angeles, is asking all of you on the stage right now to end the Needle Run giveaway program. So my question, Mayor, first of all to you.
What?
Yes or no? It's run by the city run needle program.
Right.
Yeah,
Yes
it's
or no?
safe injections.
Yes.
Councilmember Rahman.
No.
Mr. Pratt.
Absolutely no needles and pipes for drug addicts on the street ever.
God damn it. What a fucking
Take that as a
dumbass.
yes.
I mean, there you go.
Go ahead.
You have 30 seconds.
Well, I did want to say in response to this question that the way you address homelessness, the way you address people living on the street is by bringing them off the streets and indoors. I think we need to absolutely invest in shelter. We need to invest in services. We need to actually get people off the streets for people to be safe. That's what I've done in my district. We've had a 54% reduction in tents and encampments in Council District 4 just over 3 years, and I'm very, very proud of those results. That's how you achieve real public safety outcomes. That's how you ensure that the people of Los Angeles are safe.
This is her strong
suit. Mr. Pratt, the chief of police said the other day that he doesn't think we're going to have enough officers for LA 2020.
Like ethical relocation on homelessness, like they did do a lot of that.
LAPD is part of that. Plus, you have to patrol the rest of the city. Hiring more officers is expensive. It's extraordinarily so in many cases. What is your strategy?
Man, I don't give a fuck that she's in abundance. So is Zoran, okay? Stop. Jesus Christ. That stuff is nonsense. It doesn't matter.
Is overtime, because that's what these salaries for the fire department that everyone's
You can say the same about Zoran. Zoran is an abundance too. Fucking Derek Thompson loves his housing policies,
LAPD,
okay?
right now, the LAPD is hired by the same people that hire sanitation, and we need to bring it back like it was 20 plus years ago so that police hire police, and we need a 10-year plan. It's going to take 10 years to get to the 12,500 officers that we need, and that needs to be a priority. Our sheriff's partner, they're the same size. They have $1 billion more budget for the same size. So this idea that Councilwoman Rahman keeps saying that the police department is overfunded, public safety should be our #1 priority. And we're gonna find all this money when we stop her useless open bed plans that actually doesn't put drug addicts in these housing that we're spending billions of dollars.
There's only one person on that stage that's actually not just like eliminated homelessness by doing sweeps, but instead by putting them in fucking permanent shelter. And that is Nithya, to be fair. Like the Israel stuff is true. She has also voted to fund the police, which is also true.
Police officers what they're worth. They do some of the hardest jobs in our city.
But let's be fucking real. She is the only one that's done anything that's like remotely positive about homelessness on that stage.
What I am arguing
Okay.
against is bad fiscal management, which is what has
they're
gotten
so
the city of Los
right-wing.
Angeles into this moment.
I hate the politics of my fucking
The police union
city.
is the most powerful force in LA city politics, and when you give contracts to people because they are going to fund your campaigns, and by the way, I'm the only person on the stage that is being spent against because I had the courage to speak out about bad budget decisions.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
That is what happens.
Appreciate that.
We're going to stay with you, Councilwoman Bradman. So you've said, even last night you said it, that you're okay with the current staffing levels at LAPD. My question to you, people say that's just ridiculous, it's not enough, we need more officers. My question to you is, what do you tell people, especially victims, who say the city has let them down?
Yeah, and I think this is a very real issue. The city's most important response is public safety. It is so important to me. I'm the mother of young children. The safety of people in Los Angeles is absolutely essential. But that's why I think we have to start getting honest with people about how we're actually going to respond to public safety needs. How will we make sure that when they call for help, someone picks up the phone at 911 and someone comes when they call, the right person comes when they call? Right now, we have not built out that system because we have funded more police officers, but haven't been able to hire. Our police force is actually shrinking. We have shrunk right now.
So no more officers stay the same? What are you saying?
I would love to keep it the same. We have funded them more. The police force has been shrinking. So let's get real about how we actually deliver public safety outcomes. I'm going to work as hard as I can to maintain our police force where it is, but we also need to make sure that we build out responses that can actually take call load off of LAPD. So many calls that are coming into LAPD do not require armed officer response. Let's take call load off of them.
Thank you, Council
and let's
member.
make sure that police can come when people call.
Your time is up. Quick reply, Mayor
Yes, let me just say that unfortunately my colleague has contradicted herself because on the one hand, she says that if you pay officers what they need, then we're going to bankrupt the city. And then on the other hand, she doesn't understand that, frankly, we have to pay the officers, had to give them a raise, had to expand recruitment because officers were going to other cities. We were not competitive. We have to make a decision. And frankly, my job as mayor, my #1 job is to keep LA safe. And we can't keep LA safe with the size of the department we have now.
Thank you.
We're going to talk about homelessness. 4 years ago, when we did a debate, it was the #1 topic. It is right up there again. This is an issue that continues to challenge the city. Homelessness, many residents say the homeless in their neighborhoods make them feel unsafe. They feel the homeless have more rights than the residents do. So these are 2 yes or no questions for each of you. Right now, getting off the street is voluntary. Should that change if a bed or a shelter is available? Mr. Pratt, we're going to start with you. Yes or no?
It's illegal to live on the street. So, yes, everyone needs to go inside.
Okay, Mayor Bass.
Everybody needs to
how
go
do you do that?
inside. Making it illegal and arresting people is not the way to solve this problem.
Ms. Rahman.
Yes, people need to go inside. When they're offered shelter, they go inside.
You don't get an opportunity
It is illegal.
to say no. So it's unanimous here. Next question. Do you support the ordinance that restricts encampments
Oh
in
my
front of schools
God.
or daycare centers? Mayor Bass, I'm going to start with you. Yes,
Yes.
or no? Ms. Rahman, yes or no?
I support keeping our streets safe. I did vote against the structure of this particular ordinance. And it is because, at its best,
a yes or no.
it does not, the way this ordinance was structured,
It's
a
no.
yes or no.
it does
Yes
not
or
keep,
no.
it
We'll
does
take
not
that
keep
as a
our
no.
children safe. It does
Mr.
not keep our
Pratt.
children safe. No,
Mr. Pratt.
it doesn't keep our children safe enough.
It's a simple yes or no question. Mr. Pratt.
What I was saying is she's fighting because she doesn't think there's a difference between 1 foot or 500 feet for kids' safety
Okay.
with drug addicts with machetes
Again,
in
we'll
front of
take
schools.
that yes or no.
Of course, we do not want encampments in front of schools, parks, daycare.
Okay,
I don't
right.
want vehicles.
So, Mayor, you had talked about inside safe. Let's go into that a little bit. You've suggested that there has been progress made, but even the Los Angeles Homeless Services Authority, which the city contracts with, has said that upwards of 40% have left and gone back to the street. I mean, there's a concern that a lot of money is being spent. There's been some progress, certainly not enough. I'll have you defend your program.
So, Conan, I declared a state of emergency on day one because I know that what Angelenos want to see are their streets clear. Inside Safe is the only citywide program that we have had that has reduced homelessness 2 years in a row. Prior to that, there was no citywide strategy, and homelessness was going up year after year. We need to have an entirely new system.
If they let Spencer Pratt go on the homelessness, I swear he's going to be like, I'm going to kill homeless people on stage. Like I could see him. I can see him. If they wind him up enough, he's just going to be like, I have actually used my bare hands in the past to deal with this problem. The scourge, the parasitic force.
That is working. Absolutely does it need to be better.
Why didn't Ray Wong get to be in this? She didn't, according to NBC, she didn't make the 5% cutoff.
Temporary structures on city.
There was one poll where she was below it, one poll where she was above it.
We have been doing it for the last 3 years, and it's the first time homelessness has gone down.
Councilmember Rahman, so you promised to clear half of the encampments by the Olympics and all of it by the end of your term if you get elected.
Yes.
My question to you, you've been in the city council for 5 years. Why are we barely seeing this plan yesterday? I think it was posted on your Instagram. And is this realistic?
Absolutely, it's realistic, and it's realistic because I've done it in my own district. This is exactly the plan that I've operationalized in my district to get a 54% reduction in tents and encampments in my district in 3 years.
Okay.
In 3 years.
She's not the mayor,
Yes.
but she is a council district member, which is almost as powerful as the mayor, and united more powerful than the mayor.
This time, it is absolutely realistic. But what I want to go back to is
Literally.
the idea that we are satisfied with our
People don't understand. In Los
system right
Angeles,
now.
a mayor is like a downgrade.
In Los Angeles right now can say that we are satisfied with spending
City council is
extraordinary
more
amounts
powerful
of money
than
on our
the mayor
homelessness
is.
response and getting only incremental progress in response. I want to change that. Let's use the dollars that we're spending. Let's actually build out a real system that can get as many people indoors as possible. Let's not put them into $100,000 a year motel rooms for a year or more per person. This system is not fiscally sustainable.
New York has the New York
end
mayor
this
has like
crisis with
tremendous
urgency
power
and
as opposed to the LA
right
mayor.
now.
So you'll
Not
make a
years into the future.
commitment to clear all the encampments by the end of your term if you get elected.
Yes, that's correct.
Promise.
Absolutely.
Yes, Mayor.
I have to respond because I know the statistics she's talking about in her district, but the statistics are there because of Inside Safe, because she has called on Inside Safe repeatedly. I took the initiative to go into her district to make sure that encampments were cleared. We absolutely need a new system, and it has to have a comprehensive
Send in another illegal
approach.
ballot every time
And
Spencer
there's
Pratt
no rooms
speaks.
for
Me too.
$100,000.
We need to move on here.
Sorry,
Mr. Pratt, you have been critical of what you consider failures of the current administration on this issue. You advocate for what some have called get help or get out of the way. What is that, and how do you do it?
I don't know who made up that name. First off, I just want to say, Councilwoman Robin acts like she doesn't have any authority with this homelessness. She was the third most powerful person.
Spencer Pratt, you have often called for unlimited bloodshed towards some of the most vulnerable people in American society, the homeless. What do you have to say about that? How much bloodshed is too much bloodshed? As the moderator, who's supposed to be impartial, I, of course, would opt in to the maximum amount of bloodshed. But I just want to see, how many homeless people will you murder with your bare hands?
Nithya, Councilwoman Robin's plan for treatment first. I will go below the Harbor Freeway tomorrow with her, and we can find some of these people she's going to offer treatment for. She's going to get stabbed in the neck. These people.
Wait, what? She has done that. The fuck? She's literally done that. Nithya at this point could just literally be like, between you and I'm the only one who's actually done that and seen success in my fucking district, to be fair. This is the one area where she is. Both Karen Bass and Nithya are far better than he is. I mean, he's a fucking demon.
I want to just say to everybody who's watching today, you're going to watch today as Mayor Bass and Spencer Pratt attack me because they want to run against each other in the general election. Each of them thinks that running against each other is what's going to help them win. And they don't want to run against me because my ideas, which are based on real results in my district, which are based on real data, a real analysis of the system, and a focus on accountability and using every dollar as effectively as possible, which we have done in my district. I want to take this citywide. This is why this is happening today.
Councilmember Rahman, we're out of time. I'm going to give each of you 30 seconds to respond to this. Mr. Pratt, I'm going to start with you, and then I'm going to go to Mayor Bass.
First off, Mayor Bass and I are definitely not working together. I blame this person for burning my house and my parents' house and my town and all my neighbors down. I am not working with Mayor Bass. Second off, if I wanted to run against anybody, it would be the council member who is terrible. Mayor Bass has at least been a mayor for almost 4 years and has, as she talked about earlier, all the unions endorsed Mayor Bass. You think it's easier to run against the incumbent mayor?
I like that he literally proved her point, though. He's like, I'm not glazing Mayor Bass because I want to run against her, except here I am glazing Mayor Bass because I want to run against her.
Mayor, though, specifically, there's a lot of money, billions that are spent on the homeless endeavors. Yes. A lot of that money goes to 501c3s and nonprofits. Now we're hearing the Department of Justice has a lawsuit.
I can't tell you how much I despise Spencer Pratt.
$23 million,
oh my God.
That was siphoned. Project Home Key, I believe, not a statewide project, two real estate developers accused of siphoning off $40 million. There's a perception that we don't know where the money's going. And that we have, the legislative analyst in Sacramento said there are $26 billion in state funds. We're not sure if that did any good. So how can we have confidence that the investment we are making in the future is not going into the pocket of some director who will end up in federal court?
First of all, I don't think it's shocking that you do find corruption in big programs like this, and I think it is extremely important to hold them completely accountable. But I will just say that for the first time, we've had a reduction of homelessness 2 years in a row because of policies that I have put in place. I also believe we need to have an overhaul of the system, but I can tell you that streets that we have cleared, crime is down, firefighters don't have to go out. Firefighters spend 30% of their time putting out fires that are related to homelessness. Businesses are able to have customers. Kids are able to walk to school, and parents without navigating tents. That's what I would say. But I have to say about my colleague here is that, yes, she is a member of City Council. She chairs the Homelessness Committee, but she also, in order to get anything passed in City Council, she has to build an alliance with her colleagues. And she has not been successful in doing that, which is why she has not been able to pass the policies that she's talking about.
Thank you. Council Member Rahman, so this also happened under your watch. Your plan calls for fully staffing the Bureau of Homelessness Oversight, which the City Council established under your leadership. So the question is, why is it not fully staffed as we speak right now?
It's not. I, as part of my efforts to create accountability on homelessness, I've been pushing for greater oversight within the city. Right now in the city, There is no one who is watching our dollars. There is no one, even as we're spending hundreds of millions of dollars every year, there is no accountability in the city. There's no staff at the city that are making sure that every single dollar that you are spending, your tax dollars, are going to the issue of homelessness. People are not watching to make sure those are going towards outcomes. They're not watching to make sure that every dollar is being spent appropriately. That is because the city has not invested in oversight. I've been pushing for exactly that oversight. I created the first data around performance that the city had because I pushed and it happened. I established the Bureau of Homelessness Oversight through my powers as a council member. But the mayor is the executive of the city. She has the power to move departments to hire and to build out the staffing. A year after this was established, no new staff members have been hired for this. No leadership has been hired.
Thank you.
No
Your time
one.
is up. Thank you.
Mr. Pratt, this next question is for you, and you have 60 seconds.
Mayor Bass would like to respond. I don't know if you heard.
Do we have the time?
No, I'm just.
No, go ahead, Mayor.
Well, thank you. Let me just say that the bureau that the councilwoman is referring to is being staffed. Half the staff are there now. And we have been reducing homelessness again for the first time and building out a system that needs to be built. The problem with my colleague, though, and I appreciate your interest in data and all of that, that is important. But I believe it was important to act in this city. Angelenos do not want to see encampments on their street.
Thank you, Mayor.
Sorry.
Okay, Mr. Pratt. Mr. Pratt, thank you for directing traffic up here. We appreciate it. How does your professional experience qualify you to make sure and to oversee a budget the size of LA's $14 billion budget? We know you're passionate about what you're doing. We know you're an entrepreneur. But this
he
is
just sells crystals on his
budget.
Etsy shop because he blew his trust
What
fund.
do you bring to the table for that?
Well, thankfully,
He's literally
I have
a psycho.
I'm humble. I have humility.
I'm
gonna surround
humble.
myself
You're a reality
with the
TV
smartest
loser.
people in the world, because I actually don't have to balance the budget. The mayor doesn't balance the budget. She has a CAO. She has a team. And we're not going to say she has the best team, but she has a team. And they balance the budget. My job is to be, as crazy as this will sound, I'm the adult in the room here as Spencer Pratt. And that's what it's come to. And so I plan on putting people that actually want to make sure all of our money, like Councilwoman Rahman was saying, is accounted for. Pure transparency, every dollar, all of our tax money. And again, back to what Councilwoman Rahman was saying about that, in her own district, she let one of these NGOs, a building was on the market for $3 million. It sold for $8 million to the NGO with that tax money that she's so concerned about. She wants to watch it all. She can't even keep track of the NGOs in her own district stealing our tax money. So
I'm going to be so for real with you. This chud will be your next mayor. He's literally fucking Trump. He's Timu Trump. He's Timu Trump for Los Angeles.
I'm not sure what specific building Spencer Pratt is referring to, but I will also just say that we have pushed extremely hard to build the oversight system, so much so that I had to go out and get philanthropic support to create the data for performance oversight and accountability at the city. The city was refusing to put our dollars and our people towards it. This is important. Your tax dollars deserve to be watched. You deserve a system that responds to you with responsibility and accountability. That's what I want to establish.
Ms. Robin, thank you. And Mayor Bass, do you have a response to that as well?
Sure. Again, what I have done on my watch is reduced homelessness for the first time 2 years in a row. We absolutely need a system that is able to provide services to people. It has been woefully unacceptable what has been happening so far. I feel we're moving in the right direction, and under my watch, we will continue to do that because we need to make comprehensive changes to what has been going on for so many years before, frankly, either of us arrived in City Hall.
We have a question from a student from the Harvard of the West, Loyola Marymount University. Your name, your major, and what year are you? And your question.
Good evening. My name is John Kasabian. I am a senior urban and environmental studies major. My question for you is that Los Angeles remains one of the most unaffordable regions in the nation. If elected, what is one housing policy you would implement immediately or change?
Mayor, we'll start with you.
Yes, the housing policy that I did implement immediately after I declared a state of emergency around homelessness. I expedited the building. 42,000 units are being fast-tracked for affordable housing. We have another 43,000 units that are potential with our adaptive reuse, which means you can change office buildings into housing. We also changed the zoning codes, so we have the potential for another 500,000 units.
Bro,
I know
Chatter.
that one of the
Chatter is watching unbelievably right-wing NBC. Be like, how many homeless people would you kill, and why is it not unlimited? And then like have at least 2 out of the 3 candidates be like, I would kill all of them. And Chatter's like, Chatter's in here being like, your takes on third party politics not being the appropriate time frame right now is actually so counter-revolutionary. Build the revolution, man. Please. I want you to. I want to live in it. Okay. I want to live in that universe. Okay. I don't want to live in this one right now, because this one that I'm watching unfold is dog shit. Okay. Virtually every person involved, both from the media to the political side, is like, let's just murder the homeless. We need to give max out contracts to the fucking police force. And you're over here talking about how like there is actually a Leninist spirit inside of every American proletariat waiting to be unlocked. And all it needs to happen is this 17th Communist Party that you are going to do trash pickup with. And all of a sudden, everyone's going to fucking join the cause.
Out of the way. Right now, on average, the city takes over 1.5 years to approve multifamily housing, apartments, exactly the kind of housing that we desperately need in order to bring prices down. Why is the city standing in the way? As mayor, I will take my executive authority over the departments and ensure that they respond to new apartment applications within 60 days if they are zoning compliant, so that we can build exactly the kind of housing that will make this into a city of opportunity again.
Ms. Rahman, thank you. Mr. Pratt, you have 60 seconds.
She also mentioned me. She did. I heard it.
See how nice they are being to each other?
He's a nice person, actually. That's good
Go
to
ahead,
know.
Mayor.
What's going on here?
Well, first of all, I disagree in terms of how much time it takes to go through the process. We have cut red tape so you can go through much quicker than that. The 42,000 units of housing that are being fast-tracked, 6,000 of those units are actively under construction, but there are definitely other factors that have weighed into that. And some of the factors are the price of construction materials, just the general economy, and we are doing everything we can to make sure that we are able to fast-track that housing. We want to see people move in right now, which is why we've come up with a variety of ways in addition to that.
Thank you very much. Mr. Pratt, are you ready?
I am. Thank you so
All right,
much.
you have a minute to respond.
Well, the good news is when I enforce the law and clear the street of the drug addicts that have taken over 40 blocks of downtown LA, abandoned buildings that have drug addicts just lighting them on fire every other day, I will have potentially 20,000 units available to build. And thankfully, I spent a lot of time in a town that has a lot of builders, and I see all the new 3D printing and the potential of how fast we can do it. And with this ED1 that Mayor Bass was talking about, I met with the developer this week, Carlos, and he said, yes, she did an initiative where she fast-tracked it 6 months. It's been 2.5 years, and he hasn't been able to get his permits. The best part is some of these developers that are taking all of our tax money are charging $750 a square foot for stuff that should be costing $250. And Councilwoman Rahman, this plan that she's going to build all these units, guess what? She's going to sue all the people that actually rents to the tenants, and then they're not going to even want to rent to anybody because she wants people to squat in there for a year and not pay. So I don't know how her plan's going to work.
Councilmember Rahman, you have 30 seconds to respond. And then Conant has a question that coincides with all of this. Please.
Great. I mean, I'm not sure how to respond to that vision of Los Angeles. This is a MAGA Republicans' idea of what Los Angeles looks like. This is really not the city that I love so much. We need to make this city so much better. Yeah. We have to work so hard to ensure that this city works for everyone who lives in it. And crucial to that is actually ensuring. I'm sorry, I was still speaking.
Oh, continue, Council.
Okay.
Okay, so if you don't mind, The governor the other day expressed frustration, Mayor, with you. It appears the city has delayed the implementation of Senate Bill 79, that is high density along transit lines.
Yeah.
I know that you wanted him to veto that law. He didn't. I know, Councilwoman, you supported that law. Mr. Pratt, I'd like you to weigh in. I don't know if we need a minute for all of this, but can you just tell us, with regard to building transit, a lot of neighborhoods are concerned about this.
Come on, man.
High density, up to 9 stories at
Nithya,
transit
this is
lines.
the big leagues. What are you doing?
Why did you want to delay
You can't get
that,
fucking
Mayor?
dog walked over,
What, did I wanna
Spencer
delay it?
Pratt.
Well, first of all,
Call him
I
Timu
don't
Trump.
support
Tell him to shut the fuck
Sacramento
up.
saying that this is what we
Call him
need
a
to do
goddamn
here in
Nepo
Los
baby.
Angeles, especially our city, where we are very much committed to building housing. And I feel,
I don't even know how
especially
Ray
after
would
all
do
of the
here
units that
either,
I've
to be
talked about,
fair.
we are on track to build housing. We need absolutely more housing built, but SB 79 basically says you can build it in any residential area, and I don't believe that that is necessary. In some areas, and I always talk about Sherman Oaks, they don't want their individual neighborhoods disrupted, but they are very open to building housing on their commercial strips. Councilwoman Harris Dawson is the perfect example where on Crenshaw Boulevard, you see hundreds of units being built, but the single-family homes are not disrupted. There's ways to do it. We are on our road to do it. We did not need Sacramento to tell us what to do and to mandate what we were doing.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilwoman?
Here's why SB 79 and other state laws keep coming down on us. Because the city of Los Angeles is not taking responsibility for the demand for housing. We are not building housing at the level that we need to address our housing shortage. And when we don't build that housing responsibly, when we don't take responsibility for it from the very top, including from this mayor who has pushed back against these state mandates, they come in and impose these mandates on us. Here's what I would do instead. Let's actually plan for the housing that we need. Let's build out the neighborhoods that we want to build. Let's make them beautiful. Let's actually solve for the kind of density and affordability that the state is asking us to do. We can do it if we plan for it. And as mayor, that's exactly what I would do. I would ensure that I would use the executive authority in the mayoralty to make sure that every department was planning for density in ways that Angelenos welcomed so that Sacramento didn't have to intervene. In the absence of that, this is what happens.
Thank you, Mayor. We'll get to you. And Mr. Pratt, it would seem to me you agree with the mayor on this topic, but I just want you to, asking you about density development imposed by the state.
Yeah, to be clear, I just said I'm going to have 40 blocks when I get rid of all the drug addicts that are sleeping on the sides of all these empty buildings. So we will have so much high density. I'll have so many bike lanes for Mayor, or excuse me, Councilwoman Rahman to have all her bike lanes. We're going to have all that. We have...
Bro, literally, it would be like, what's your plan to build housing? I'm going to murder homeless people. Bro, this is a one-stop shop. Every answer is like, I'm going to kill homeless people. I'm Spencer Pratt. I'm going to kill homeless people dead. I'm going to kill them dead.
People can burn.
I need the blood of the homeless to power my machine. I need it.
Buildings on these teeny tiny streets doesn't make sense. Of course, I'm fine with building where they make sense. I love building.
I will build high-density housing off the bones of the homeless that I crush.
Prison-like boxes, but I think they should have some style. Not to mention the fact that Councilwoman Rahman is fighting Mayor Bass on Sacramento, where she just was telling me, this is LA, this is LA. Where's
yeah, it's ironic because he's homeless right now because his house burned down, the Palisades fire, and now he lives in a fucking trailer, like one of those like super fancy trailers though.
It seems to be
in I think Malibu or Palisades somewhere.
The office buildings are worth a fraction of what they used to be. That will impact the budget, by the way. You have a graffiti tower. You have a $500 million bridge, 6th Street Bridge, where somebody ripped out 38,000 feet of copper, so it's in the dark. You have restaurants, Kohl's at 6th and Main, Clifton's at Broadway and 8th, that survived the Depression, Prohibition, and World War II, but they can't survive the human feces outside their front door. They're closed. What is your plan for downtown? Can we afford to let it die? Ms. Rahman, we'll start with you. Would you agree to bring city workers back full-time to the office in order to help some of the businesses?
I think we do definitely need to bring city and county workers back. In our office, we have people in the office 3 days a week in order to be able to address issues. There are some workers that should be in the office much more, and there's others that can be there 3 days a week, but absolutely. That is not the only intervention that downtown needs. And right now, the lack of care that's being demonstrated in downtown LA is part of our broken status quo. Downtown LA needs attention, and it needs real care. It needs more public safety officials on the streets. It needs work with businesses to ensure that businesses aren't just fleeing downtown LA, that they're actually staying there. It needs regular cleanups. It needs real maintenance. It needs a strategy. Instead, what Mayor Bass has done is to dismantle our economic development department. We don't have a strategy to keep businesses here in Los Angeles, and we're watching as they walk away from this city instead of investing in it. That's the kind of investment that I want to encourage people to make by actually investing in a real economic development strategy for LA.
Mr. Pratt, how do we solve this? Are you want to bring workers back into the city, full on? I mean, what's the solution for this problem? He mentioned a lot of problems. What's your plan?
Thank you, sir. Well, first off, I was just talking to my friend Rachel, who works in downtown LA. Downtown is so unsafe now that they have to serve the food. All the employees have to eat inside. They can't risk going out. That's why all these beautiful restaurants are closing, because it's so unsafe. So before we require city workers to go back into any buildings, we need to enforce the laws on the street. Councilwoman Rahman is talking about safety, yet when animal rescue activist Rebecca Corey came in and said the dogs are being tortured and abused on the streets of downtown, she walked out of the hearing. She doesn't care about safety. She doesn't care about anything she's talking about.
I can't stand this motherfucker.
Pretends to care.
Mayor Bass, can we afford, and you've got a minute to answer this question, can we afford to let downtown LA die? As
No, we
pointed out,
absolutely cannot afford.
but it's in a crisis situation at this point.
Absolutely.
It seems to be going the wrong way.
So let me just tell you that we absolutely cannot. Downtown is the center of our city, and it is an economic engine that absolutely needs to be attended to. We have a strategy that is working. We are working with the downtown business associations. We are increasing public safety there. That's why I did the adaptive reuse ordinance, which allows for the office buildings that are vacant to be converted into housing, and those conversions are taking place right now. That is why we have to deal with the street homelessness that is there. There needs to be massive intervention there. And then, of course, there is the convention center. And the convention center is a long-term investment that we have to make in our city, because the more people you have downtown, whether it's a convention or people coming downtown for concerts, is the way to make the city more safe and downtown more safe. And my number one obligation is to keep our city safe. So downtown is absolutely critical.
All right, moving to our Councilmember Rahman, would you like to respond to that?
To
The mayor and what she's talking about there?
I mean, look, I feel like we're having a theoretical conversation here about the direction of our city, which is being led currently by our mayor. Our mayor is the CEO of the city. She sets the direction of this city.
Right.
And if you are satisfied with the status quo, then I've got great news for you. The incumbent is on the ballot. What I'm here to say is that we need more urgency to respond to the issues right now. We need real plans. We need real efforts to make sure that we're keeping businesses here, that we're keeping workers here, that we're keeping residents in downtown LA. That is the strategy and effort that I want to bring to this role.
Councilmember Rahman.
Councilwoman Rahman endorsed Mayor Bass 2 weeks before she ran for election. 2 hours before the candidacy closed, she endorsed Mayor Bass. So all of a sudden now she has all these problems with Mayor Bass. They do photos together.
Mr. Pratt.
Oh, sorry.
We have so many more topics, and you know what? I know we're passionate. You're passionate about what we're talking about. But voters really want some concrete evidence here, and they want people to be direct.
But she referenced me.
Along,
I need to respond to that. That's supposed to be part of the rules.
Go ahead, Mayor.
I haven't been offered that in a lot of this debate. So
well, I think I'm joining you there. Absolutely, the status quo and breaking up the status quo and dealing with the bureaucracy is exactly why I ran. And I started doing that by addressing homelessness, but also by bringing coalitions together to make sure that we can deal with downtown. Did you know that we are the only major city that does not have a comprehensive infrastructure plan? So it's been haphazard up until now, left to the wishes of every single council member. I have instituted and started a comprehensive infrastructure plan and moving right away into replacing 60,000 solar lights.
Thank you, Mayor.
Are we good on this topic now? Because this next topic, a lot of viewers, when we put up the QR code, wanted to know about this. It has to do with the film and television industry. A lot of people think we're nowhere close to where we should be. I know it bounced back the first part of this year, but it's at least 30% below what it was pre-COVID time. So the question becomes, and Mayor, I'm going to start with you. Do we do enough to keep production in Southern California?
Well, let
you
me
have
just
1 minute.
Let me just tell you what I have done. In working with the industry, we have expedited permits. I established one person who is a czar to provide concierge services for the industry. We also lowered the costs to do filming in Los Angeles. So, for example, the observatory, we reduced those amounts by 70%. We are beginning to bring the industry back, and I'll tell you, this has been a long-standing issue of mine. When I was in Sacramento and served as speaker, I did the first tax credits and also promoted and advocated for those tax credits here in Sacramento. We have a long way to go, but we are absolutely making headway because of policies that I put in place.
Mr. Pratt, are we doing enough to bring Hollywood back?
Absolutely not. And that's great. Mayor Bass did those.
Thank you for the question. I think we should murder the homeless so that we can bring Hollywood back. I have a suggestion. We should put homeless people as stunt doubles in every set and murder them, even if it's like a child's movie and there's no need for a murder. I think all of these movies would do better if there were dead homeless people in the background.
5 years. Now, all of a sudden, she has these tweets and these posts, and she's doing Substacks. Both of these people have been the reason why.
None of these people are serious enough about murdering the homeless. I'm Spencer Pratt.
You know, these things, we're still going to have drug addicts all over the street because they're.
Do you care about Hollywood's decline? Of course I do. I live in Los Angeles. What are you talking about?
I talk to producers. They have to pay gang members right now to keep the streets safe, to go film anything on the streets of LA. So absolutely no. These two politicians have failed Hollywood.
He moved on. We got
1,000.
Dude, Councilmember Rahman.
It's a way to still murder the homeless, but this time we should stop subsidizing gang members to murder the homeless.
To me, my husband has been a longtime writer in the industry, and we desperately need to keep Hollywood here. And I feel like the mayor's role is really to be the loudest advocate for the best possible version of the policies that we need, including a tax credit that has no cap, that is guaranteed years into the future so that production, so that studios can actually invest here and they know that they can invest here. We need to make sure that we're reducing red tape in City Hall to make sure that productions have no bar to being able to film here. I also would create a real film office here. We don't have enough people at the city to make sure that filming can happen quickly and efficiently. We need people who know the industry and know the city and can make sure that we're working across county jurisdictions. That's what happened in Baywatch. City and county weren't talking to each other. Let's make it possible for us to actually do the work. I feel so strongly about this. And Angelinos in the industry need a fighter. I will be that fighter.
Excuse me.
Thank you.
Excuse me.
We have to move on. Really quick, 30 seconds.
In her time in there, she feels very strongly about it, but never offered one motion. And when motions came up on the industry, she either recused herself or got up and walked out.
Thank you. Thank you both. We got to move on. Sorry. I am so sorry. We have to move on. We have a very important topic. So let's talk about immigration. Immigration after what happened last year, that was a really big deal. So I want to ask you all three. This is a yes or no question and answer. So there's an LA council member. He wants voters to decide. He is saying that non-citizens, should they be allowed to vote in local elections? Is this a yes or no, Mr. Pratt?
No.
Mayor Bass?
It depends. It's not a yes or no.
Depends on what?
Well, first of all, when you say non-citizens, it doesn't mean they're here illegal. It doesn't mean they're undocumented. They could have green cards. They could be here perfectly legal.
She's right.
And there's a lot of states and cities that do that on very, very local elections. We have to see what the councilman is proposing.
Councilmember Bremen.
Yeah, I would say, again, it does depend. In other places, school boards have
was a yes or no question.
non-citizens
Yes or no?
non-citizens who vote
Mr. Fred, I have a question for
who are
you. You
residents who
told
vote for
NBC
these.
News a few months ago that
They're right.
You want LAPD to take care of, so if you don't want ICE to be here in the city, so the question is, you want LAPD to do enforcement as ICE?
No, that's not what I said. What I said is, when I'm mayor, I want to enforce all the laws and get all the drug dealers, the murderers, the child traffickers, the rapists. And if they're legal or illegal, if they are a danger to our society, I want them off our streets. So that's why I said ICE won't be coming here because
What about the undocumented homeless people? We should make the undocumented homeless first and then fight them. Fisticuffs.
That's not what ICE was doing.
Okay, we're moving
ICE
on.
was chasing people in car washes. ICE was chasing people in Home Depots and picking up vendors selling fruit.
This is the type of shit that's going to cook Spencer Pratt, in my opinion. His like insane sentiment about ICE.
That is not what was going on in here. I was against it. I physically went out and did everything I could to stop it, and we'll do that again.
Was that phone call when you were like, hello, please don't come here? Just to be clear, I didn't say what she said. I said I'm going to target all criminals. So she just put words in my...
That's not what I said.
Okay.
He asked me what I said.
Final question for all three of them. In another hour, there's going to be 7 candidates for governor. The governor's going to be there at one point. Very quickly, just to align, what do you need from the next governor to help this city? Ms. Rahman?
We need support we need financial support when our federal administration has abandoned us. We need to make sure that we are able to fund the programs that we need. We need to be able to make sure that we can ensure that the city is vibrant into the future. We absolutely need a governor who is going to fund that full film tax credit that we need. We need the support in the absence of support from the federal government.
Mr. Pratt?
What do we need from
the next governor? What do you need from that person?
Personally, the governor needs to clear all his dead fuels around our community so more communities don't burn down. All the dead brush is surrounding Sunland, Tahunga, Bel Air, Brentwood, the Valley. So there's a lot of dead fuels that they leave.
Oh, this is San Francisco politics is even worse than LA somehow. San Francisco politics is tech CEO that wants to kill homeless versus Blood Boy that also wants to kill homeless. It's just all of California's politics revolves around who gets to kill, who gets to expedite the murder of homeless people faster. That's what California politics is. Who gets to fund the police more? They will literally fight one another. They will fight one another to be like, I want to give the cops more APCs. I think every cop deserves an armored personnel carrier so they can drive over the homeless encampments. That is literally, that's what California politics is. It's incredible. It sucks because I do think the people are way, the people are like way more woke. If you look at the ballot measures are like tax billionaires. The tax every fucking home that's over, tax every home that's over $1, 100%, so we can fund mega mansions for the homeless, and then that ballot measure will pass by like 75%. But our politicians, on the other hand, are like, we should kill more homeless. I think this is what this ballot measure means, right? It's crazy. And then the government will just veto it. Gavin Newsom or the California state legislature will just veto those the ballot measures, and it'll go nowhere. Or they will actually fund it. Okay, they will actually fund it, and then it will go nowhere. It will go to like one of these 501c3s that's like a fucking total bullshit shell company created by one of one of the relatives of like a powerful Los Angeles politician. And then it'll just sit there. They'll just park those fucking the tax revenue, and they'll never build a single fucking shelter with it. It's insane. It's one of the worst, most corrupt machines in the entire fucking state. It sucks so much dick and balls. I hate it so much. This is, dude, I mean, look at the governor's race. Look at the gubernatorial race. Like, Tom Steyer is a fucking billionaire, and he's like a cut above in terms of progressivism than like some of the big movers and shakers of California politics. That should be a warning sign, right? Like, you should probably understand how bad things actually are. At one time, San Francisco was pretty left and had some radical politics, but all those people can't afford to live there anymore and have been replaced by technocratic neoliberal tech bros. Yeah. It's terrible. It's terrible across the board. I'm done. I don't want to watch the rest of this. I'm fucking tired. What a day. Anyway, tomorrow I'll be in San Francisco. Where at least, you know, Shoykat Chakrabarti is like somewhat of an actual interesting and somewhat radical candidate that I do like. So I'm just holding on to him as a fucking glimmer of hope, even though DSA San Francisco is obviously very frustrated with me because he funded Dean Preston's opponent many years ago, and they've never let that go. Plus, he's also Stripe guy, centimillionaire, so understandably there's a lot of fear there. But he's going up against Scott Wiener, who also fucking sucks majorly. Okay. Oh, what a mess! What a fucking mess this entire thing is. But yeah, I'll be in San Francisco. I'm going to be doing a rally with Shoykat Chakrabarti and also numerous other folks as well. Jamal Bowman will be there. Malak Kuros is going to be there. Dari Liza will be there from New York, and some Justice Democrats as well. Don't go out for dinner. What? What does that mean? Shoykat Chakrabarti? Dude, you're butchering his name? Am I? It's Shoykat. I'm saying his name correctly. It's Shoykat. It's Shoykat. And his last name is Chakrabarti. Oh, you meant like don't let him film you eating because you eat like an animal. That's true. Anyway, love you guys, and I will see you tomorrow.